Alrighty. We're here. We're awake. We're alive. What's up? What's going on? Big Sippy. That's right, baby. That is right. Hello, 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 hello. Hope you guys had a great 4th. Unless you're not from the U.S., then I don't know what to fucking tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Big brain move today. I see. Wait for the roach to end. Oh, Aspen. I always stream after he does. You want to know the reason why I stream after Asmongold does? It's not as big brain as you think it is. It's likely because I'm watching. It's right when like things start to wind down and I'm like, all right, I think he's good. I'm good too. And then I'm like, I'm gonna stream myself now. Though that pretty much always depends on what he's actually looking at the time, right? Spark Boss with the tier 1. They've been subscribed for 12 months. Holy shit. Happy 1-year anniversary.
I'm just gonna assume half those projects are cancelled at this point.
Dude, Xbox. I get a lot of flack for this in comment sections at the very least. But I was like saying this the other day where I was like, usually when it comes to like a lot of video game related stuff, I usually have like Asmongold and I will share a very similar perspective in a lot of cases, maybe with a little bit more nuance or something like that. But like, I wholeheartedly disagreed with his takes on Xbox, thinking like this is the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, dude, this company sucks. Like, they're just American Ubisoft. like the only difference is that they get to hide their losses behind the fact that they're owned by a company that's one of the largest companies in the fucking world. They are just as inept. They are so bad. Their games suck. Their platform hardware is dying. Anytime I ever want to talk about this, I end up getting a lot of console warriors, and I think it's like console warriors and then probably like maybe even like a little bit of like nationalistic opinions behind it, because it's an American publisher, American developer, the American leader in this fight, and it's just like, yeah, but they suck. Like, bad. And I think the reason why I have so much disdain for Xbox is because of the fact that they have so much potential to do something so great. Like, they could make some of the best games out there. They have all of the tools, all of the resources, all of the money, but they just don't do anything. The best American video game company is Valve, and it's not even close. I've been waiting for another live stream again. So glad I was able to catch you on stream. Thanks, man. Thanks for the tier 1. Thanks for the tier 1. Hype train already out the gate. Dead Cells OST. I've been addicted to it. It is so good. The music in the game is incredible, but I've been like hooked on Dead Cells lately. I got like, if for whatever reason I don't get to like the chance to play any games, I'll go to bed at night and lay in bed and be like, man, I wish I would have played some Dead Cells today. I wish I would have played some Dead Cells today. I am fucking torched. Can you guys see how sunburned I am on fucking camera? It's really, ow. Ooh, it was hard for me to put a shirt on. You almost got half naked LD today because I'm like, look at this. I am fucking done. I'm torched, dude. I am red. I spent the whole day at the beach yesterday. Regular American summer, my guy. I like it, just a couple of beers and me knocking out on the beach and then waking up and getting some food and watching some fireworks. I'm in a rough place. I'm in a rough place. My whole body feels like it's on fire. Luckily, I didn't burn my face like I did last year. I burned my face really bad last summer. How you doing? Hot. Hot. Did you not use sunscreen? I'm white. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I put SPF. I covered my entire body. The only thing that I could have maybe done better is like maybe stick myself in like a vat of sunscreen. You know? It does. Yes, I know it does matter. I covered my entire body in sunscreen. I put SPF 50 like in places that the sun didn't even shine. It didn't matter. I get a first year burn no matter what. You in Cali? Yeah, for now. For now. That is coming to an end. Honestly, it couldn't come any faster. Got to put on SPF 70 plus. Yeah, I put SPF 50 on my face and that worked. I probably should just use the 50 all over, but you know, it is what it is. Like, I'm telling you, man. For whatever reason, I get a first year burn no matter what I do. And then after that, it's all good. Got any aloe plants? I have a massive bottle of aloe that I've been using. But yeah. Hey bro, been watching all of your videos lately. Never caught a stream. Well, welcome to the stream. This is where things get real. Real. Have you reviewed the Blood of the Dawnwalker trailer? We watched it on stream last week, didn't we? I think we watched it on stream last week, if I'm not mistaken. Have you tried not to burn yourself? That's actually really smart. I should try that next time. Good point. Touché. Yes, the place where video ideas pop off. Yeah, you guys are literally just a fount of you guys are literally just a fount of inspiration. That's what I use you for. People are like, why do you even live stream if you only stream once a week? And it's like, because it makes my job for the rest of the week a heck of a lot easier. Got to flip more often? I flipped, okay? I was on both sides equally. Your skin is weak? It makes a lot of sense. I spent a lot of time inside. Spent a lot of time inside. We also saw Ball Buds, your last video. Yeah, that was the whole thing. I wasn't really expecting, like, the thing is, like, for a couple of chatters to actually think that it was real and it not to be just like a universal, like, that shit's AI, I was like, damn, that's not good. And then I, like, looked at some of the comments and I saw somebody, like, whining about it. And I'm like, bro, what do you, like, it does matter. It does matter if somebody is trying to sell you something that they themselves cannot actually deliver on. It's called a fake promise, and if they're asking for money, then that makes it even more difficult. And the thing is that, like, granted, I'll look at a situation like that, and it could very well be somebody that's making that game that has all of the best interests at heart. Like, they really do want to make their own video game, but just don't have any of the know-how, experience, or anything like that, and they're just super awkward at about the way that they're going about doing it. Regardless, you can't. You can't do that. I'm sorry. That's just not how life works. So hyped to finally be able to join the fight for Super Earth. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. I saw it's coming to Xbox. I was really happy to see that. Yeah, I know the main ID. I know I follow, yeah, I know that follow videos on stream. It's interesting to see how you really cook it. Oh, yeah. Which is a natural conversation. That's how the videos are supposed to feel like as well, right? I think using AI to make a concept is all right as long as you say that it's AI. That should be the preface. That's like the whole reason, right? That's the whole, like, premise behind the entire thing to begin with, is just the fact that it's like, if you're going to do that, that's fine, but do not, for whatever reason, put it out there and pretend like it's a full-on video game. It's not. Brandon Lynch, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Holy shit, thank you so much. Super generous of you. Make sure you guys thank him for the memberships. Have you ever played or plan on playing DS2? Death Stranding 2? I just finished Death Stranding 1 like a few days ago. Last week, I think, is when I finished Death Stranding 1. Fantastic game. Like, I totally can understand how some people would not like Death Stranding. Under 100%. Because, like, I was talking to one of my buddies about it, my buddy Mark, and he was like, I just couldn't get into it. I really can't. You know, he's like, it's just the gameplay loop. He's like, the story and the cutscenes and, you know, all that stuff is, like, really cool. But, you know, I just can't get into the gameplay. And I'm like, I'll be honest with you, man. It's just like, you're gonna get it or you're not. Like, it's not like, oh, you're not. It's one of those things where I hate that video game players do this shit, but it's like, if somebody just doesn't enjoy that gameplay loop, they're like, oh, you just don't understand it. Like, no, it's not that they don't understand it. It's just not for them. And in some cases, that's what it's going to be, right? And Hideo Kojima already understands that he limits his audience with the games that he makes. Like, he says that himself, right? But it is one of those games where it's just like, it's a vibe. That's it. Death Stranding is just a vibe. And if you're somebody that likes to, you know, take some time to sit there and think with your own thoughts while playing a video game and just enjoying the atmosphere and the music and, you know, some of the more like repetitive elements of like the delivery system, or maybe you just enjoy, like, one of the things that I really liked about Death Stranding 2, I really liked contributing to the world. That was the one thing that I really, really enjoyed. Like, being able to, like, take materials and help build roads so that I know that other players would be able to go and use those roads, or going and building bridges over areas that I know other people are likely going to travel. You know, like, because I had been saved by some of those things in that game where it's like, oh my God, I'm so happy somebody left a ladder here, or whatever it might be, right? Like, it's that kind of stuff that I really liked out of the game. And I think for a lot of people, they just kind of find one thing that they enjoy, and then everything else just kind of falls in place for it. But yeah, it literally, I love that game. I really do. I really enjoyed Death Stranding 1 way more than I thought that I would. Again, benefit, I went into it almost 100% blind. I knew, I mean, like, obviously in passing, I'm going to see some like cutscene clips and shit, right? Or maybe some gameplay or whatever, but I just never even thought about what it actually was or anything like that. And I went in with no expectations. And a lot of cases when you go in with zero expectations, especially with a game like that, like, it's going to over-deliver for you. So it over-delivered for me. Exactly why this game is so overrated, because was so overrated because of the interaction between players. Other than that, it's just a walking simulator. Again, like, it's one of those things where it's like, if it's a game that's for you, it's fucking peak. That's not overrated. That's just somebody else really enjoys something that you don't like. That doesn't mean they're overrating it. That just means that you guys have different taste, right? I don't think that it's necessarily, like, when I see the stuff that's like, Kojima's a genius, that stuff, yeah, it's a little bit overrated, right? But, like, you're always going to have fanboying over anything. To each their own, essentially, yeah. It's niche, not overrated. Yeah, for the people that really like it, it is like gangster, right? Like, it is the shit. It is the shit. Nice to go in blind as you can for this one. I try to do my absolute best with most games to be able to do that. Obviously, but in a lot of cases that ends up being indie games more than anything else that I can do that with, since a lot of them like really aren't like heavily in the like news stream or anything. I can just kind of not pay attention to that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you just don't really see them come around all that much, so you don't have to really worry about it. But when it comes, like, it's what's something that's coming out soon, right? Like, those like Chinese games that are coming around the bend, I don't know anything about those, right? Like, you see a trailer, you really don't know what it's actually going to be like. And I think that's kind of the cool thing from like a Western perspective, is that like most of those games are going to get more Eastern coverage than they are going to get Western coverage, and probably in a lot of cases they're going to get negative coverage when it comes to the West. So we get to have low expectations when those games come out. Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers. Yeah, I think that's the end of this month or something like that. Isn't there also that other one, like Where the Winds Meet? I think it's already out in China. It's like a AAA game that also came out on mobile somehow. I don't understand. I saw some people have some positive things to say about it. I have to look into it myself though. It's like Wuxia is, how do you say that? Wuxia? Genshin Impact? That's kind of cool. Dying Light the Beast in August. We'll see. You have to keep in mind when it comes to Dying Light 2. I was severely disappointed by that game. So I have very, very low expectations for them. My bet is that we're going to see a lot of AAA games from China and Korea. We already are, and they're going to continue to pump it out too. The West has actually weakened themselves so badly. It's actually kind of fucking crazy. I don't think people really understand like how much damage the West has done to its own part of the video game ecosystem. Like I saw this like as I was logging on. I think one of the fundamental misunderstandings is the idea that players want free games. They want good games. That can be free to play. They can be paid, but they need to be good. This is the binding truth that has always existed, or that has and always will exist in the industry as we know it. Yeah. Yeah. Like the thing is that from my perspective, when it comes to, there's a lot of things. There are so many ways to analyze the games industry. It's so interesting to me. So from like a business management perspective, if we're talking about like how they are setting up their R&D, right? Or like how they're going to create a video game. The problem is that like a lot of their process is being front loaded by a bunch of bullshit. So like I'll show an example of this, right? So like we'll bring up Paint, right? So just use this as an example. We get like so this is, we'll say this is the video game and this is its development. And it's the order in which they're developing things. And we'll put another one here, and this will be the secondary example of like how they could do stuff, right? So right now, what's happening is I'll put like a line here, here, here. We'll put another one like right here. Okay. So essentially what I'm seeing that's happening right now in a lot of cases is that like one of the first things they do is they go, can I increase the so they go price, right? They say, okay, we're going to say price. Then we're going to say demographics. Then after that, they're going to say, accessibility, inclusivity. Can I move this? Like, I'll just do it like that. Oh, there it is. This is what it feels like from a consumer perspective, okay? Wait, why did it go down again? I don't use Paint a lot. Okay, there it goes. Story, world, no. Graphics, gameplay. This is the way that I've seen things. Basically, like, this is the order of operations for in which a lot of these games, at least on a like high-end AAA corporate level, how a lot of them have been positioned as, where it's like the first thing they do is like, this is gonna be an $80 video game or a $70 video game. Then it's about the demographics, which is like, okay, we're trying to position this for this group of people, which, to be honest with you, I could just blow out this whole fucking wall here, and accessibility and inclusivity and demographics have now become the main driver in the middle here. And then then it's all about graphical fidelity, and then gameplay finally comes last. Is this going to be in the test? It will be in the test. Yes, actually, it will be. Yeah. So the thing is that, like, yeah, you blow out this wall here. These are essentially the exact same thing. This is the same thing here. And then gameplay, it basically, like, the experience of playing a game is the very last priority on the list of what it is. It's about who can we get to play it? You know, does it speak to all of these different groups? Does it reach this insanely wide, unrealistic audience of people that are out there? And then also, but it's the price. It's money. Then it's get all the people. Then it's how does it look? Then it's how it plays. Essentially, this is the order of operations that they go in. What actually should be happening now is it should be gameplay, intended. Can you spell intended audience? Does that work? I don't think that it does, because the thing is that, like, you have to kind of figure out, I mean, you have to figure out what your game is first, and then I guess there's certain things that could, how does that actually happen now? I don't even think this is even a conversation. When you're making a good game, I don't even think intended audience is even a part of it. I quite literally think that it's just gameplay. Like, gameplay and the overall experience of the game up front. One man's idea. Yeah, I think that's actually the case. Which the funny thing is that, like, if that ends up being the case, all of this other shit here doesn't even exist at that point. And instead what ends up happening is we're just going to redo this. Because the actual bar of a good game is literally just a solid bar. Outside of, like, maybe one little separation right here. We'll give it two. We'll give it two separations right here. I do think, because this is, the problem is I think that sometimes this term can be, like, set out the wrong way. But I think this right here would actually be price. No. Why are you doing this to me? I need to, like, step my game up on the on the using MS Paint, like all the other streamers. Price. Accessibility. Gameplay. So they make the game that they want to make, how they want to make it the best possibly experience that it possibly can be. Then they worry about how much they need to charge for it to make sure that they make their money back, and then obviously make a profit, because that's what a business is supposed to do. And then the third order of operation for these guys is, you know, how can we get it to be more accessible for a wider audience? That, like, this is still a concern, and I don't think this is a concern that you should just completely disregard entirely. I think, like, I don't think it's something that you shouldn't, like, not worry about, right? Like, you still want to make sure that, like, can people that are, I don't know, can colorblind people play my game? It's okay to have that concern, right? Can deaf people play my game? Like, stuff like that matters. Subtitles, people of different, can somebody that doesn't read English be able to play my game? Like, having those things in order is an important thing to do. And that does make your game more widely available, and it also makes it where you can make a hell of a lot more money when your game works for people like that, right? Hot take, I think the audience finds itself if the game is good. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that you actually have to position a game for an intended audience. The only time that I think that you do is when a game already exists. So what I mean by that is like, say, when they made Halo, the guys that made Halo made it because they thought it was a really cool idea and it was the game that they wanted to make, and that's what they did. Right? But then after that game was made, it found its audience. It found its demographics. So you can't just ignore that entirely, right? So that's why, like, it's weird when I see that, like, you know, and I wholly agree with him right now. It's like this idea that, like, players want free games. Nobody gives a fuck about that. I just want to have good games to play. So, like, the issue is that you have a lot of these, like, MBAs. You have a lot of these fucking business bachelors that are in fucking these video game companies that have no background whatsoever in, like, entertainment or even in video game design or video games in general. Likely don't even play video games, right? Or haven't even played one. That come in and think that they can just manipulate this market the same way that they could with any other. And you can't. You just can't. I think there's an audience that naturally exists and they respond negatively to a game that targets audiences that aren't buying games. I think there's an audience that already exists. Yeah, I could actually kind of see how that would work. Because you would have people that would be like, this is supposed to be for me. Right? This is supposed to be for me. Why are you making this for somebody else? That's what ends up happening with a lot of these legacy franchises. That's why when you see people that have, like, there's an entire a subreddit that's dedicated to fuck Ubisoft, right? And that sub is almost entirely based off of Assassin's Creed players that have, like, been completely disenfranchised with that company. And the reason why is because they started making games for people that were not them when they used to make games for them. And they just did it because they thought that there would be more money there. But there's not. Like, I'm sorry, am I supposed to believe that, like, these guys think that they're just gonna make such a culturally important and incredible Assassin's Creed game that it's gonna wall off and make people that have never played a video game before come and play those games? I hope you guys realize this is the reason why in a lot of cases, and I don't know if people have noticed this as much. It's not really a conversation I see talked about too often. Video games in a lot of cases, especially on, like, the AAA side, are fucking brain dead easy. Brain dead easy. And they continue to do so. They continue down that path. Monster Hunter? I'm not going to disagree with you. I think that Monster Hunter is oversimplified. Even as somebody that came into the franchise during World, even I can be like, I mean, it's still fun, but, like, you've also kind of cut out a lot of the reason why you'd want to play a game like this, or, like, why, like, the audience likes this kind of game, right? Then how do you make a franchise to attract new audiences or potential fans? You just make good video games. Like the problem is that, like, that's the thought that these guys keep getting caught up into, is how do we reach these audiences? How do we do this? And it's just like, I don't know. Maybe you should probably stop thinking about trying to position products for demographics and instead worry about making better products. And budgeting them responsibly to make sure that you're not going to, you're like, what the fuck is the point of making a video game for $400 million? Did you guys see what EA said? Where is it at? Obviously, I've been all over fucking Twitter the past couple of days with all the fucking news, so my entire like feed is just like it's very bloated right now. EA leadership wants Battlefield 6 to hit 100 million players, it's reported. Electronic Arts has gone all in on Battlefield 6, not the confirmed title, assembling a crack team of several hundred developers across multiple studios. The franchise has been sitting firmly in the gutter for several years, but the consensus is that if the next game is done right, it'll serve up a long-needed revitalization of the series. In a recent report, it was claimed that EA leadership team is fully banking on this happening in a somewhat shocking and perhaps a little delusional revelation. It has been suggested that the eventual user target for Battlefield 6 is at 100 million users. What the fuck are you thinking? What? How many daily active users does Fortnite have? 30 million! What? What are you doing? That's not even this motherfucker's. That's who this is. That's who they are. It's literally just some dude in a boardroom and they're like, so how many players do you guys think that this Battlefield can get? And they're like, 100 million players. Like, where the fuck did you pull that number from? Where did you pull that number from? I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. The fuck? As of 2022, the entire franchise hasn't managed to sell 100 million copies. You know, I was thinking about this the other day, and I bet a lot of people will agree with this. A lot of these companies, where's it at? What is it? No. A lot of these companies have been pushing and pushing because they just want to have a Fortnite. They want to be their own Fortnite. I think that instead of trying to have a Fortnite, maybe they should try to be more like Steam. Valve's reported profit per head for Steam's commissions is out there at $3.5 million per employee. It makes Apple and Facebook look like a lemonade stand. All these motherfuckers want to be a Fortnite. I'd rather a lot of these people want to be a Steam. What do I mean like Steam? The reason why Steam makes as much money as it does, and the reason why Steam is so profitable, is because they are smart with their spending. They've always kept their headcount low, and they've always had a customer first approach. Have they done things against the customer? For sure. Obviously, they did loot boxes with CSGO. But outside of that, they've always had a customer first approach with their platform and with their games. It's worked out very well for them. Fuck, they don't even have to release a whole lot of games. Mind you, they have their own game-selling platform where they publish a lot of other people's games. Something, by the way, that most of these publishers already do. I'm so scared of the day that we inevitably lose Gabe. I mean, it's going to happen regardless, but at the same time, like, he catches me as one of those kind of people that would not, like, I've seen a lot of people that are like, we're so fucked once he's gone. And I'm like, you're probably right by a lot of averages, but at the same time, he seems like the kind of guy that wouldn't want to walk away from his legacy and, like, let somebody and shitify it, right? I think he would probably want to choose, like, the right heir. So I think what I'll do is I'll just, like, send an email to Gabe. Be like, hey, you looking for, like, a protege? I think that'd be the way. Like, hey, man, you know, I mean, I have this whole YouTube thing, but I wouldn't mind having a side job. You know what I mean? I heard there's yachts involved. What if Gabe just has like a reality TV show that he puts up like before he retires, and it's just like, you know, pick my heir or something like that? Never before seen. In a lengthy report reported by Ars Technica's, based off of insiders' claim, it was mentioned that Battlefield 6, otherwise known as Project Glacier, is looking to go big when it's released, potentially before April 2026. It was stressed that Electronic Arts leadership envisions a player count of 100 million users, rivaling Call of Duty and Fortnite. That's not rival. Well, if they're talking about 100 million users, so I guess 100 million copies sold, because it's not going to be a free-to-play game. Oh, it's going to have a free-to-play battle royale. Oh, and the free-to-play battle royale portion of the game is where they anticipate most of the users will gravitate towards. I don't know if it's good. From your experience so far with corporations like EA, Blizzard, and Ubisoft, and so on, do they have a hope to course correct themselves and actually start making games like they used to? I don't. To be honest, when it comes to like Blizzard, no, I don't think so. EA is probably a little bit more. EA's better positioned because they still, like, even though they've lost a lot of talent out of the years, they do still have a pretty decent amount themselves, and they have a good network of talent as well. Ubisoft, maybe with outside leadership coming in, but to be honest with you, not really, man. I feel like in a lot of cases, what's going to happen to some of like the biggest players that we see in the industry today is that, like, over time, they're just going to lose relevance and money. And it's not necessarily going to be like a course correct and they just become great again. I think in a lot of cases, it's just the forest is going to burn down and then new trees are going to prop up from where that happened, right? Nico, thank you for the 3 months, man. We won, bro. AAA is finally listening. Xbox is the first to show changes, and I will bet more will follow. I wouldn't be surprised if Battlefield 6 gets canceled regardless of what they're saying now. No, Battlefield 6 is going to be coming out regardless. I also don't think that, like, Xbox is that. I do think that we're winning. I'm not going to say that we're not winning. I think that we're winning. But I don't think that we're I don't think that Xbox is necessarily listening. I think that Xbox is not actually in control of their own business. I think that Xbox is completely ran by Microsoft now. Personally, I don't think that Xbox's leadership actually is doing any leading whatsoever. I think that a lot of it's actually just being controlled and positioned by Microsoft, and I don't think it's being done very well either, to be honest with you. That's not to say that, like, the funny thing is, I don't necessarily have an issue with their layoffs. I have an issue with what the layoff, like, how they're positioning their layoffs and, like, what those layoffs are likely for. But I don't know. We'll see. I still have to dive into a lot of that stuff. I barely even touched any of the Xbox layoff stuff yet. I haven't even really looked into a lot of it. I've only seen very, like, surface level stuff so far. Have you seen Death Stranding 2 graphics quality production? Oh yeah, no, the game looks incredible. I want to play it, but part of me wants to wait for it to come to PC instead of playing it on PlayStation. I don't know. I guess it just depends on how impatient I get. Thank you for the $5 though, Dead's Eye. Appreciate that. Corpo Agent with the $10. The term overrated tends to be more critical of an IP's fan base than the IP itself. People like what they like. That's a very good observation. It has a lot more to do with the people that are enjoying it and are talking it up too much than it actually has to do with the game, which then causes people to not like a game even more because they don't like seeing people like gush over that game that much, right? Like, I know of people and have seen people talk shit about how the fact that like people always gush over like Terraria is the most overrated game, and I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. That game's underrated, to be honest with you. Marcos with the $10. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Claire Obscure shits all over these AAA developers and is my favorite game of all time. It is fucking peak. I don't disagree with you there. Thank you for the $10, man. Rambling Entertain. Thank you for the $5. I don't know what had me more bricked up this week. AAA sweating because of Stop Killing Games, Xbox's continued collapse, or Helldivers 2 going to Xbox, and watching more meltdowns. There's been a lot. There's been a lot that's happened, man. There's been a lot that's happened. I thought that they were expecting Battlefield 6 to reach 100K players in its lifetime. I don't know about that, man. There's no word of that. They just say 100 million users. Like, but here's the thing: like 100 million users, they say what they want to rival Call of Duty and Fortnite. I mean, you don't have to really worry about Fortnite or Call of Duty, because Call of Duty's been falling off hard over the last little while. Basically, since the launch of Black Ops 6, they've already lost like 90 some odd % of the player base. Just crazy. And Fortnite, I mean, that's Fortnite, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Fortnite on average has like 20% of the entire Steam player base online at one point. That's how many players that game has live at any given time. 20% of the live active peak count of Twitch. That's fucking crazy. Like, could you imagine like being like, oh, we want to rival Fortnite? That's big fucking words. You know what the thing is? I genuinely believe this. When you look at like behemoths, I'm talking about these monster games, right? Fortnite, Minecraft. What else is something that's just like fucking monstrous? I guess Roblox still, maybe. I have no idea how that game, or what even that game is, to be honest with you. But you look at FIFA, sure. But you look at some of these like massive franchises that are pulling in like tons of fucking people every single day. I do not think these are games that you can directly compete with. I do not think that these are games that you can mimic. I think that in a lot of cases, these games are lightning in a bottle. Like, things just so happen to click in place at the right time. Even CSGO or CS, Counter-Strike is another really good example. I don't think that these are games that you can directly compete with or even try to follow. Like, sure, you can learn things from them and try to then implement that into the games that you're making, but I don't think that these are games that you can just wall off and say, we're going to make a Fortnite competitor. It doesn't work like that. There's a part to these games that these publishers and studios just don't understand and they can't replicate. And it's the community. One of the reasons why these games do so well and continue to do well is because of the community that is built up around them, which usually there's a lot of like uncontrollable social factors that build into that game's success. Does that make sense to you guys? You know what I mean? Like there's certain things that, like, I'll use it. Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong wouldn't have popped off the way that it had if it wasn't for the fact that we've had years of AAA games that have ignored that type of like linear action RPG game, and then on top of that, games that have constantly cycled through the exact same tropes, the exact same stories, the exact same mythologies, and then also it's the degradation of AAA games in general. right? The same thing goes for a lot of these like indie pop-offs that we've seen. The only reason these like indie games are popping off the way that they are is because of the degradation of AAA games. It's because of the lack in quality and the lack of enjoyment that players have been getting from those games that give these new games and these small developers the perfect opportunity, the dry season where everything can be lit on fire, and that's how they're coming up, right? Like there's certain social factors and community factors that build into these games blowing up the way that they do and then maintaining themselves. And like Fortnite is one of those games where like you can't recreate what that game did, because a lot of the things that Fortnite did, it didn't do itself. The community itself did around it. And then ever since then, it's just continued to build steam because of that, because they understood to build off of like what the community wanted, right? Like that's like a lot of people will shit on Fortnite. I think it's one of the most flawlessly ran live service games on the market. It is such a tactical nuke. It is insane. The way that they will just lean into meme culture, like meme culture that their community is interested in, and then it just money, players, everything straight up. So it's so well positioned and so well managed. Best you can do is create something original with a lot of passion and quality, and then maybe it'll be the next big thing. That's it. And you don't even want to gamble on whether or not you can be the next big thing or not. Your best move is just to make something good and make it because you want to make it good, and that's it. And then just fucking roll the dice and see what the world does with it, right? There's definitely certain things that you can do to be able to meet certain goals for sales and things like that. There's certain markets that you can target, right? Like if I was somebody that was trying to make a game today, one of the things that I would do, and I would guarantee I would just get a bunch of like, everybody in chat right now would be like, yes, 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 yes. If I wanted to make a bunch of money, I would make a game that just fucking drips with masculinity. I'm talking about Conan the Barbarian, fucking just absolutely jacked dude, smashing through fucking monsters. Make it with like I'm talking like, look at how like out of nowhere Space Marine 2 just absolutely smashed through the fucking ceiling, right? Those guys barely spent any money on that game. They said that they had planned for that game to sell less than a million copies. Isn't that Doom? It was. That's not what Doom Dark Ages was. Because now they want you to understand who the Doom guy is. We need to explore who he is. We need to find out more about his history. Like, instead of him just being this, like, stoic dude that just smashes aliens. Or not aliens, but demons. And then on top of that, they also got rid of glory kills, which then completely just, like, mutes the fucking dude bro energy out of it. like, just completely cut his nuts off with that. I mean, like, yeah, you could tone... Like, all they had to do was just tone back the glory kills, not get rid of them entirely. Like, Doom Eternal was peak. That game was good. So was 16. 16 was good as well. I'm just waiting for the next Doom to have to, like, show his butt cheeks in a shower scene and have him crying. They're just going to Master Chief Doom guy. Because that's what they do when they think that they need to reach a wider audience. Ooh, what is this? This has so much flavor. This is so much flavor. You know what this needs? Water. A lot of water. Just water all over it. Just actually, right now, this is 100% flavor. What if we made it 90% water? That's what they do. Ahem. Black guy. Take it for the tier 1. What a name. And when somebody tries to shame your game on social media, reply with gross and balls, 100,000 billion sales. True. True. You know what would sell a lot of... You know what would sell a lot? A good Lord of the Rings game. Like a good Lord of the Rings, like a really good Lord of the Rings game. What if they made like a Lord of the Rings game of the same quality of storytelling and mechanical depth and replayability as Baldur's Gate 3? How many copies do you guys think that would sell? Like, this shit ain't that hard. It ain't that hard. Shadow of Mordor? Shadow of Mordor popped off. I don't know how the second one did, but yeah. You used to like the PlayStation 2 game? Yeah, I was like... Yeah, these guys... I don't know what these guys are smoking. But if they're saying that it's going to be the best Battlefield game ever... I mean, I guess we'll fucking see. I don't know if you guys have the talent. I don't know if you guys have the people. I don't know if you can... I don't know if you guys have what it takes. Now, mind you, I've heard a lot, okay? I've heard a lot of things in the background going on, and this is actually... Battlefield 6 looks like it's actually shaping up to be relatively solid. So if they can deliver something good, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll be the one eating my words. You know what? EA... I hope you make a Battlefield 6 that can bring in 100 million players. I pray that you do. I want that game. I don't know if you can actually make it. That's a completely different story. But you know, I'd be happy if that's the direction that you went in. I'd be happy if that's the kind of game that you make. For sure, yeah. I don't even know where to start with this, man. I don't even know where to start. Oh. You know what? Let's do Stop Killing Games first. Because this shit's been going crazy, too. This has been wild. This stuff has been wild. So, obviously, so like PewDiePie, a bunch of other like larger creators started hopping on and started making videos or started at least posting on their YouTube channel, like even in like their... like community page and stuff like that to try to promote Stop Killing Games, sending the link, getting people to go sign it and whatnot. Obviously, Stop Killing Games right now. Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games at this very moment is almost at 1.2 million signatures. $1.182 million signatures right now. That is fucking insane. It is wild how quickly this caught fire. Now, obviously, I guess he started talking about how it looked like there might have been some botted or some spoofed signatures in some way. They're kind of like looking into that. So the thing is to keep pushing it because the higher the number, the more insurance you have, right? So they think that they should be relatively safe if it gets up to like 1.4 million. And I think that that's completely doable. I think that's completely doable. I would guarantee that it's going to get there. Pyre tried to act like he helped and took credit. No, he did not. No, he did not. He did worse than that, actually. Where the fuck is the post? I saw it. Guys, I'm going to be real with you, man. Where is it at? I don't know if I saved it or not. I saw it and I couldn't even believe somebody would say something like this because it's just that ridiculous. Oh, I was on TMZ. I forgot about that. I don't think I saved it, did I? Pirate Software responded to the Killing Games campaign hitting 1 million signatures. I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything that you asked for, but nothing that you wanted, and I'll leave it there. Holy shit. I'm sitting here and like I was talking to a friend about this the other day. And I had said, like, you know, I'm looking at like this pirate software stuff, and I'm like, you know, when it comes to a lot of this like online internet drama, I look at it and I'm like, you know what, man, it is what it is. You know, like if I ever find myself in a position where I see that I am this overwhelmingly opposed by something, maybe I would take the time to sit back and maybe reflect and be like, okay, there's something wrong. Maybe it's how I'm wording my perspective. Maybe my perspective is wrong, right? Like, I just need to, like, take a second. Like, because, like, this is crazy to me. Like, I'm, like, sitting here and I'm like, how could you not just be like, what I said was wrong? And my position on this is wrong. And I have character assassinated both the leader of this movement and the movement itself multiple times. Pure ego. I guess this what it has to be. That's all I have. Like, cause I'm like, I look at this and I'm just like, how are you like this? What? I hope your initiative gets everything you asked for, but nothing you wanted. Like, what the fuck? That is crazy. I saw there was another one that he had posted as well where he had talked about it. He hasn't blocked me yet. No, he hasn't blocked me yet. Yeah, he posted this. The most interesting narrative is that my videos somehow, like, bro, just fucking let it go. Like, at this point, if you are that opposed to like what Stop Killing Games is, the only option you have right now is just fucking ignore it. Let it go. Because every single time that you come back to throw a little bit of, like, I need to defend myself again. No, you don't. Like, if that's your position is against what everyone else wants. Whatever you say will never change anyone's mind. Because we're right and you're wrong. But outside of that, every time you come back to it and try to defend yourself, you're only making it worse. You're only going to make it worse. The most interesting narrative is that my video somehow killed the initiative. That was never the narrative. That was never the narrative. You were straw manning with the first sentence of your post. Everybody's position is that you had a chilling effect, and you also likely had a hand in making sure that people didn't fully understand what the initiative was or what it was trying to do. And then, on top of that, in your words, said that you would campaign to get people not to sign the initiative. But that was on stream and not the YouTube videos where you act like a good guy, so I guess that's different, right? That must be what it is. We have to, which one are we supposed to pay attention to? Is it Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde? I can't tell. I honestly can't tell. So that's not what anybody said. Everybody had said you would spread misinformation about the campaign because your perspective was wrong. You misrepresented the campaign, which does not mean that you killed it. It just means that there's a really good opportunity that somebody with your reach, which is far more reach than Ross had, likely steered people in the wrong direction. Even if you guys go back and you watch the original reaction of Asmongold to Stop Killing Games, the video that Pirate Software put out, you will see multiple instances in which even Asmongold gets led down the wrong path and starts arguing for things that aren't even a part of this conversation, or like seeing the perspective of something that's not even a part of the conversation. And like, that's what it does, right? It plants the seed of doubt, and then that seed of doubt then blooms, and it blocks the way for a lot of other people that likely would have come to sign the petition, right? That's all it is. You didn't kill anything. You don't deserve that award. It's just that you definitely had an impact on the narrative around it that didn't belong there, that also didn't belong or didn't deserve the kind of reach that it had. This graph shows that the initiative had already had a downward trend since my videos dropped. My video does not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did, though. Best of luck in the next steps. Like, holy shit. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, okay. I'm initially I was like trying to be like a little benefit of the doubt. Trying to give a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Making me the villain did though. Yeah, this guy's a narcissist. Fuck. Holy shit. It wasn't me, but it is me. And also at the exact same time, while he can actually point to this and show the timeline of when they recently made the video and posted it, and he talked about the pirate software stuff. I will undoubtedly say that there is probably a very strong and very large movement of people that likely did want to support this specifically because they don't like pirate software. That's on you. That has more to do with you than anything else. Beyond that, the other thing is that there's also a really good chance that players saw this relatively close to the finish line and said, this is the last ditch effort. We're pushing for this. While there has been a lot of criticism around pirate software for sure, right? Because there's a lot to be able to actually, let's read what he's trying to say. I read what he said. The fuck are you talking about? And he says, and for those who don't understand why I put the videos out in the first place, you might want to read this. And he links to an article of another developer that's defending the same videos that he made. I've already watched his videos. Most people already know what his points of contention are when in regards to stop killing games. Either way, there's two things that catalyze this. Well, probably three things that catalyze this, honestly. I don't think that like the conversation of like I don't think that like the room temperature of like anti AAA hadn't really reached its peak around the time of Stop Killing Games. Right? It hadn't really reached its peak. Now, like the temperature's through the fucking roof. Okay? Like people are sick of this shit. They're sick of the way the games have been released. They're sick of the games that have been released. They're sick of the way that these companies are constantly trying to push for less and less ownership, more and more live service, more and more games as a service, more and more subscription services. All of this stuff. Like people are just mad. And now you have a moment where all of a sudden here comes Ross and he comes in and he goes, hey, this thing's about to fail. And people really love an underdog story. And when something's a month away from failure, it is very easy to motivate people to want to come in and try to save it last second. Because that makes for a much more interesting and heroic story than it does if everybody just immediately signed the petition, the month that Ross put it out. If Pirate Software just said my bad over the WoW drama, it wouldn't have been this nuclear. Oh yeah, that also has something to do with it as well, right? I didn't realize that like World of Warcraft thing that he was in, which I honestly have no idea about any of it. I barely even saw anything on it. But I do know that it had an impact on how people viewed him, for sure. The WoW drama was so stupid. Well, I mean, that's World of Warcraft, so... I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude. I mean, like... For any of us that have played World of Warcraft, yeah, you're gonna get into some of the dumbest drama that you've ever seen in your entire fucking life. Same thing goes for like any MMO. Like you'll hear people like fucking, I remember I was in like a raid group in Final Fantasy 14 and we had to break up because the raid leader, like we had spent 2 weeks trying to prog one boss and it was hard. It was a hard fucking boss. I want you guys to keep in mind. The raid cycle started, right? The new tier came out. We beat the first boss of the raid in the first day. Like, We beat the shit out of that motherfucker. And then our next day, we beat the second boss. And then the next week, we went back and we beat the first, second, and then we beat the third boss in the second week. Most raids, I think, in Final Fantasy, they try to, like the hardcore competitive, not really competitive, but the people that just want to get it done and get it out of the way. Usually like 6 weeks is usually what the like time limit is. By week 4, we were already on the final boss. Like, we were progging the final boss. Well, actually, by week 3, we were already... No, yeah, it was by week 3 we were progging the final boss. So we got to, like, week 5 because we had, like, 2 weeks where we kind of failed. And, like, it was just tough because there's some people that just were not doing what they were supposed to do. But then, like, they got, like, weirdly self-conscious about all of it. And they were like, I just can't do this. You guys deserve better than me. And it's just like, it has nothing to do with you. What are you doing? And then, like, 2 other people had, like, mental breakdowns. And I'm like, wait, we're playing a video game. What are you doing? What does it fucking matter? Just chill. Take your time. I'm having fun. I got a drink next to me. I'm eating some chips, and we're beating on this boss, and we're getting better every single time. And then they all left, and I'm like, what was that even for? What's that even about? Binding Coil of Bahamut drama. Oh, I've been in that as well. Yeah. Yeah. The minute you get into like ultimates is the minute that you start getting into some messes. Those executives said the bill is bad though. Oh. So, Pirate Software playing up the fucking villain. I mean, that's one thing to do. I mean, you're just only going to add even more fuel to the fire. But then the European Commission comes forward and puts out a statement. Sorry, Video Games for Europe. Video Games Europe. Let's bring this up. I need you guys to see this because this shit is fucking crazy. Video Games Europe. So, Video Games Europe recently put out a post. Statement for Stop Killing Games. This is all their statement says. We appreciate the passion of the community. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be an option for companies when online experience is no longer commercially viable. We understand that it can be disappointing for players when it does happen. The industry ensures that players are given fair notice and of the prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option for players because of the protections we put in place to secure players' data, remove illegal content, and combat unsafe community content. Like mods and shit? They would not exist and would leave rights holders liable. They would not exist and leave rights holders liable. No, they don't. No, they don't, you fucking liar. What? They would not exist and leave rights holders liable. No, they wouldn't. You would just make that a part of your end user license agreement that you guys already chock full of a bunch of bullshit. If the game is past point of service and it is now in the hands of the consumers and they are the ones that are then managing any type of servers or modding or whatever it is, don't sit here and try to pretend that like because some goofball made some like, you know, big titty mod for a video game that now all of a sudden you guys are going to be held liable legally because you're the ones that hold the intellectual property right. No, don't even try that bullshit. No, you goofy. You are so goofy for that. And the same thing goes for if anybody's information is leaked or anything like that as a result of like hacking or whatever else. If like, you know, say one of these games goes down and then they create like a peer-to-peer server or something like that, and then somebody gets hacked because they're playing a game peer-to-peer, you have never been liable for that. Because you have an agreement that is signed when the player logs into the game that says that you're not liable for it. Written by a lawyer? Written by an idiot, more like it. In addition, these titles are designed from the ground up to be online only. That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm glad they can see the issue. Hey, maybe they're not so dumb after all. In effect, these proposals would curtail developer choice by making these games prohibitively expensive to create. Shut the fuck up. No, they wouldn't. You're already prohibitively expensive to begin with by spending $400 million to make the next fucking Battlefield. So you can eat my balls on that one. On top of that, the other thing is that it wouldn't be a problem if you were making these games with this in mind before you actually released it. We're not talking about something that is going to be retroactive. We're talking statement sounds like pirate software. It sounds like they listened to his video and then went and wrote this. And beyond that, the thing is like I have seen so many like server analysts or server technicians, like people that actually work on the server side of video games that are like, guys, I just want to let you know, what you're asking for is not hard to do. What you're asking for, it's not hard to do. It's really not. It's really not. It just blows my fucking mind. And the funny thing is that we see this shit happen. Like even like using as an example, Baldur's Gate 3. They handed over the entire fucking dev kit. They handed over the mod tools for people to be able to make their own content for Baldur's Gate 3. There's companies that already do this. And it's not prohibitively expensive for them to do it. It's just something that they plan ahead for. They're just trying to make, like don't you guys realize how it... Guys, you don't understand. You don't understand. It'll make it, we won't even be able to survive. We won't even be able to survive. We'll all go out of business. I don't think you get it. I don't, guys, you don't understand. Oh, we'll be poor. We won't even be able to make video games anymore. Shut the fuck up. Why are you talking to me like you're poor people? Why are you talking to me like you're poor? You guys got plenty of money. You're all right. Maybe take a second to think about maybe your industry shouldn't be as big as it is. Maybe your company shouldn't be as big as they are. Then again, it looks like you guys are already starting to figure that out as I've seen over the last couple of years of layoffs, but we welcome the opportunity to discuss our position with policymakers. What this actually reads as, we're welcoming the opportunity to pay off policymakers to make sure that none of this ever happens. We're talking about one of the most profitable, fastest growing, and one of the largest industries in the entire fucking world. It is the most profitable. It is the biggest entertainment industry in the world. It has now consumed all entertainment in profitability and growth. But we need to, guys, but their entire history, their entire future, it all hinges on the fact that they can just take away things that we buy whenever they feel like it. You don't understand. You don't understand. Now, you might ask yourself, who is Video Games Europe? Right? Who are they? Who are these guys? Let's find out. Simon Little. Okay. I don't want your team. I want the other one. About Us. Our board. Who's your board? Oh, your chair is Warner Brother Games, Epic Games, Electronic Arts, Activision, Microsoft, Embracer, Nintendo Group of America, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Take-Two, Ubisoft, Bandai Namco, Square Enix, Level Infinite. I don't know who that is. I don't know any of these are. These might be like some like side ones. But oh yes. Yes, Epic Games, EA, Activision, Embracer Group, Microsoft, Nintendo, Take-Two, Sony, Ubisoft, Square Enix, and Bandai Namco. Exactly the companies that I want to be lobbying on my behalf and talking to me about how they protect us and if we don't know what we're asking for. Oh, they're Chinese or Chinese companies? Okay. It's literally a lobby group. That's all it is. Big shocker? Yeah. Truly our allies. Yes, they don't. You guys don't understand. They are looking out for our best interests. I need you to know. I'm looking out for your best interests. You know, the thing is that like you learn so much about how this world works when you go and you work for a company that relies on commissions for sales. And then you start to really see like how a lot of corporations and companies work and how they think and what they actually think of customers, especially at higher levels. The higher you go, the worst every worst assumption you have comes true. Every single time. And it's just like, yes. I'm sure you guys, we look forward for the opportunity to talk to legislators. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. I guarantee a lot of you guys are already trying to check out to see how many zeros you got to put on the check before you sign it over. So I had said, Stop Killing Games is making so much noise that Video Games Europe, a group of lobbyists made up of Embracer, EA, Activision, and the worst in games, are here to say that you don't know what you're asking for. They're scared. Keep them that way. And I linked to the Stop Killing Games. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is my favorite part. The part where it says it's actually funny that they say this industry, the industry gives fair notice in compliance with local consumer protection laws. Exactly, that's the problem. We don't like the consumer protection laws. And also, you're not the one that gets to dictate the consumer protection laws. The ones that they're in place for is to protect us from you. I'm sorry, but I don't even think you should be in the conversation. Personally, if we're talking about laws that are in place to protect me from you, why is my aggressor the one that gets to talk to the politicians about it? Citing yourself as a king move? Hey, baby, sometimes I drop some bangers, okay? I don't always get a tweet that fucking pop. Actually, this motherfucker is popping off. 12K. Maybe I need to monetize my, I don't even care about it, to be honest. Every time I see one of these tweets go, like, actually get, like, a fucking, a bunch of engagement, I'm just like, hopefully somebody comes and watches a video sometime. That's all I want. That's all I care. That and just talking shit is fun. I'm gonna pin this one instead now. Because the other one is the other one's old. Give $5 from X. Yeah, maybe it'll. Yeah. I honestly probably don't even need the fucking. I got a premium. Like people always talk shit about getting a premium account. I got it so I can fucking message people that I wanted to message, like other creators and shit. Where I'm like, I have something to say or something to ask this person. Is I go and I look. The only way that you can is if you pay the motherfuckers. It's fucking bullshit. The weirdos that are out in force in chat today. Really? What are they saying? I'm missing stuff. Lots of people obsessed about you? What? Asmon made your channel? What? That's pretty fucking hard to do. Homeboys watched a lot of fucking people that have not gotten any fucking views. Oh, yeah. If they're just saying stupid shit like that, just ban the fuck out of them. What the fuck? I don't know. There's like fucking weird people that just get like, I don't know, man. They're all losers. Yeah. They are. Why even deny it? You can admit it, it's fine. All right, I'll bring you up. You can admit it, it's fine. Admit what? Like, go look at my fucking channel. Most of my most viewed videos I've ever made, Asmon hasn't even watched. Asmongold hasn't even fucking watched me in like... When was the last time he reacted to a video of mine? Like, it's just like the dumbest fucking thing. Like, don't get me wrong. I am 100% appreciative of Asmongold watching my videos and signal boosting me when I was like way earlier into my fucking career and like I just had started making videos. Like, I've been watching the dude for fucking years. I took a lot of the advice that he had said on his streams when he talked about, like how to make, you know, content and being a content creator and shit like that. And I used and applied that shit to the stuff that I was making for a lot of my stuff. And he advertised my channel. But regardless, at the same time, like, it's so retarded when I hear people say shit like Asmongold made you. Like, bitch, you have to like the video and me to go subscribe and then go want to watch me when he's not watching me. I get fucking nothing if you're just watching it through him. Do you not understand how that shit works? Like, the creator themselves has to sell their own content. And if my content can't stand on its own, then it doesn't fucking matter if Asmongold watches it because nobody else is going to go see it. And there's been plenty of fucking Asmongold viewers that have watched videos from other content creators, and those guys went fucking nowhere. There's plenty of content creators that Asmongold fucking loves, and he watches, but his chat doesn't have anything to do with. They don't go watch any of their shit. Nothing. You can get the spotlight shown on to you, but you have to entertain the crowd to keep them. Yeah, exactly. It's just, yeah, my mom made me. That is true. My mom did make me. True. Based. Based. True. Yeah. It came for the good vibes and you killed it. I never said he made you. I'm not even talking to you. There was somebody else that had asked the question. But don't be weird. That's like the easiest thing not to do, just to not be fucking weird. Came here from Asmon's stream. So glad he pointed you out. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what a lot of people usually say. But then you got some people that are like, I need you to get down and, like, blow this guy. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why you like this? So stupid. So stupid. Dude, okay, I wanted to react to this video. I saw it. It popped up on my channel, or it popped up on my feed a couple days ago, where like this guy got his 69-year-old dad to go and beat Dark Souls, and he was a dad that said like video games are a waste of time. And after he said it, it's like a thrilling experience that I'd never, or thrilling in a way I'd never experienced before. I wanted to watch it, but the video's only been live for like a day. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let it simmer, and then I'll come back to it next week and watch it. Very cool. I think that's very cool, because like the thing is, I think there's a lot of us that have probably come across people in the past that have been like, oh, video games are stupid, video games are dumb, it's a waste of time. I like, in a lot of cases it still is used as like a negative sentiment. You'll see it all the time. It used to be a lot more prevalent. I'd probably say like maybe like 15-20 years ago, before video games got cool, right? Before like it was like the cool kid thing to do to play video games. And now that it is, it's obviously a lot less than it used to be. But back in the day, dude, you used to actually have a lot of motherfuckers that like, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I get made fun of for playing video games all the time. All the time. You're gonna play Mop Classic? Dude, I quit playing World of Warcraft after... I quit before I quit before Cataclysm because I got into a band and I had a girlfriend. And then I tried coming back. And the time that I came back, this is perfect, by the way, right? So I quit before Cataclysm because I just didn't like the changes that I saw, and I was in a band, and I was dating someone at the time. And then after that, I tried to come back to World of Warcraft, and this is a perfect situation. I came back to Warlords of Draenor, which was like me walking back to a dumpster fire and then being like, no. And then I think the only other time that I've ever tried World of Warcraft again since then was I came back to World of Warcraft during Dragonflight because there was some positive sentiment around it. And then I played it and I was just like, this shit sucks. Like, this game sucks. I don't know how to really describe it. As somebody that only ever played World of Warcraft during, I played Burning Crusade and I played Wrath of the Lich King. As somebody that only played that version of WoW and then never played it really that much ever again, like, it just, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It was bad. What's your honest opinion about Unreal Engine 5 being the engine that everybody wants to use now? I think it's the very reason that so many games are worse in 2025. I don't know, man. Like, the thing is that, like, I think there's a lot of people that hate Unreal Engine 5, and I think that some of that shit is actually warranted in some cases because a lot of people are kind of just jumping on board with it. It's weird because, like, in certain cases, I like the diversity of engines because I think that actually makes the industry much more flexible and likely also allows them to be able to progress faster. Like, it's better for the technology of video game engines as a whole to have multiple engines that people are making of their own or experimenting with, like, branched versions of them. I don't think it's necessarily a good thing to try to have, like, everybody in the industry want to make, like, an industry standard. From a business perspective, it makes sense, right? Because if it's an industry standard, then that means, like, every kid that goes to college knows how to code your games. Everybody in the industry knows how to code on this software. That's good, right? But from, like, an actual, like, technological, like, from, like, a progress perspective, I don't think it's very good. It's not the tool, but the person using the tool. We've seen that with Unreal Engine 5 games. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing as well, is that, like, in a lot of cases, a lot of the technology that they put into Unreal Engine 5, a lot of it is still really, like, experimental. But then past that, the other thing is that, like, my biggest issue with Unreal Engine 5 is that it has a lot of tools to be able to cover up your mistakes rather than fixing them. So as time goes on, you're going to have more and more people that are not learning how to actually fix their mistakes. You're going to have more people that are just covering those mistakes up. And those mistakes pile up, and they end up causing performance issues and other long-term issues with a lot of games. However, at the exact same time, we've also seen what people are capable of if they get into that engine and they have the best, intentions in mind. Expedition 33 as an example, right? Like Expedition 33, that's Unreal Engine 5. That game is fantastic. It turned out great. Smeg, thank you for the membership, brother. Appreciate that. What is I missed some super chats here. Sorry about that. Polygon article dropped yesterday talking about how Death Stranding needs to desperately needs a content warning. So cringe. It needs a content warning. Wasn't one of them talking about how they didn't like how the game depicts women or something like that? It's so that'd be like talking about like a Sports Illustrated calendar and being like, we need to talk about how this is a problem. No, you don't. It's not for you. Stop trying to make everything for everyone. Not everything has to be that way. Fortnite would have had Fortnite never would have thought to have a ninja stream with Drake. Oh, that was actually kind of crazy. I forgot that happened. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Ish Master. Judson Watkins with the 4.99 says, I'm still upset that ZeniMax canceled the MMO for another 10 years of ESO. At least we are getting Helldivers 2 on Xbox. Yeah, I mean, that's good for the Xbox folks. I think the whole ZeniMax thing just sucks for everybody, to be honest with you. Especially because there was a lot of people that were relatively high on, like, the things that they had revealed, and also a lot of, like, the background experiences that a lot of the people had with Everwilds, I think is what it was called. And it was actually going to be like a Destiny, like a real Destiny competitor, and I think that's something that a lot of people would probably really enjoy. Okay, all right, let's do the Xbox shit, because there's a lot to go in. There's a lot here. Okay. Turn 10 employees. There has to be I mean, there are so many people that have something to say about these layoffs. Matt Piscatella, I talked about that. We'll go into it in a second. I'm trying to find the original post. The 9,000 employees fired by Microsoft are more than Nintendo's total workforce of 8,000 employees. Just to keep perspective on scale with operations and differences between companies that in some capacity are in the industry. That is fucking crazy. And a lot of these folks came from it's not just Microsoft, but it's like a lot of it's all Xbox. A lot of it was Xbox people. 9,000 positions removed from Xbox. And that's more employees than Nintendo has in total. That goes to show you just how bloated they've become. Microsoft's darkest day in gaming since the last one opinion. What does GameIndustry.biz have to say? Here we go again. No doubt we'll have someone caught up with the news. The latest round of job cuts at Microsoft. In summary, the U.S. giant firm slashed 4% of its workforce, equating to roughly 9,000 people. Many of those were cut from the gaming division. Yesterday and today, we've been watching the horror slowly roll on. Job losses at King, Raven Software, Rare, and Blizzard, among others. Rare's long in gestation Everwild has been canceled. So too has Interactive's Perfect Dark reboot, and the studio has been shut down to boot. We knew that cuts were coming, but that didn't cushion the blow. It's not the first time that we've been seeing this situation. Not the first time we've been seeing this situation either. Following the waves of job cuts at Microsoft in May and January this year, as well as last September, with the closure of Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin in May of 2024. At least Tango was resurrected by Krafton. Let's see here. So I just went the basic. That was just a basic announcement. So going through some of the games that they had cut, canceled, and ultimately completely fucking nuked. Perfect Dark was the first one on the list. This one right here. I think this one was probably already dead on arrival to begin with. I like, maybe some people are probably going to be against me saying that, but I think pretty much overall, when a lot of people saw the original reveal for this game, they didn't like the way that the character looked. Nice jaw, man. Yeah, exactly. That was the thing that I saw a lot of people talking about. Perfect Mew. Yeah. I saw a lot of people that just were not happy with the way that the character looked. Obviously, it's a first-person game, but it's also a narrative-driven game, so you're going to have to interact with that character a lot. They didn't like how they kind of masculinified the female character, and it sucks. Honestly, it kind of sucks to see what they ended up doing to that game, and also at the same time, seeing that we're likely never going to see another Perfect Dark in the future. The big one, though, Greg Mails, director of Banjo and Kazooie, Sea of Thieves, leaves Rare. So he left Rare. It's batshit that Turn 10, a great studio that's never really, or that's literally never shipped anything less than a great game. Metacritic receipts attached, is reduced to perhaps a support studio with these cuts. What an absolutely brutal business gaming is. Yeah, so like there's a lot of nuance to this conversation. And part of that nuance is ship nothing less than a great game, Metacritic receipts attached. Just because you guys score a game really high doesn't somehow justify that studio staying around. Just because you score their games and they've made games that have scored really well, your opinions as a video game reviewer and a journalist, sadly, they do not represent job security. Anytime I see game journalists want to lean on Metacritic scores as somehow as like a way to be able to like prove that these people are like worthwhile to keep around, I always find that to be such grade A bullshit, and also kind of like a pat on their own back. Like, but we really like their games. That's great and all, but I'll be honest with you, Forza, I feel like Forza is like the least talked about racing series in the entire industry. I don't feel like it's like wholly it must be. It has to be unprofitable. Or at least their versions of Forza. Isn't there another studio that makes Forza as well? Playground, right? Forza Motorsport sucks. Look at SteamDB. Yeah, okay. Good idea. Forza 5? That's not bad for a racing game. Oh, there's been 2 other ones that came out past that. Did they not release him on Steam? Oh, it's Motorsport. Horizon's the open world one. Forza is good, both series, full stop. I'm not saying that they're not bad games. I'm just saying that there's a really good chance that racing games in general have just kind of fallen off over the years. Not on Steam. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's not a lot of people. The thing is, like, a lot of people will try to bring this shit up, but in a lot of cases, nobody wants to play. Like, if you're on PC, I don't want to play anything off the Xbox store. I don't want to play anything off of Game Pass. There are a lot of games, full stop, that just absolutely fucking suck to play on through the Xbox's ecosystem. I don't know why. I don't know why they have different versions. There's a Steam version and then an Xbox app or Xbox PC version. There are different versions. Some of them, for whatever reason, run like absolute ass. I don't know. I that's something they need to figure out. Sakano, thank you for the I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what currency that is, but I appreciate the super chats regardless. Hey, what's up? Do you have any tips for an ex-AAA, AA indie programmer starting a YouTube channel to talk about why AAA is garbage? Yeah, just speak from the heart, man. That's pretty much about it. There's not really a whole lot that you can do. Just speak from the heart. Say your piece and try to do something different. Whatever unique flavor you can bring to the conversation. That's all you got to do. Game Pass is whenever you want to play a game with DLCs. Maybe. Game Pass, forget the fact that games have their own launcher or required to have Ubisoft or an EA launcher for Steam Deck. Yeah, I don't like playing games on Game Pass, and I don't like playing games on I just don't like playing games on the Xbox app on PC at all, to be honest with you. PC Game Pass is shit. Yeah, and plus on top of that, the other thing is too is I like personally as like a PC player, I mostly like to try to keep all of my library in one place. I like Steam as a platform. I enjoy it better. It's much more user friendly and easier to keep track of, and that's pretty much it. I was checking my feeds recently, and Thor claims that he's been getting death threats, and was I mean, probably. That's just the nature of the internet. Fuck, I've gotten that shit. Everybody does. Like people, like the thing is that like you have to keep in mind, anytime you put yourself on the internet, and like one thing I always like, it sucks and it's scary and it's fucking weird, 100%. But at the exact same time, you're going from being a person, just a normal, everyday, average human being that maybe only ever meets like and knows personally, you know, a few thousand people, maybe, I don't know, probably less than that, 100 or whatever. I mean, how many people's names do I even know? How many could I even rack off the top of my head of people that I know in person? Quite a few, but not that many. To being somebody that is exposed to the entire world and all of its denizens. And guess what? The more people that you're exposed to, especially when you're getting into the, you know, we're talking about millions upon millions, the higher the chance is that you're probably going to come across some people that are fucking insane. That are like terminally online, that cannot fucking function in society, that are undiagnosed with mental conditions, that wall off and say some crazy shit or try to do some crazy shit. You're putting yourself, like, I didn't recognize it until I got started. But it didn't take very long for me to like kind of realize where it's just like it's frightening, but it's a risk that you're taking because you're enjoying what you're doing or whatever I don't know, whatever it is. Like all you can do is just ignore it. I like GOG. I like GOG too. I have a few games on GOG as well. Smeg, thank you for the 5 gifted, brother. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you guys thank them for the subs. Not saying it's right, but it's a sign that Horizon is more fondly looked at and more profitable. Horizon has been gaining over the years, the last couple of iterations particularly. And that's not including the recent successful launches on PlayStation 5. So yes, Horizon Star is definitely on the rise, and deservedly so. It's an incredible series. Yeah, that's really what it kind of probably comes down to. I would almost guarantee what it is that they've been watching the motorsport series decline. Even though they're good racing games critically, they're just not interesting for the players as like a player on a player experience. And more people are choosing to stay with Forza Horizon, rather than doing anything else, right? Makes sense to me. So from Xbox's perspective, they're just like, the studio right here is first on the chopping block. The initiative says it was formed in 2018 as Microsoft's first quadruple A studio. This was the origin of the triple A of the quadruple A meme, I believe. Today, their debut title, Perfect Dark, was canceled, and the studio is closing down. This is the only look at the gameplay we got from the Xbox Showcase in 2024. I don't like, what are these guys thinking? What are they thinking? Already bored? I know. That's what I'm saying.
I had to lose everything before I could see.
This looks like garbage. It doesn't really look that good. Like, one, look how scripted this is as well, right? Like, where did those enemies come from? Here they are over here.
Before I could see.
And then they're just like in perfect position right next. Like, obviously this is all scripted, right? Like, none of this is actually like real gameplay. It's all scripted gameplay. You can pretty much tell that. But at the exact same time, like, this is not like the most like thrilling,
I hope you're ready, Agent Dark.
insane thing that I've ever seen. And it's just like, you know what the funny thing is? Chances are, what do they qualify as quadruple A? I know what they qualify as quadruple A. It's how much money they spent on it. So chances are, while a lot of people are going to sit back and they're going to look at this, they're going to be like, oh man, it's so sad that they shut this game down, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, but there's probably a really good shot that these guys, because of this like idea of a quadruple A studio, that they sunk like $400 million into this game and have nothing to show for it. I would guarantee that's what it is. There's a link to the Discord in the on the Twitch page. My thing isn't working right now, I guess. Skull and Bones, your quadruple A game. I would almost guarantee it's that same kind of situation where you just straight up had some people that were like spending a lot of fucking money to make something that they honestly could have made a double A game. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm looking at this. This doesn't even really look like AAA to me. Expedition 33 looks better. Takano, thank you for the epic man, or thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Murray with the $2. Love your channel. Keep it up, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. What is your opinion on Ready or Not censorship? I'm not personally fond of it. Oh, didn't they change the censorship? Didn't they like censor Ready or Not after it's already been released? Like retroactively censoring it? I can't remember exactly the story on it. Personally, I think that's bullshit. If I bought something and I already paid for it, and you want to retroactively months later go back and censor something, I think that should be, I think I should have a choice whether or not you do that to my game or not. That's where this constant conversation goes back to, like, stop killing games. Is that it doesn't just end with, like, can I play a game when it's turned off? Like, when they turn the servers off. It goes back to this idea of, like, I don't know. What if I bought Stellar Blade? And this is we're talking about like a crazy edge case that would never even happen, but it could happen with some studios for sure. But imagine like I buy Stellar Blade, right? And then they're like, and actually they did do this. Didn't they actually censor a couple of the outfits originally and then they go back and actually change the outfits to be what they originally were? So like imagine you go to buy that game and they're like, sorry, this game is too revealing. We're going to put Eve in a fucking garbage bag. So now you can't see anything, right? Like, why do I have to participate in that when I bought the product for another reason? What if that was something that I liked about the game? But we can't have that conversation because we give up full rights for these guys to do whatever they want after we buy a game. So unless they're willing to change the language and say that all video games are rentals now, which then would cause a major disruption within the video game industry, and a lot of people would then go move towards games that they could buy instead, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Didn't they put it back after a while as well? The Stellar Blade one they did. Yeah. CEO said it was his decision for Stellar. I was pretty sure that had to do something with like Sony censorship in some way. I'd have to look back on that. That was a long time ago. WoW did a bunch of censorship. Same fucking thing. This ain't the game that I bought. And now all of a sudden you guys want to go back on it. You want to do that, that's fine. Just give me my money back. Right? The issue is we're not even having that kind of conversation right now. It's just they get to do whatever they want, whenever they want, take our money, and they have absolute freedom to just completely fuck us anytime. I don't like that. I don't like it. Xbox since the top of 2024. The Initiative closed down. Perfect Dark canceled. Everwild canceled. This one I was actually really sad to see. Fucking funny. I really like that. I really like that. This is the next box. Everwild's hurts. I was looking forward to it. I'll be honest with you. I like the idea. I want a Destiny competitor, like something that actually like tries to compete with them, like toe to toe in a lot of cases. I think that there's a very, very workable, very realistic video game to be able to make that is good and remains good off of that Destiny formula that just hasn't been made or handled well. I know a lot of people will point to Warframe. Warframe is just a completely different type of game. It's not that it's not bad. It's just not Destiny. It's just not the same kind of experience. Destiny very much leans more heavily into the more traditional MMO, like traditional like MMORPG, World of Warcraft and stuff like that. Yeah, Warframe's its own monster. Yeah, it's a completely different thing, right? What was Blizzard's Odyssey? Fuck. Nobody knows. It was a survival game, wasn't it? Oh, you're seeing it on here. New ZeniMax Online Studios IP was canceled, so 2 potential MMOs likely canceled. 50% of Turn 1 or Turn 10 gone. 10% of King gone. The King one probably is fine, to be honest with you. Like, those are all mobile games and shit. I could honestly give a complete... I could honestly care less about it. I missed a super chat, did I? Oh, apparently so. Oh, I'm sorry. I did. Yeah, I got covered up because it gives me like an auto chat summary. Apparently Satya Nadella and Amy Hood, CFO, ordered all Microsoft employees to cut in order to make $80 billion and for AI infrastructure. Don't worry. We're getting into that. Judson Watkins with the $4.99 says, Ma Dang 2 Hearts looks interesting. Combination of Splinter Cell mixed with other types of games. They've been listening to community feedback. I need to check that one out. I keep seeing that name pop up all over the place. Layoffs at Raven Software. Arcane Austin closed down. Tango Gameworks. Alpha Dog. Roundhouse, Blizzard's Odyssey canceled. Not to mention like a shitload of layoffs at Blizzard and stuff as well, right? Like they've let a lot of people go. In Xbox, like, you know, in a lot, like I've seen the comment that like this is like a major Xbox W, them laying off these people, and if it actually would result in better games, I think that would be interesting to see. But seeing that they don't really have any games on the slate, I have a hard time believing that this is going to be an Xbox W. Like, for real, get rid of the bloat, for sure. Like, you guys have way too fucking many people working at your companies. You definitely have way too many fucking people working there. At the same time, what have you done? What has Xbox done? There's only like two things that I'll point to immediately and be like, these are two unequivocal Xbox W's over the past couple of years. One is getting rid of console exclusivity and making their games more widely available to just about any platform. That shit I am all for. I'm sick of console exclusivity. I don't want it to be a thing. I'm glad that PlayStation players finally get to play Xbox games. I'm glad that their games come over to, I'm glad that all their games are on Steam. I like that. The other one is the Oblivion remaster. I thought that was pretty good. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was competitively priced, reasonably priced, played relatively well. Good game. Outside of that, Game Pass was a good thing. You've been watching this channel for any point in time, for any amount of time. You know that I hate Game Pass more than anything in the entire world. You know, I hate video games as a rental service. I hate it. Because ultimately what it is and what Microsoft wants is for video games to effectively change course and move towards being like movies and television, where no longer you buy games or no longer you buy movies and TV shows. You don't do that shit anymore. Nobody fucking does that. No, instead what people do is they watch Hulu. They watch Netflix. So the entire, like, why do you think, and here's the thing, the whole stop killing games thing, that is antithetical to Game Pass. Because that is pure not owning anything. And that's what these companies genuinely want. From my perspective, supporting services like Game Pass is only speeding up a inevitable future where, while it's a good deal now and it's nice, at the exact same time, those subscription services are going to turn into the exact same thing that you see with the other subscription services. Prices will continue to increase. Your access will be tiered. Your resolution and speeds will be tiered. You're going to eventually get to the point where there'll be ads included. That is the next avenue of money making that these companies are going to want to start to explore. You're going to start to see it. I'm telling you right now. Advertising in video games is going to be the next big leap that they're going to try to make. And they're going to justify it the best way they can. They're going to say, oh, because of the rising cost of development, and it's for job security, and it's for all these other things. Bullshit. All these companies want, all they can think about is hoping and praying that AI will replace all of these people. They can get rid of them, and then they can put ads. And then after that, now all of a sudden you don't have the cost of employees. Now it's basically pure profit that you're making off these games. It lowers your risk. It lowers the risk for making a game significantly. But that doesn't mean that these guys are not going to want to keep making money. They're not going to want to keep making. They want to make more money. More money. That's where games. That's where ads come in. So you get Game Pass on like the basic tier, and about like every 30 minutes or an hour or so, you know, we're gonna run like 3 ads. And they'll make it cheap, by the way. They'll make it dirt cheap. You can play all the games that you want to play, every game that you want to play. But every 30 minutes to an hour, you're gonna get like 3 or 4 ads. For like $15. Every game? I mean, how long is like 3 or 4 ads, right? How long? Oh, it's only like 2 minutes? I can handle that. Wow. Sorry, but because of recent increase in cost to make video games, because, you know, our AI has rights now. Wow. You know, we need to have like 10 ads for 30 minutes. Loading screen ads? Yeah. Yeah. If they stack up like YouTube, it'll be a nightmare. Yeah, that's just what they'll do. It's just what they'll do, man. The fall of corporatism. The thing is that like what I don't think that the video game industry like has a full grasp on, and one of the things that they don't really understand, and I think it's gonna like it's really going to hurt the AAA side of this industry, is that this is an industry, because of the way of like how people interact with the medium, that you can't push as far as you can in other industries. Like, I think that like this kind of behavior is totally acceptable in others because a lot of people will just be okay with it. Because in a lot of cases, it's people that are very passively interacting with those products, right? It's not an you're not actively engaged like you are with video games. And I think that like price sensitivity, like all of these things are like hyper focused, or they're much more amplified here than they are in any other industry. Harunma, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that, man. Black Mirror shit. Yeah, like the Black Mirror shit works in certain places, but I don't think it works in a lot of places. And I don't think they're careful enough to pay attention to it. I really don't think that they're careful enough to pay attention to it. Yeah, 9,000 jobs lost across the entire company, including some in the Xbox game division. It was actually mostly in the games division. Then on top of that, there was something else that came forward. What did he say here? He said something else I thought was really insightful. The games industry is becoming an industry bound for collective trauma. This isn't the space people need to dream up worlds and new experiences. It's pomp and brutality. They stand on a stage and preach art, knowing full well that jobs, dreams, and opportunities are being squashed for bottom lines. I am pessimistic about the industry, but eternally optimistic about the people that preserve it from within. They need better leadership, and they deserve better leaders. Oh, I had responded to this. I forgot that I did. I just feel like this industry is heavily consolidated. I feel like this industry is heavily consolidated, and an overly corporate approach to a creative industry is just flat out not going to work. I'm hoping with recent small team successes and more accessible development tools, the industry decentralizes and heals. And he responded saying, corporate values existed when money was cheap and competition was healthy, but now it's a meat grinder. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just like it continues to get more and more commercialized, more and more corporatized. And I just don't think that I don't think that the sanitized approach to like and I'm going to shit on my own country with this one. It's American corporatized like approach. It's the very like brutal American way of business, of business dealings and how to run companies. I don't think it works in this industry the way that they think that it does, which sucks because at one point in time, you know, the West were like the fucking pioneers in this industry, and they were they were some of the ones that helped bring it to a golden age of greatness. But I do think that they just don't realize how this is just not going to work in the long run. But the funny thing is that I still look at the biggest positive of something like this happening is that like 9,000 employees, and like one of the things that I'll see, I don't know if you guys will see this sometimes. I wonder if I'll find it. More information from Engadget, who spoke to Halo developers. 5 employees were laid off. They received an invite to their meeting with their leaders. After 2 very long hours, the team call began. Mood was tense, especially when it comes to one of the projects that is currently in crisis. According to the developer, I don't think anybody is really happy about the quality of the product right now. No shit. Halo Studios is so stupid. Halo Studios is fucking cooked. We're not going to get another good Halo game. It's not going to happen. You don't have the people for it. And you keep hiring the wrong people. They replaced most of the studio's leadership. They brought in people. Guys, they hired the people from Concord. Can we just take a minute to think about that? Do people even know that? They hired like 3 or 4 people from Concord. No way they did that? Yes. Yes, they hired like 3 or 4 people from Concord after their studio closed. Could you imagine being that fucking galaxy brained? Oh my god. This is the perfect opportunity. You imagine somebody probably at Xbox played Concord and thought it was the greatest game ever, and they were like, we need to hire these people. What could go wrong? Yeah, well, I don't know. Let's hire the people that made one of the biggest flops in video game history. Let's hire the people that lost $400 million. I hear Fit Girl preserves pretty well. Yes, I hear that too. The equivalent of hiring boomers? I don't even know, dude. Like, some of the shit that these guys do, it just makes me scratch my fucking head, where I'm just like, why? Why? Many of Xbox's subsidiaries are getting hit by the layoffs this morning, including Call of Duty Studios, Raven, big cuts at Forza, Motorsports, Turn 10, nearly 50% of their staff per source. I was let go from Halo Studios. Sucks. It's always... Today is my last day at Halo Studios. I was working on the Halo franchise. Working on the Halo franchise was a dream come true, both as a fan and as somebody who's passionate about building great experiences. I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity. Looking ahead, I'm excited to continue growing as a software developer while I stay open to roles and bring my background of quality to the table. Bring my background and quality to the table. If you're hiring, collaborating, or just want to connect, I'd love to hear from you. Hi everyone, I'm seeking a new role and would appreciate, this is a visual designer, would appreciate your support. If you're looking for any of opportunities, you can catch me up. It's another fucking, another Halo developer. Always posting from Blue Sky or posting from LinkedIn. Never seen him post from Twitter. Helldivers 2 coming to PlayStation, or coming to Xbox. This is just like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that this game is gonna sell fucking gangbusters on Xbox. It is such an Xbox game. It is so Xbox coded. Like, it is gonna do fantastic on Xbox. People are gonna line up to buy the shit out of this game. And then I hope that it'll finally teach Sony to go, maybe we need to cut this shit out. And at the very least, if they don't say that they want to put more games on Xbox, I hope it lets them come to the conclusion of, maybe we should start day and dating our games on Steam. Because if they want to make a lot of money, I'm just gonna throw this question out there because I'd like to hear some people give some feedback on this. Do you guys know of any games in the last 5 years that have exploded, and I'm talking like insane sales, right? Like a game that sold like 10 million copies. Do you guys know of any games that sold like 10 million copies that also didn't release on Steam? Stellar Blade did not sell 10 million copies. They sold 1 million copies. And Stellar Blade, I think, took like 3 months to hit 1 million copies. I'm talking about those fucking, you know, drop their balls on the table, smashed out like 1 to 3 million copies in like the first week. Those games that you know that go on to sell probably like 10 million copies in their first year. Final Fantasy Rebirth was worse than Remake in sales, yeah. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a console exclusive as well. That's old though. I'm not talking. I said within the last like 5 years. Red Dead Redemption 2 didn't come out 5 years ago. The reason why I say the last 5 years is because this industry has changed. The Last of Us 2, that came out within the last 5 years. GTA 5. You guys keep talking about games that are like a decade old. Shut up. What are you doing? What are you doing? The reason why I'm saying very specifically over the last 5 years is because during the pandemic, everybody and their mama went and built a PC. Like everybody started building PCs. Everybody started building PCs, right? Making it now where releasing your game on Steam or releasing your game on PC has a massive fucking impact on your sales. And if you're not releasing your game day and date on PC, that shit better be Nintendo. Or sorry, that shit better be Pokemon. Or it better be Grand Theft Auto. Baldur's Gate released on all platforms. Animal Crossing? I think that kind of falls into the Pokemon category. I think Zelda did really well too. Yeah. Basically, like the thing is that over the last couple of years, especially with like as how many more people have come over to Steam or come over to PC, like PC's becoming a bigger and bigger deal to get more and more people involved on. And if you're not going to release your game on both platforms, if you're not going to release it on PC as well as your console, you're cutting your sales in like fucking a third. Baldur's Gate's even on Mac. Yeah, they try to make that game as available as possible. Good on them for doing so. That's the best way to make money, baby. It should be make a good game, the best game I can possibly make, and then after I've made a good game, then what I need to do is I need to worry about how I can get it to as many people as I possibly can. Then it needs to be what the price is, and the price is probably a part of that conversation as well, right? If I put out a game that's for like, if I put an online only game out for like $80, that shit's cooked. It ain't gonna sell. Ain't nobody gonna buy that shit. Bethesda cancels several unannounced projects under multiple studios. Woof. Woof. Together held out. Yeah, okay, so this is them making the announcement for Xbox. I think this is just really fucking cool. Plus, on top of that, this also potentially, just maybe, just might, just hopefully, will give us the opportunity to see a Helldivers and Halo crossover, and we might actually get ODST costumes in Helldivers 2. And that shit will be... I thought Starfield was successful. You're smoking crack. No. I would imagine that Starfield probably looked really good right out of the gate. And this is the thing, is that like sometimes people will look at like immediate success and they'll base immediate success as like permanent success, right? So like immediate success, relatively strong. I want you to keep in mind that this game has been in development for like fucking 10 years plus. Okay? They've been working on that. They were working on Starfield for a long, long time. On top of that, this is Bethesda. I guarantee that Microsoft pumped a shitload of money into that game. They probably wouldn't want to admit it, but I would guarantee that it got like a... We'll classify it as a quadruple A budget. I will classify it as a quadruple A budget. I could easily see it. Right? Because, like, fidelity-wise, this is a major step up from Skyrim. I'm not going to pretend like it wasn't. Fidelity-wise, at least like how it looked initially, obviously it had some performance issues and some bugs that made it look like garbage. But MMO budget, I would almost guarantee. I guarantee they spent $400 to $500 million making that game. Also, keep in mind how hard they went with the marketing for Starfield. They cooked the shit out of the marketing for that. They were marketing that game everywhere. And then on top of that, they went out and they had the watches made, the digital watches. Oh my God, I am so red. They went out and had the digital watches made. They had all that other bullshit made. And then the game came out. And when it came out, that first, like, day, it did good that first day. But after that first day, it was nothing but a storm of shitting all over this game. The players anti-marketed this game into a fucking black hole. While this game sold well probably within its first week, and also there was probably a lot of people that played it on Game Pass, how many copies do you think this game has sold since then? That's the thing. That's what like you have to understand is that like positive sentiment doesn't just carry at the very beginning. Like the first month of sales do matter a lot. Like the vast amount of like your sales are like not vast amount, but like a solid amount of your sales, even your lifetime sales are going to happen within like the first month. But your lifetime sales overall are going to suffer, and even your immediate sales are going to suffer if the game isn't received well by the greater audience. And like everybody out there shit on this game. It was fucking garbage. 5,000 people. And how you know that this game is not sold well? I think this right here, this was the DLC. So out of the 330,000 people that came to play and bought Starfield, only 21,000 peak concurrent players for the DLC that fixed a lot of things and brought in vehicles and all that other shit. If this game was doing well or did well, do you guys think that Bethesda would have been in the comment section of every review on Steam trying to debate with players about why the game is actually good? The game isn't boring. Astronauts, when they went to the moon, there was nothing to do there, and they didn't say it was boring. That shit still kills me. It's like my favorite video game quote. Everything about Starfield felt blank. Yeah, it had no soul. That's really what it is. I mean, mind you, you can talk about performance shit and load screens and whatnot, but like, it just had no soul. There was nothing there. Hello, buddy. What you want, bud? Want to sit on my shoulder? Go for it. JPEG plants. Land on a planet and explore rocks. That's exactly what it was. I was so disappointed by that game, man. I was looking forward to it because like I do like I'm a fan of Bethesda games. I like Skyrim. I love fucking Oblivion, right? So I was and obviously I like the Fallout games as well, or at least some of the Fallout games, not all of them. But at the same time, the thing is that like that enjoyment and love can only go so far. And the problem is that after a while, you know, you get to a game like Starfield and you're just like, bro, what the fuck? Why is this the game that you're having me play? I like how my cat is like sitting here like looking at the new mic, because I got a new microphone cushion because he chewed up the other one, and I finally had to like just retire it because it had too many bite marks and shit in it. Now he like looks at this new one and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna chew you up too, motherfucker. And it's just like, no, don't do that. Don't do that shit. Cat stream now, go away, human. Yeah. Yeah. Adam McDonald, a level designer for Perfect Dark, said that the demo scene of 2024 was in-engine with real gameplay systems shown off. Yeah, I'm sure systems were shown off, but it wasn't a real game. I guarantee this thing was in like way behind in development. The problem is that like sometimes what you can do is you can actually like put forth like an expectation on your team that's unrealistic for them to be able to meet. And I think that's what ended up happening with these guys here. Is that like they run into this bullshit where they're like, oh, you're a quadruple A team. I bet that sticks them in fucking development hell. I guarantee it does. Like, what does quadruple A even mean? What does that even mean? Triple A, I hope you guys know. Do you guys know why they call triple A games triple A? It's because it's the marketing budget. That's why. It was mostly like AAA is usually attributed to marketing, which like, and then that'll increase the overall budget of a game. So it has more to do with the budget that's spent on it, not necessarily the skill or the quality of the overall product itself. It's more about how much they spend on their marketing, and then as such, that'll actually grow the development budget of the game as well. So it would suggest that like if a AAA game, like the budget for the game will grow with the development or with the marketing budget. Usually marketing budgets are anywhere from 25 to 50% of the total development cost of a game. It's a weird way of inflating games far beyond their actual value and quality. Yeah, it is. And also the other thing is like what's really fucked up with it as well is that like it's so unnecessary. Like budgeting their AAA games now, especially when it comes to marketing, like these guys overspend on marketing so much, it is fucking wild. It's wild. And it's so unnecessary. How much marketing did Expedition 33 do? Like next to none? Like, don't get me wrong, Xbox actually was the one that paid for the marketing rights on Expedition 33. The first thing that everybody saw from it was actually during one of their showcases. I think it was the summer showcase from last year, if I'm not mistaken. That's all just YouTube. I mean, like, yeah, you had a high quality production on like doing like a tour of their studio and shit with a cameraman and whatnot, but like you can pay all that for locally. What did you spend? Like 10 grand on a fucking trailer? Maybe 10 grand on a trailer? So then tell me, how do you guys come up with these like marketing budgets of like you know, $150 million? Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 was $300. I think it was $300 million for its development budget and an extra $150 million for its marketing budget. Why? Why? Some sources suggest up to $8 million in marketing, only about $200K of it to influencers. And that's the funny thing too. You don't even really need to do a lot of influencer marketing either. If you make something good enough, we're going to market it for free. Helldivers 2 is the best example of that. I made so many videos on Helldivers 2 when that game came out because I just fucking loved playing it. I just loved playing the game. So like, I just wanted to keep talking about it. I want to keep making videos. I wanted to keep discussing it with players and seeing what was going to happen next. And that's all I could think about, right? Don't forget about Oblivion. Yeah, look at how much money Oblivion Remastered made. How many copies that motherfucker sold. And it didn't even have any marketing. It was shadow dropped. It was shadow dropped. This Fractured Shrine. This is my favorite one. Fractured Shrines. My favorite. Every time I get to that map, I'm like, go. Dodging fucking axes and shit. Will you try Mecha Break? Is it any good? How's it been doing? Mecha Break. 44,000 people online. It shot up to 132,000 people when it released. Sorry, 89,000. Man, that's a lot. That's a big fucking drop, dog. What the fuck? What's wrong with it? 50,000 players lost in less than 3 days. What's wrong? There's something wrong here. It's Saturday. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. Papa looks at a lot of fucking... I look at a lot of graphs, okay? I look at a lot of graphs. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen healthy games and I've seen unhealthy games. And this is not what a healthy graph does. Especially when it's only the first week of a game being out. Like, of course, like a holiday is going to have some effect. But usually that's a positive effect, not a negative effect. For a weekend, this is terrible. Ooh, that's rough. Mixed ratings on release. What is it? 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 Mecha Break. And it's a free-to-play game, and it only has... Okay, first, okay, you got some positive reviews here. So let's... Yeah, but you got a lot of negative reviews. Showing 4,000 Steams in match, mostly positive. While I'm not really into mech games as a whole, I can still enjoy enjoy some game in it, such as Daemon Ex Machina. As a friend told me to play, so I tried the game out. This game is far more style than substance, and when you don't care about the style, all you're left with is a disappointing free-to-play that leaves you unfulfilled. Players should be able to pick a mech before getting into a match. Getting into a match with a mech that you don't want to use just ruins the experience. Oh, are they doing the fucking... are they doing the Overwatch thing? Where, like, you have to, like, pick mechs depending on... Like, it's all like... is it play like Overwatch? You don't drop like that unless there's a problem. Exactly. Yeah, you don't drop like that unless there's an issue. The game's new player experience needs a lot of work. The first tutorial is fine for movement, but lacks explanation on everything else. But then you dig into the awful main menu to find the rest of the tutorials instead of it being the next logical step after finishing the first one. Main menu is atrocious with so many tabs. So there's a UI issue, apparently. Or user experience issue. Accepting missions is convoluted as crap. Monetization is slapped right in front of your face the moment that you finish the tutorial. You need to stop doing this. Ugh. This is an Asian game, isn't it? Amazing Sea Sun Games. That sounds Asian. Hong Kong. It's actually crazy to me, and this like needs to be a topic of a video that I need to make at one point in time, is that like a lot of these Eastern studios, even with their live service games, they could cook, okay? They can cook. Their games are good at a baseline. Much better in a lot of cases than a lot of Western games that we'll see. But the problem is that like they are just so immediately money, spend, buy your way through the game. Don't even play it. We have a whole system where you don't even have to play the game. You can just give us the money. That's it. Like, just walk it back. Just walk it back a little bit. Like, you need to take us out to dinner first. Like, we'll give you money, but you need to take us out to dinner. And it needs to be a pretty good dinner, okay? Like, we put out. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm like above it, okay? Okay, I'll put out on the first date. But you need to make it seem like it's worth it, okay? These guys, they don't even want to try. They're climbing over the table the minute we sit down. You can't have that, okay? You guys need to dial this shit fucking back. And the funny thing is that like monetization is what kills most of these Eastern games than anything else. The aesthetics are on point. The gameplay is solid. Everything is in position. But the problem is that their own greed is so insatiable and so uncontrolled that they cannot just like hold on for 5 seconds and just like give us some game first. But instead they have to go straight for the wallet. You can't do that. It's just not successful. Cross your legs, LD, a lady reveals nothing. That's what I'm fucking saying. Lost Ark. Somebody brought up Lost Ark. That is probably one of the best examples of how you can absolutely just cut off your leg for no reason. Lost Ark, from my perspective, had everything that it needed to be a moderately to potentially incredibly successful MMO. On launch for global, it already had insane amounts of content. Tons of content packed and things that they'd be able to deliver in the future. You had so much shit to do as a new player playing that game. So many different avenues of playing the game, different ways to play PvP, different ways to explore the world, different secrets to unlock, collectibles, skins, dungeons, raids, like literally everything. It was all there. The whole ship, like the whole ship thing was there. Like they had everything that they needed. But the problem is that everything in that game, all of the power focus was around monetization. So if you ever wanted to be good at Lost Ark, if you ever wanted to have a powerful character in Lost Ark, it would require that you spend money. And the issue is, when you make games where you actually take the reason why we play them and monetize it, it's not going to work. That might work in other communities, that might work in other countries because the culture is different. But when it comes to like Western video game players, like we like to earn our power, not buy it. So when you buy power, it just doesn't feel good. And it devalues the entire experience. There's other ways of going about this as well. Diablo does the same thing. When you go and you make all of the best cosmetics in Diablo something that you buy, it devalues the entire experience of finding cool gear. Like, sure, does it do big damage? Sure, does it do, make my character stronger? Yeah, but it looks like fucking dog shit. I want to be rewarded for the experience of playing a game. And the more that you don't do that, the more that people are just going to walk away from it. Because you're actively making it less fun and less engaging. And then on top of that, in a lot of cases, people use these games to escape the world, right? We're trying to escape the rat race. The last thing that people want to see is the income gap and wage gap right in front of their fucking face, as some dude that's living off of a trust fund is running around at like max fucking gear score and max armor with the best cosmetics and just fucking trouncing all over your ass, and you know that you will never catch them because you can't afford it. That's not fun. Westerners loves cosmetics too. Buy drip, earn power. There's a good middle ground. But you still have to balance that. You still have to balance that. I don't think like some of the best gear in the game should still look like the coolest gear in the game. Warframe has drip you can get by just playing the game. Well, I mean, everything you can technically earn by just playing Warframe. Phantasy Star Next Genesis has the same issue, too much microtransactions. Yeah. Yeah, they work against their own strengths and why people play these games. When you monetize the very reason we play, then the game becomes untenable and uninteresting. And it ultimately will lead to the downfall of that game. It'll lead to the death of that game. Like, the thing is that, like, it is, like, I don't understand, like, I personally do not see, I don't see a world in which people are going to want to play a game. And I like, and maybe, like, in certain cases, maybe it takes a little bit longer for it to happen. But I think eventually people just get sick and tired of it. And like, if you monetize things other than cosmetics, people just walk away. So, yeah. I mean, this is, yeah. It's sad to see. What do you think of Star Citizen? I think it's a pyramid scheme. I think the entire community of that game is getting fucking milked. I think that they're like simultaneously working on something that could potentially be incredible, that already has some really cool technology that they've created as a result of it. But I think that that technology is stuff that they're eventually just going to sell off to other companies, and that the end product of the game that they're actually going to deliver is never going to be worth the amount of money that was invested into that game by the players to make it work. And essentially, the people that are making it have taken absolutely no risk because the community around them will just buy them out of risk any fucking chance they get by buying like $50,000 ships and shit like that. It's insane. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out and see what it's like. We might do that later. Oh, I had responded to this, by the way. Not this, but like this is a response that I had posted. But basically, so like Pirate Software came out and said that he was leaving off-brand games because people were attacking their games. People were attacking their games, mass review bombing them. You can dislike the things that I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged. I had posted about this myself. And I think this stuff is kind of weird because I feel like it's kind of like, you know what, man? Now that I'm thinking about it, this is straight up like video game developer. This is straight up just like video game developer 101. He's right. He is a video game developer. He does exactly what they do. Where like when things are going wrong for them or they're getting pushback about their game, they immediately start posting about how, people are doing this to us, they're review bombing us, they're threatening us, we're getting emails, like we're doing all these guilt trippy, please pity us kind of things. Remember before Assassin's Creed Shadows came out and how Ubisoft made an announcement that they're going to be you know, having like a harassment legal force in place to make sure that they can, you know, go after anybody that tries to go after their developers. I just saw something else recently about this too, and I can't remember where it was coming from. There's another developer that's doing the same thing. I think it's Capcom actually, that said that they're putting together a task force for like negative customer sentiment that crosses the line beyond criticism and shit. And I'm like, oh, okay. Interesting. Because the thing is that you hear in a lot of cases, you'll hear a lot of people that'll use this stuff, and the reason why they use it is because they use it to invalidate the criticisms that they're facing. That's what it's for. Instead of being able to tackle the issues that are in front of them, which in a lot of cases it's like their game or their words or whatever it is, they'll then instead use subterfuge, right? They'll just, instead of talking about the things that I said or the things that I'm doing, you guys need to pay attention to what these other people are doing to me. Isn't that wrong? And it's like, well, yeah, fucking course it's wrong. Yeah, people shouldn't do that. That sucks. Anyway, back to what you said. Like, what else do you want? Are we supposed to just lay down our arms? Is that what it is? Is that what you want? Like, the idea of that is just fucking crazy. Where is it at? Right here. No. It's not that. Did I pass it? I guess I did. Oh, yeah, here it is. So he said that he was leaving off-brand studios, learned a lot there, accomplished a lot. Hope they succeed regardless. Love those dudes and loved working with them. Hope they keep cooking. And I said, how many games flop because a dev pops off on social media, risking their game in their studio? Tell me that you haven't stopped using a product or left a bad review because you disagreed with the views of one of their leaders. You're a public figure. You are every product that you touch. Like, the thing is that, like, when you become an online content creator, like, you realize, like, every single business that you get involved with then afterwards, if you start another business, that business is under the same level of scrutiny that you are as a person for everything that you say and everything that you do. It is just an extension of you. And you have to recognize that. And the idea that you, for some odd reason, that these games or whatever need to have some type of, buffer to protect them from you, that everybody else needs to afford to it except for you and your words. So rather than you take responsibility for the things that you say and how you act, you want to instead make it about everybody else and how we need to protect everything that you touch. Like, what the fuck is this? What are you doing, man? You sound mighty biased? How does that sound biased? This is just it's just the reality of the situation. This isn't actually anything even against pirate software. It's just the reality of, like, how products and how customers work and how they think. It's just how they think. Like, it's as simple as that. Look at what happened with it's an observable fact. Screw all devs who can't just shut up. It's not that either. It's not that either. Witch hunts are wrong? How am I witch hunting? All I am saying is that no matter what you say, that's going to happen regardless. You have the responsibility as somebody who is working for one of these companies or working with one of these companies that you have to be cautious about the things that you say and the things that you do, because it will reflect upon your business no matter what you do, no matter what you fucking say. We've seen it time and time again with other games and other companies. It puts a bad taste in people's mouth. They had the whole thing with Bud Light just a couple of years ago, right? But their stocks went down, their sales went down because people protested a commercial or the words of one of their CEO or whatever it is. That shit happens all of the time. You are every company that you touch when you're a public figure. It's not about witch hunting. It's about customers just going out and voting with their wallets. And if they had to leave a review on these games, well, they left those reviews because they own them. Time and time again doesn't mean it's right. I don't know. Like, what do you like? Do you think that anybody that works for a company is supposed to be, do you think their company is supposed to be free of all of their actions? That's just not how things work. That's not how people work. There are going to be some cases where it's not even some cases, it's going to be in a lot of cases where if you disagree with somebody and you have differing views, you don't want to have anything to do with their products. You shouldn't review bomb and destroy a company. So really funny thing about that. What am I even trying to? I already have it right here in the tweet. Oh, that's not what I want. There's your review bomb. It doesn't exist. The review bomb doesn't exist. I went directly to their page. I went directly to go and look at said review bomb for Rivals of Aether 2. In this case, but the behavior can go many ways. So that's just moving the goalpost at that point. You get that? You can't say it's a bad thing, don't do it, and then I say it's not actually happening and they're just essentially virtue signaling over something that's not even real. And then be like, oh, but it is bad regardless. Like, yeah, no shit. But like, in this case, it's being used as an argument by somebody that it didn't even actually happen. The game is mostly positive. Rivals of Aether wasn't review bombed, but he's talking about off-brand games. Off-brand games is Rivals of Aether 1 and 2, and neither one of them have come under any fire whatsoever. None of the off-brand games did. The only game that did was his game, and that makes a lot of sense. If you're a content creator, especially when you're a content creator that makes a lot of his content about the game that he's developing, seeing that review score fluctuate depending on your thoughts and opinions makes a lot of sense. And that's not witch hunting, that's something that's directly tied to that person. That's kind of the point to be made, that in a lot of cases it's not even witch hunting. The problem is that you're falling victim to what they want you to in the first place by thinking that, because there's so many fucking cases that businesses have failed because of the actions and the words of the people that run them or own them. Off-brand didn't even publish this game. Yeah, exactly. So I don't even know why it even matters in the first place. So the reviews of his game have nothing to do with the quality of his game. That's the funny thing. I went to go and look to see if like the reviews for his game actually had anything to do with it. No, it actually had more to do with the fact that the game hasn't received any updates and has issues and hasn't been fixed. And regardless, it doesn't even matter. Even if all of the reviews on his game were about what he said online, that is just part of being a business owner. It's just part of being a business owner. You are your business. There is no right or wrong here. This is just public perception and what customers do. Leaving a company, leaving with a bad rep can hurt the bottom line of selfish objectively. Yeah, it can, for sure. Yeah. Exactly, and so are the layoffs and studio closures of poor selling games. Huh? Again, those very same things could be due to the ego or due to the narcissism of the same people that are working at those companies. I think a really good example of that is flipping this back and looking at Obsidian and how one of their developers, one of their lead artists, one of the leaders of their project ran out and said, you know, this game, I made this game specifically to piss off people like Elon Musk and do this and do that. That's a choice for you to make, and a choice that likely is going to lead into some people not wanting to buy your game. You made a public cry. You put your ego ahead of the health and the safety of your team and your game because you wanted to make a statement on the internet about Elon Musk. How did that end up for your game? We're talking about fuck around, find out situations. I think in a lot of cases, like you as a person, if you are a public figure, you are not separated from any business that you touch. That has nothing to do with ethics. In a lot of cases, people just don't like it because they view it as unprofessional. A lot of it comes down to trust. And I think like that's the one thing that a lot of people miss out on when it comes to some of this stuff. But if I'm looking at something and I see that somebody can't act like a professional in public, and there's somebody that runs a company that I either buy something from or potentially could buy something from in the future, if I see that they're messy in real life, well, then I think they're going to be messy with their business and messy with everything else. So why would I trust them? I don't. Therefore, I do not buy their product. Or I stop using whatever that product is. And I tell other people not to buy it either. Oh, that? Yeah, you know what, man? I used to, or I thought about getting that, or I thought about buying that game, but I saw their developers were like being really weird about all this other shit. This kind of makes me feel uneasy. It probably just lets you know about it ahead of time. Some people do that through reviews after the fact that they bought a game. How can anyone disagree with this stance? I don't know. Idealist in a lot of cases. Think of the Bungie situation. Possibly if they handled that live stream better and apologetic. No. For Bungie, that's a different story because we're talking about somebody who is a multi offender, right? This is the fourth or fifth time that they've been caught using somebody else's work inside their games, either fan art or somebody else's art. You can't do that. There's no way that you could have handled that you couldn't have handled that live stream in any other way and it wouldn't have fucking mattered. People still, and the funny thing is for Marathon specifically, a lot of people just don't like the way that game looks. They don't like the way it looks. A lot of people don't like how it plays. Right? So, you're not going to do anything about that. You're not going to get away from that shit. It's not going to happen. That game is cooked. If they bring that game back, I'd be so surprised, and I would question their sanity. At this point, they've probably invested so much that they can't just turn the ship around. So we'll probably end up having to see and find out what happens. But that game needs a full reboot and complete shakeup. I don't even know what you would even do with that. There has to be better. There has to be a better way than this. Game developers call Microsoft's latest layoffs a colossal waste of talent from publisher that seems to be in a death spiral. One of the things that I don't like about the layoff discussions, have you guys ever noticed it in a lot of cases when it comes to these people losing their jobs, it's almost always, it sounds like a eulogy. Like they're just gone forever. Like they've just been thrown into a grinder. They're gone. Wood chipper. Like they just kicked him off into they're just gone. That's it. Knocked into a portal, sent into oblivion. perpetual victims. I don't necessarily think that, because if we're talking about like 9,000 people, there's probably likely some really skilled folks that were in there that got caught up in this. Like, no matter what, you're gonna have some people that were actually like, when you're talking about those kind of numbers, there were probably some people that were in there that were definitely worth keeping around. But the thing is that like, maybe I'm a glass half full kind of guy, I guess. When I look at stuff like this and I see these companies, you know, get rid of that much bloat, that's 9,000 people that are now out in the market to either go work at a different studio or go start their own. And when you look at a lot of the success stories from some of these indie games and some of these AA games that we've seen over the last little while, a lot of the folks that these guys picked up were people that either got laid off or quit other studios and found something else. So it's like, it's a really, Sandfall Interactive. Yeah, Sandfall has people that were laid off from Ubisoft. Like, these people do go on to go do other things. And in some cases, they actually go off to go into different industries because they find out this wasn't the one that they were made for. Not everybody, just because you go to school to learn how to make video games doesn't mean you actually have the talent to make video games. I brought this up in a video not long ago where I talked about the difference between talent and skill, where being skillful at something doesn't necessarily mean that you're talented at doing it. And we're talking about things that are, when we're talking about a creative industry, skill's nice to have. Talent's just as nice. Talent's necessary. If you don't have talent and all you have is skill, you know, I don't know, probably going to be in a rough place. Yeah, even when a company has cut dead weight, nobody only axes those people because they don't want to put down that it was performance-based due to legal risk, so they cut whole departments. Yeah, exactly. So there's tons of people that get swept up in this stuff that have absolutely nothing to do with, you know, poor performance or whatever it is. Don't get me wrong, I guarantee they make a long list of people that they're like, yeah, nope, we need to get rid of you, and you. But at the same time, there's other people that probably get let go as well. The only thing that I have a problem with is that, like, I saw something, somebody put this up earlier. I wonder if did I save it? I guess I didn't. I'd have to find it. Maybe it was on Reddit. I'd have to look for it, man. So essentially, I saw this post that was about Phil Spencer, and it like shows like all the things that he's done, right? Because people are like, oh man, this is such a, like, I saw people saying this is like a Phil Spencer W. It's putting the company back on track. And I'm like, bro has been at Xbox since its induction. Okay. Like he's like, what? He was an intern at Microsoft in 1998. Various technical roles up until 2000. General manager of Microsoft Games from 2001 to 2008. General manager of Microsoft Studios 2008 to 2009. Corporate vice president at Microsoft Studios 2009 to 2014. Head of Xbox 2014 to 2022. Executive vice president of gaming 2017 to 2020. CEO of Microsoft Gaming 2022 to present. This guy made their bed. He dug this grave. So like this idea that he's like the guy coming in to fix the problems, he created the problems. He's made them and then unmade them. Yeah. Leadership is a problem. Leadership is the biggest issue in the video game industry. 40 years, holy shit. Yes. That's my fucking point. So like there's like this weird idea that people get about how like Phil's like saving things or turning things around. The only thing that's positive that Phil Spencer has done from my perspective, I'm not even gonna say it from my perspective. My perspective removed, because my perspective is gonna be far too bleak, right? From like a general public perspective of Phil Spencer, the W's that he has collected were I guess Game Pass, console exclusivity, and buying Activision Blizzard and Bethesda. What have they done outside of that? Nothing. So when I look at them specifically and I'm like, you know, what's Xbox's problem? Xbox's problem is leadership. So according to the Seattle Times, Microsoft laid off 15,000 employees in 2025 to free up spending for AI, investing heavily in AI infrastructure and products that could cost at the cost of everything else, proving popular amongst shareholders. So there were some people that thought that this had a lot to do with talent. Some people thought that this had to do with their bottom line. Some people thought that it had to do with all kinds of different various issues. This actually, I don't think, has anything to do with even Phil Spencer or Xbox specifically. I think that this is just this is a Microsoft company-wide getting rid of everybody so that they can create a fund. They're creating funding for AI infrastructure that they're building. And right now, AI is like the hot topic when it comes to shareholders, because they're like, oh my God, they're bringing in AI. I'm putting another fucking 1 million into Microsoft stock. That's really what this comes down to. That's why they're making these moves. So the reason why, like, it's not to actually replace any of these people. So like, I think some people are gonna be like, oh, it's to replace these people with AI. No. They're not gonna replace those jobs with AI. Well, like, they've already introduced AI into the job space to begin with. What this really is this is them creating internal funding so they don't have to affect the bottom line to be able to build out their AI infrastructure. What these guys are really looking for and what they're really hoping to do is they would like to get to the point where they don't need any of these creatives. They don't need any of these people. Fuck, even the software engineers, they can cut half of those guys out. Even for the people that are working on Windows or working on Copilot, I don't know what else, Edge. They want to cut these people out entirely because they're looking forward to and believing in a future in which they're going to be able to just put in a single prompt and make an AI do all the work and make whatever they want for them. But like, the thing is that like, I have a really hard time seeing that future, because like, if that's the case, then everybody can do it. I think there's going to be a limitation to this technology eventually. We're probably seeing limitations for it already. I don't know. I think there's like this weird blend between people's opinion of like AI and what it could do, and AI and what science fiction says that it can do. And I'm wondering like how close to science fiction we get. How much of that is just theoretical and how much of that is actually possible. And I'm wondering if like shareholders and a lot of these CEOs are kind of banking on the more like sci-fi elements of like where AI technology can take them, rather than like the realistic limitations of this kind of technology, especially because you have to keep in mind it is being made by human hands, right? When AI hits a saturation in terms of deployment, we'll find out what it can and can't do. The bubble will burst. That's the other thing too. I think we're gonna see like another like tech-wide industry collapse and like bubble burst, because eventually it's gonna hit the point where it's like oversaturated. We're gonna see how far and what it's actually capable of, and like what the realistic future of what it looks like, right? But then outside of that, that's basically where it's gonna be. Personally, I think that like these video game companies specifically, like the ones that are banking on that kind of future, that they're going to need to have a lot, that they're going to be able to, I don't know, man. Like realistically, I mean, I think that like 30-person teams plus a support of like outsourcing studios for like art assets or whatever else that you need, like that kind of stuff is probably the future for this industry. Much smaller teams in general. And I think that like AI will make it easier for these guys to work. But I don't really think that you're going to get to the point where it's literally just going to be like you have some people that'll say, and I've seen this shit posted online a lot, where like gamers are literally going to be able to just type in a prompt and play a video game. I don't think we're going to see that. Not for a long time. We'll be long dead by then, I think. AI can't write like a human. It can mimic millennial garbage writing, but it can't create unique stories. Right now. Right now it can't. There's a lot of things that people said AI couldn't do 5 years ago that it can do today. I mean, like, look at how far, like, AI video has already gotten. It's scary. But I think that, like, regardless of, like, what people think, I think that there is, like, maybe this is me just being hopeful, but I think that there is, like, an indelible, like, human touch that, like, needs to be there. And without it, it just makes things feel, like, wholly inauthentic, and a lot of people don't really vibe with it. It's like AI art, right? Like, in a lot of cases, like, when you can tell, like, right now you can tell it's AI art, but there's still like a lot of distinctive factors that I think will probably stick around with some of that stuff for a while. That'll be hard for it to shake off, because if it's like obsession with like memes and it's obsession with like perfection, right? So like if you notice, like every single time somebody makes like a hot chick, it's always like the smoky eyed, like vaguely emo, but not. Blonde hair in a lot of cases. Like it's always like very stereotypical hot chick every time an AI makes like an attractive woman. The eyes are always like a perfect ratio shape and shit like that. It's just like, that's not really like, that's not really like, it's almost like too on the nose that it's unsettling for the person that's looking at it. Oily skin, yeah, that's the other thing too. For now, yeah, and exactly, like we don't know where the technology is going to go, so you just kind of just buckle in and fucking see what ends up happening, right? Founder of Arcane Studios, I think Game Pass is an unsustainable model that has increasingly damaged the industry for a decade. I think for Game Pass, I think specifically the issue for Game Pass is that like it requires so much more risk on the side of Xbox to be able to put those games on their platform, because they cost considerably more than like, they cost insanely more than like a television series would, right? I mean, we're talking like $400-300 million to make some of these games in a lot of cases. And the problem is that the more money you put into them and the more spread out the content on a service gets, how exactly do you actually put yourself, like, how do you make the money back on that? I'm curious. I really am, because we still don't know. Like, Game Pass hasn't really grown much. When did Game Pass hit 35 million? I think 35 million was the last number I'd seen. Xbox Game Pass reportedly hit 35 million subscribers in 2024, between 2024 and June 2025. With a milestone noted in their LinkedIn's profile in June 2025, Microsoft officially reported in 2024 34 million subscribers. So their growth is slowed down significantly. You know what? There's actually a video I want to check out. All right, we're gonna watch this. This is Gamer Ranks. What the hell is going on with Xbox? I usually really enjoy this guy's takes on a lot of shit, and I also like reading their articles. Their shit's like solid. So I want to hear what they have to say.
The as of now not so jolly green giant Microsoft Xbox just pink slipped about 9,000 people July 2nd, 2025. They axed the long teased Perfect Dark reboot, shuttered the initiative, and quietly nudged Rare's decade in the making Everwild.
That's crazy to me that you would spend 10 years making an MMO and then you guys would just smoke it like that. That's the one that like really catches me off guard, unless it was like literally nowhere near completion. But what's crazy is that like for a long time, a lot of Xbox like higher ups were very, very, very hot. They were very high on this game, very high on this game. So it's kind of crazy to see them walk back from it, especially when you're seeing like how much these guys like live service games, how much money live service games have been making. You would think that this is where they would probably still try to bank their money. Development hell? Likely, yeah.
Unmarked grave they've been digging for God knows how long. It is, unfortunately, the bigger and better sequel to last year's Carnage, when Xbox decided that Hi-Fi Rush, their massive hit, was warranting of closing the studio, and Redfall was Redfall. There was no...
But the problem is that, like, I'm sorry, man, and I know people probably disagree with me on this. Hi-Fi Rush was a cool game, very fun, very interesting. It didn't sell copies. Like, regardless of like how much like people that did play it enjoyed it and how much the reviewers enjoyed it, that does not translate to sales. So if that studio, for the price that they were spending to like keep those guys employed, if Hi-Fi Rush was not profitable enough for them to be able to justify keeping them around, that's fucking it. It's it. It's dead. Sorry. Like, that's awesome. You made an awesome game that people really enjoyed, but it didn't make us enough money to justify keeping your studio around or even be able to fund your next project. Or even if it's not, like, here's the funny thing is even if these companies, even if these studios make enough to be able to keep themselves afloat, that's not enough for Xbox. Because they want things that are making them lots of money. Not something that's just making them a little bit of money.
Nothing that really could have been done about forcing a studio that makes immersive sims to make a stupid live service heap of vampire nonsense. Oh, except
that was just the weirdest thing. I never understood. Never. Founder at left too. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Maybe not forcing them to do that and then complaining when it doesn't work. I mean, that was kind of a built-in ZeniMax problem, but still, nothing says...
Yeah, they bought into that, not necessarily. Like, Xbox knew it was an issue, but they bought into it, and then they never did anything about it.
We believe in the power of our studios, like closing them, while Phil Spencer insists he's not retiring anytime soon. The new Xbox strategy looks a lot like if you can't beat them, publish on their platform. Hi-Fi Rush, Sea of Thieves, Pentiment, they're all sailing onto Sony's turf, and Hellblade 2 is hot on their heels.
It's Sony and Steam. It's Sony and Steam, and probably Nintendo as well for these guys. Like, the thing is like this is the one thing that I think a lot of people don't really understand or really don't take the time to think about, but, like, there's no Xbox W here yet. Not until they actually start putting out something that's worthwhile. Like, their games suck. Their hardware is not selling. The only thing that's working for them right now is Game Pass, kind of. We don't know exactly how profitable Game Pass is for them right now. And... you know, I'd seen somebody bring up, like, Microsoft stock to be like, oh, okay, well, like, let's see how Xbox is doing, and then they see Microsoft stock. Xbox, guy, like, the one thing that, like, I don't think a lot of people... Microsoft's profit is Xbox. Gaming revenue makes up 8% of Microsoft's total revenue. Mind you, this was in 2022. But it's definitely not grown to the point where all of a sudden now they make more than, like, the rest of the fucking company. Maybe it's grown a couple percent. Maybe it's 2% now. But like, there's no shot that they're really worth more than that. So at the same time, So far as revenue, they're fucking peanuts. Yeah, exactly. They're nothing. They're fucking nothing. They're an experiment. Microsoft for Xbox is nothing but an experiment for Microsoft. That's it. That's all they are.
Meanwhile, Game Pass has stalled at 35 million subscribers. Not a number to shake a stick at, but it hasn't been growing, and it's needed to grow. So Microsoft decided, you know what? Let's start partnering with people to make third-party handhelds. Oh, and they won't play the entire Xbox catalog, just PC games.
Okay, I'm sorry. This like Xbox handheld thing, I feel so bad for Xbox folks. I have a few friends because like when I first started getting into making YouTube videos, one of the I don't even exactly know how this happened, but for whatever reason, I ended up getting inducted into a group of like Xbox Andes. They're really like they had like podcasts and stuff like that, and like they were the first people that already had like established YouTube channels that became friends of mine, and these guys were so stoked for this handheld. They've been pumping this thing up. They've been hearing things behind the, you know, oh man, like, you know, different specs and all this other stuff. And they're like, oh, this is going to be so great. I can't wait for this. And then they showed off this. And the funny thing is that this handheld, what some people don't know, this handheld, this Xbox branded handheld, doesn't even play Xbox games. It can only play games that are both on Xbox and PC. It can only play their Xbox PC games. It's literally just a Steam Deck. So just PC games. Exactly. Yes, it just plays PC games. What a waste. I know. Yeah, it's just their ports. It's just a ROG Ally with an Xbox stamp. Exactly. And it's just like, it's such a dumb waste of fucking time and money. So unless this thing comes out and it has like a crazy price point that's like super easy to get into, then maybe that's where I guess they get. But outside of that, like this thing does nothing.
You don't need Xbox for it. Yeah, a lot of head scratching going on. This is a long intro, but in order to set it up, there's a lot to say. It feels like we've been asking this question a lot, but, well, hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, we are, again, perhaps more fervently and more seriously asking the question, what the hell is going on with Xbox? All right, so the last year hasn't been kind to the Xbox brand with the whole Xbox Everywhere initiative and the many concerning rumors that we've been seeing coming out of Microsoft.
I think like that's also a thing to think, like a thing to keep in mind as well, is that like with their like branding and their marketing lately, like one of the things that like I don't think that they understand how much of an impact it has is that the more that they go, they start doing this thing where like this is an Xbox, this is an Xbox, that's an Xbox. This water bottle is an Xbox. Everything's an Xbox. At one point in time, people are like, so Xbox isn't even a thing, right? It's literally just an app. That's not very marketable. Not as much as they think it is. That stuff is so cringe. It is cringe. It's very weird. And it's just like, the funny thing is that like that entire marketing campaign does more to devalue their brand than bring any value to it. Especially when all of your games become available for everywhere else. At one point in time, the name Xbox just doesn't really mean a whole lot anymore. Right? And then honestly, you guys go from being judged as a platform to being judged by a title per title basis, which is what these guys have been getting judged on lately. And that's why they've been getting fucked up so much. Because if we actually go and we look at something real quick, like, let me bring this up. I don't even want to have to worry about it. I'll just use Grok for it. Give me every Xbox first party title released in the last, we'll say, I don't know, 10 years in order. Microsoft's strength are in software and server infrastructure, not in hardware. That's not the Xbox 360, even though it launched shittily, was still a strong piece of fucking hardware. It was still good. And the Xbox Series X is a pretty solid console, but the problem is that they clip their own wings with the Xbox Series S. because they forced console parity, which made developers make worse versions of video games. Like, so stupid. Okay. First party titles. 2015, Scream Ride, Ori and the Blind Forest. There you go. There's a banger. Forza Motorsport 6. Nope. Halo 5 Guardians. How'd you guys feel about that one? Rise the Tomb Raider. Cobalt. Quantum Break. This is actually a pretty solid game, but it didn't sell a whole lot of copies. That's just kind of on brand for Remedy. Gears of War Ultimate Edition. Nope. Not that it was a bad game, it just didn't do what they probably wanted it to do. Gears 4, this is where the series started to kind of go to sleep. Recore, I don't even know what that is. Halo Wars 2, that one kind of went out to greener pastures, even though like that's a niche game that like some people really like. Forza Motorsport 7, another sleeper. Sea of Thieves, that was a big one. That one's done pretty good for them. State of Decay 2, I don't know how this did for them. Horizon 4 did relatively well. Crackdown 3, that one went nowhere. Gears of War 5. It's not that it's a bad game. Halo Wars 2 is really good. It was actually really good, but it's just a niche game. Not everybody really gets into that. Gears 5, mechanically, visually, not a bad game, but it's not as good. It's not as good as the 4 and 5 are just not as good as the first 3 games were. And interest around the series has really started to dampen over the last few years. Bleeding Edge, no. Gears Tactics, no. Microsoft Flight Simulator, I mean, that has its own audience of people. Battletoads, no. Doom Eternal, this did very good. Tell me why. No. Psychonauts 2, niche game again, did well for the game, but not a commercially massive banger, right? Forza Horizon 5 has done well for them. Halo Infinite. Deathloop. Ghostwire Tokyo, sorry. Grounded. This is actually really fun. Again, another niche game that didn't really like hugely pop off for these guys. Pentiment. Look at this, 2022. Grounded, Pentiment, As Dusk Falls. I don't even know what this even is. And nobody fucking played this either. 2023, Hi-Fi Rush. Again, not commercially viable, but still popular for like the people that enjoyed it, right? Redfall, Starfield, Forza Motorsport, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I hate seeing that. I hate that that's a thing. Because it like throws everything out of whack. Because like, it's not a good game. Like Modern Warfare 3 was fucking garbage, right? Modern Warfare 3 is garbage, but it's still garbage that sells. But like, this is like their saving grace. Because if you think about it, all these other games that I pointed out outside of Doom Eternal in 2020, all of these games have not sold very well. Most of these games are like, this company pretty much across the board. Look at 2024, Senua Saga, Flight Sim, Indiana Jones. Some people really like that. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 lost most of its players within a few months. Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, banger. Wait, you're fucking retarded. 2024? The AI is so stupid. This came out this year. 25. Dumbass. Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Nobody fucking got into that either. Most people were like this entire list. I would say there's like 2 or 3 games maybe that I'd point to, and I would say one of them is like banging, good game that was also commercially viable, and then there's like 2 of them that are just like, they're not good. Your games suck. Phil, your games suck. Like they are, from my perspective, they are American Ubisoft. Pretty much across the board, most of their titles, they represent mediocrity to me. It is mediocrity. It is slop. It is widest audience possible. They are what they've wanted to be. They want to be the Netflix of gaming. And that's exactly what your video games have turned into. Their video games have effectively turned into Netflix television series and movies. You're going to get a random hit out of nowhere, but for the most part, it's all pretty fucking mid to me. Damn, American Ubisoft is harsh. It's the fucking truth. It's hard to hear sometimes.
Regarding the future of Xbox hardware, but it seemed like things were kind of on the upswing after Xbox strong showing at Summer Game Fest. That positivity has all but evaporated.
Oh, it's fucking
with the
gone.
devastating news from yesterday I mentioned at the top.
Here's the other thing I think a lot of people need to keep in mind. What's the next 2 big games that they have coming? What's the next big games that they have coming out? I don't even know. Most people don't. One is Fable. And I know people are very, very excited and optimistic about that game. Yeah, I know everybody's really optimistic about that one. What's the other one? Oh, the Gears of War. The Gears of War E-Day, which, I mean, maybe, but chances are, the funny thing is, I was thinking about this, you know, like, that's not a game from my perspective. I think Gears is sick. I love Gears, but I see Gears of War performing the same way as Space Marine 2. How much you want to bet that Microsoft doesn't budget Gears the same way that Saber Interactive budgeted Space Marine 2. Remember, they budgeted Space Marine 2 at around, like, they thought it would see like 500,000 copies sold. They didn't even think it would hit 1 million. So their budget was around 500,000 copies sold. They tripled that. I guarantee they're not going to do that with Gears of War. They're going to, for whatever fucking reason, think that they're gonna get like 50 million units sold out of Gears of War, but that's just not how that kind of franchise will work anymore. Wait, is Gears looking good? I mean, it's Gears of War E-Day, so it's literally just Gears of War, but before the war, because they realize like, oh fuck, we fucked up. We need to go back to Marcus and Dom. Like, that's basically what it is. Like, we need to go back to Marcus and Dom. We fucked up. Obviously, the games aren't selling anymore. Maybe if we do like a throwback game, people will want to go for it. But like, that's basically what's going on right now. But like, for like Clockwork Revolution seems all right. That was in their preview. That game actually looked fucking sick. I don't know how popular it'll be, because from my perspective, it kind of looks like it's going to be like a little bit of a BioShock situation kind of thing going on there, which is cool. I just don't know how that will perform. That's one of those games that's kind of like a big question mark. Like, it could do like really fucking well, or it could just be like really good, but also like relatively niche.
You know, over 9,000. Yes, over 9,000 people employed at Xbox have been laid off. And Microsoft, could you have at least not done the meme? I don't want to laugh about a bunch of people losing their jobs. But multiple studios have been closed for good.
Wait, hold on. They did the 9,000.
Highly anticipated games have been canceled. Cuts and layoffs are hitting everywhere. Even successful areas like Turn 10, and even studios working on frickin' Call of Duty. It appears that nothing and no one is safe in this major round of firings. Keep in mind, we're talking about the 4th major wave of firing in the last 2 years. Ever since acquiring Activision Blizzard, it has just been a bloodbath for all involved. This latest thing is a step beyond, though. It's not just support staff.
Yeah, I think that's crazy. 15,000 jobs lost. Over 15,000 jobs lost in less than a couple of years.
QA or redundant management or whatever excuse they came up with for the last ones. This time, Xbox is coming for your job, whether you're...
It's actually really funny, too, because they said that the last time. They're like, oh, it's just redundant management positions. So they do that to try to soften the blow from a media perspective, or from like a public image, to like, hey guys, we're getting rid of layers of management, right? And the funny thing is that some idiots actually buy that shit, and they're like, oh, they're just getting rid of all the red tape. They're getting rid of all the people that make it difficult for these games or for these products to get made. you come to find out that's actually not the case, and all of the people that convolute and plug the system up are all still there, and the vast majority of people that get let go are actually people in like auxiliary positions. It's all bullshit. It's all just fucking corporate side speak, parcel tongue.
You're in a studio trapped in development hell, or in one of their best studios with hits coming out of it. In late June, we actually heard rumblings about potential mass calling of jobs here. And on the 2nd of July, the hammer came down. It wasn't just Xbox, it was all of Microsoft. It was about 4% of the entire Microsoft workforce, which is, to be clear, insane. The initiative,
that's a lot
the
of people,
studio
man.
formed to work on the Perfect Dark reboot, was entirely shut down. The Perfect Dark reboot has been canceled. I mentioned Rare's Everwild as well, canceled. According to insider sources, the cancellation of Everwild is actually leading to the game's director, Greg Mayles, a 35-year veteran of Rare, who worked on games as far back as Donkey Kong Country, Banjo-Kazooie, and Viva Pinata, bolting. Just like, you know, if you're doing this, I'm gone. I'm out.
That sucks, dude. Like, you have some dude that's made like some of the best games, some of the most beloved games of all time, and he just says, you know what? I'm fucking done. And he's just like, if you're canceling this shit, I'm out. Like, because it's really funny, because like in a lot of cases you'll see they're like, hey, we need to lay off the staff, we're gonna have to cancel this project. And then like the guy that's running it, it's like, so then what do you want me to do? They're like, oh, just hang tight and we'll figure out what we're gonna do next. It's like, nah, I'm just gonna go with them.
Guys, I mean, this is just one person among thousands, but I wanted to highlight him because he is an elder statesman of the games industry, and Mayles' exit from Rare is one of the last nails in the coffin for classic Rare. Almost all of the old guard from that studio are just gone, and it's sad to see him go. It's a tough time to be a Rare fan right now, honestly, but in all seriousness, it's not just Rare, it's everything Xbox. Even King, the mobile game developer and massive moneymaker for Xbox, is getting like 10% of its studio cut. Raven Software and
I would imagine when it comes to some of these, like, I'm actually going to give Xbox a little grace here, or Microsoft a little grace here. Obviously, like, you have to give it some time after you've already connected both, you know, your company and Activision Blizzard King to really fully understand how many people are actually needed there and how many people are unneeded at those companies, right? Like in those specific places, because that's still a relatively new merger between those two companies, it takes a little time for you to figure out, you know, what you're doing there and how to navigate it. But yeah, so I would guarantee that like maybe some of the stuff from like King is probably not that big of a deal, right? Mobile games, I mean, do I really give a fuck? No.
Are getting hit with some layoffs. A new IP that was going to be a new MMO.
And also Raven Software is a support team. I don't think Raven Software actually was a company that they've made their own games before, and then Activision bought them, and then they didn't support it anymore, and then they became a support team for Call of Duty. They mostly ran like updates, DLC, or not DLC, but like seasons, like the seasonal content for Call of Duty, as well as I think they also were the ones that like helped make like their anti-cheat or whatever. But yeah. After 7 years in development, Elder Scrolls Online developers' new MMO is reportedly cancel amid
Elder Scrolls Online guys.
Elder Scrolls
canceled,
made them some
and that's
good
far
money
from
too.
The only thing getting canned at
ESOs
Bethesda.
made them some solid money.
Reportedly, there are multiple unannounced projects that have been canceled. Even John Romero, the influential co-creator of Doom, was not spared Xbox's, well, I guess you could say wrath, but I don't think this is wrath. As somebody who loves video games, these job losses are brutal, and hearing about all these potentially amazing games getting canceled before...
Fucking John Romero. Like, that's the shit that, like, they shut down John Romero Games, which is the dude that, like, one of the original visionaries for Doom, or, like, the co-creator of Doom, shut down his entire fucking studio and whatever project that they were working on. Like, these layoffs are basically the gaming industry correcting itself. They had overhired over the past decade or less. Well, it's actually overhiring through COVID. COVID was when, I talked about this, I think, in, what video was it? I think it was the first discussion around Grand Theft Auto and how the industry was begging them to be the ones that increase the price of games to like $100 or something like that. And one of the things that I showed off was actually in a maybe is it this one? Yeah, it's in this right here. So I have this docket here from Apillion from Matthew Ball. This is an investment company, and basically like they predict shit for the video game industry, right? And one of the things that was in here that was really interesting was this right here. So this is in 2020. These lines that you're seeing, if I can like zoom in on them a little bit. I'll zoom in on them. There you go. And essentially what this is this was worldwide consumer spending on video game content plus select external forecasts for growth. So what you see here on this graph is that IDC, Bain, Newzoo, Google, SMP, Ampere, and Arc, all of these companies had essentially what they forecasted for like what the growth of the gaming industry would look like and what future spending would look like. And a lot of these companies, Newzoo, Bain, SMP kind of ish, IDC, Arc. Look at fucking Arc. Arc was like, this is the fucking future. This is the future of video games now. This is where your profit's gonna go. Straight to the fucking moon, baby. Straight to the moon, baby. Ampere looking like geniuses right now? Yes, Ampere does look like geniuses right now because they were the geniuses. Because realistically, this is what it really looked like. So like all these companies thought it was going up. It didn't go up. It stayed the exact same. So basically between 2020 and 2024, it dipped. And then it finally came back to where it was in 2020. And now it's starting to go back up here in 2025. So like all of these companies during this time, it used the data that came off of these companies here, these investment companies. It's not that these okay, I have to explain how this actually works. So it's not that Microsoft necessarily based all of their shit off of what these investors were, like investment companies were saying. Essentially what it was is that investors came in droves and just threw money at these companies because they're like, well, fucking Arc says that video game revenue within 4 years is quite literally going to increase by a third. That's a lot of money. And if that's the case, well, then I want to get in on that. So then all these companies all these investors ran out and started investing in these companies and throwing millions of dollars into them, thinking that they were going to be able to make a shitload of money back. Well, that didn't fucking happen. Regardless, when all of that money goes into your company, one of the things that these companies try to do is they try to show that they're going to do something with it, right? Because that's what the shareholders want to see. They want to see what you're going to do with their money. Show me that you're going to be able to grow it. So what ends up happening is those companies go out and they start hiring. They start buying up other companies. They start consolidating. They start showing off new games that they're making or whatever it is, right? They want to show that that money's being used. So then that way the investors stick around and stay, and hopefully all of that positivity and all that growth also then brings in more investors and brings out even more money, because all of these CEOs, Phil Spencer included, they make money off of the shares. If you guys go and look, in a lot of cases, most of the revenue or most of the money or most of the income that CEOs make is off of share prices, not off of actual company performance. Like, they have performance bonuses for like how well games will sell and stuff, but most of it comes from like shareholder perception. It's not even about whether or not you like the games. It's about whether or not the market perceives them as a good investment. That's it.
Time, it's super disheartening. I'm not really a console wars person. I like me some PlayStation, I like me some Nintendo Switch, and I like me some Xbox. But as such, I am an Xbox fan, and it's hard not to feel like the sky's falling after all this news. So What does Phil Spencer, the head of Microsoft Gaming, do? Why?
Yeah, and like that's my thing as well too, right? Like I'll flat out say I was a fucking Xbox Andy until I built a PC, and then I was just like a gaming Andy. So like now I don't, like, consoles don't even fucking mean anything to me anymore. Like, sure, I'll play some console games every once in a while if it's an exclusive or whatever. But even as somebody that was an Xbox Andy, like, this shit I see, like the way that they've treated their company and how they've, like, the games that they've made and shit and all that over the last like 10 years is just like, hey, y'all suck.
I
Y'all
put out a
suck.
tone-deaf internal message that sounds more like a press release for shareholders than anything meant to address concerns or help with what is, I mean, an absolutely bottom-of-the-barrel morale situation, no doubt.
It's the reason why it's one of the reasons why I do genuinely have a, you know, some people will say that I'll be biased against Xbox. I'll tell you right now, don't get me wrong, I hate Sony just the same because they're stupid as shit with all their live service games and a bunch of games that they don't even make. And I don't like Nintendo because of their prices and their console exclusivity and how fucking slimy and sleazy they are with copyright patent and going after emulation and all this other shit. Like, I hate all of them for all kinds of different reasons, but I got a special flavor of fucking hate for Xbox. Specifically because of the fact that I feel like they could be doing so much better and so much more in this industry, but they just suck because they're Microsoft. And it's like the one thing that wasn't a problem initially for that company with the Xbox and the Xbox 360, because it was really just about Xbox and like letting those guys do their thing and just fucking run with it. But then they bring in fucking Don Matrick, which was a straight up Microsoft hire. And then ever since then, it's been fucking daddy Microsoft at the wheel. And then it just all fucking went straight downhill. It all went straight downhill.
Entire statement is so freaking pathetic. It is pure corpo garbage that inexplicably acknowledges all the job losses while at the same time saying, I recognize that these changes come at a time when we have more players, games, and gaming hours than ever before. Our platform, hardware, and game roadmap has never looked stronger. What the fuck is wrong with you, Phil? I'm sorry to curse, but what is that? What is that?
Well, I mean, I get it. It's because it's like I said before. It's like, hey, you know, we're making more money than we've ever made before. So I know that probably comes as relatively confusing to a lot of people. And it has nothing to do with that. The problem is that he's just got a fucking hand up his ass right now, and they're treating him like a puppet. And the thing is that what they need him to say and what they need him to talk about is the fact that, yeah, this money is actually for something completely different. Completely different. Again, the money has nothing to do with this. They make 8% or 10% of what Microsoft's entire portfolio makes. Like, this means nothing. It's nothing.
Tell you what it is, he's trying to calm investors while addressing the issue for remaining staff, and it just comes off as fake as shit. We've all been willing to give Phil a shot the last few years because things have been tough. I'm not gonna pretend that things are not tough. It's getting harder and harder for anybody out there in them streets, but it's also getting harder and harder to see his run at—
I ain't giving him no good graces. Too fucking long for him to be at that company and not have been able to do anything meaningful or turn anything around.
As the leader of Xbox as a freaking disaster. Going from the top of the industry to what is essentially a third-party publisher in just over a decade is something basically only Sega can truly identify with.
Yeah.
Like the Genesis was just, I mean, it did what Nintendo don't. And the Xbox 3
Is Xbox really about to become the new Sega? They're already there. They're rounding the fucking bend, baby. They're rounding the fucking bend.
360, yeah, it had some pretty big problems to overcome, but they did right by consumers, and that built the brand in a massive way. It's arguable that the Nintendo Wii won in terms of pure sales, but culturally speaking, the Xbox was the winner.
It was,
right?
yeah.
Now, a lot of homegrown Xbox franchises dead in the water, floundering badly. The division is entirely propped up by their third-party purchases of Bethesda and Activision, and even then,
That's the thing that I've been talking about, and I'm so fucking glad to hear this dude say it. And people have fucking shit on me for fucking saying it, and fuck them for saying it in the first place. The only reason why Xbox even exists anymore, and the only thing that they have that is working for them, is the companies that they buy and nothing that they can create themselves. Everything that they created themselves has turned to shit. They have turned it all to shit. Before, Xbox used to have a fucking plethora of first-party titles from their studios that they built themselves. And now everything they have that makes them money isn't something they made themselves. It's something they bought. Everything they do is buying somebody else's work. It has nothing to do with them. So anytime somebody says, oh, Xbox is farming W's, no, Xbox is buying W's. They're pay to win. They're pay to win. And the thing is about being pay to win. You know what that usually means over time? You ain't got the skill to be able to do that all the time. And eventually, once you bought yourself into a fucking corner and you actually have to produce something worthwhile for people to play, that's where they're finding themselves right now.
Seems
That's
like,
where they're
at
finding
least
themselves right now.
The purchase of these massive studios is hurting them more than it's helping Xbox. Like, look at how many cuts are being targeted at Bethesda and Activision. It's not just Microsoft stuff here.
Yeah.
It's across the board gaming division stuff. With how things are going at Microsoft, along with all the reports we're hearing at EA and jobs getting cut there, it's hard not to feel like the bottom is falling out of the U.S. games industry. If this really is the beginning of the end of the U.S. dominating video games, it's at least partially a
No. It's already over. The U.S. dominating the video game industry is a foregone conclusion. That shit is done. That shit is so done for so many reasons that it would take an hour-long video for me to even be able to explain.
inflicted wound, fueled by reckless consolidation and tech industry greed, buying up everything they can without actually understanding why people buy video games. It's honestly completely infuriating, but it's the narrative that's being built. It's not just the U.S. games industry, honestly. There's reports that video game spending is just down across the board. After COVID,
I'd seen this. I need to read this article. I'll probably read it next week. Video game spending by young Americans is dropping sharply. Reports suggest year-over-year spending on games has declined almost 25% among 18 and 24-year-olds. The funny thing is, this has less to do with video. Well, I think it's two things. One, there aren't any good video games for folks to buy, especially like 18 to 24 years old. And two, they don't have any money. They can't afford it. They're pricing themselves out of their customers. This is something that I had talked about before. They're pricing themselves out of their customers. How are you going to simultaneously target younger audiences, but then also increase prices on your game, knowing that they cannot buy that?
Companies bet on
we ain't spend $80 on games in this economy.
Remember how we were all stuck indoors and the best thing to do with that situation is play video games, and now we aren't all stuck indoors anymore? Oh, there's a shock. Were these people thinking that the disease was going to keep us inside forever? Like, that wasn't the new normal. It was an aberration in human history. That's not how human history works. I know people like 28 years later, but that wouldn't happen, man. Not just the whole zombie aspect of it, but like, they die out. The zombies starve. They can't think. They just do rage shit. And eventually you run out of energy. That's how diseases work. They become less as they spread antibody. We don't need to get into it. I just can't fathom the reaction from all these companies that because we're in a pandemic and we're locked down and everybody's playing video games, that's how it's always going to be. I just can't fathom that. There's no set of information that implies that.
Dude. Do you guys remember almost every single one of these tech companies? Every single one of these tech companies. The new normal. Do you guys remember that phrase? Welcome to the new normal. All these tech companies, all these like people thought that they were fucking galaxy brain motherfuckers that were just like, you don't understand. From now on, this is the future. The future is AI and never leaving your house and everybody working from home and having infinite money to spend on everything because the money's going to come from the government just creating it out of nowhere, and nobody's ever going to work. We don't understand the food part of this yet, but don't worry about it. Yeah, the new normal. I remember that. Yeah. Everybody's wearing masks everywhere they go. Everybody's going to be doing social distancing. Every restaurant is going to have fucking reservations for every single thing. Like, oh my God, dude. That shit... That shit was so fucking annoying. I remember just sitting in my apartment, not being able to work because there was no fucking work, and sitting there being like, listening to these people on TV, listening to these people talk about this shit, and I'm just like, you guys actually think this is gonna stick around? Especially coming from like an American point of view. Like, we are some of the most like troublesome people. like we are a rebellious folk, and like the minute, I'm talking the fucking minute that these motherfuckers try to clamp the reins down and say everybody needs to stay at home, what's the first thing Americans did? We went outside. It was the first thing we did. It was the first thing we did. It was beaches full of teenagers fucking partying and fucking drinking all over the fucking place. You had entire like campgrounds were fucking full. Everybody's going camping. Everybody's going on vacation. Americans hate being told what to do. We do. We're not used to that. We're divas, man. We are the divas of the world, okay? It's just it's just how we are, all right? Yeehaw, pew pew pew. Exactly. Yeah.
And
naturally rebellious.
Jeez. And the younger generation is literally getting priced out of their own hobby. Games that casual audiences might actually want, like Perfect Dark, they're not getting made.
I need to comment on this and be like, Falcon, do you watch me? I bet he does. I bet Falcon watches me.
And Halo is not out of the woods. Who even knows what's going on with 343 right now? I know this is a real downer, but it's pretty hard not to be frustrated with this news. If there's something I can say to counteract the negativity, it's that Xbox isn't dead. All the news that's been dropped the last few days is bad, but that doesn't mean it's over. It means there's some major reshuffling going on. They do still have more than 40 games in development.
They're going to, like, at the end of the day, what they're going to do is they're literally just going to, what's the name of the channel? It's Gamer Ranks. What do you mean, what's the name? How have you not seen Gamer Ranks? 8.3 million subscribers. This is like one of the most well-known fucking gaming YouTube channels in the fucking whole fucking place. Do the guys that do Before You Buy? I love these dudes. This is like probably like this is like one of the other like YouTube channels that I was always watching that like made me want to make YouTube videos myself. But the thing is that like at the end of the day, like Xbox is going to just become a third-party publisher. The hardware part of that's already done, okay? It's already done. Like, we're done with that. It's done. No more. Gone. That's it. But Xbox Showcase, Call of Duty Black Ops 7. That's a fucking thing. Outer Worlds 2. This is one. I think that Outer Worlds 2 is likely going to result in layoffs. I'm very interested to see how Outer Worlds 2 does on the market. It seems like they put a lot more effort into it, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know how that's going to do. Ninja Gaiden 4, that could do pretty well. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, Nostalgia, that could go very well. Grounded 2, Grounded 1 didn't really do that great. I guess it did great. I guess it did well enough for them to make a second one, but it was a pretty like low effort release to begin with. Blood of the Dawnwalker's not their game. Blood of the Dawnwalker's not their game. They just showed it off. That's a marketing rights thing. Keep that in mind. That's a marketing rights thing. Just like Final Fantasy 16, that's not their game. That's same thing as Final Fantasy 7 Intergrade. Like these games that are being showed off are just games that were on their showcase, not necessarily games that they themselves are making. Is Clockwork Revolution an actually Xbox game? What studio is that coming from? That one I'd have to look into. But yeah, like some of these ones, and like some of them are already released, like Fallout 76, right? Chronos isn't their game either. Onimo, I don't think is their game either. This isn't theirs. I don't think Super Meat Boy's there, or Super Meat Boy, yeah, that one's not theirs either. Planet Lana is not theirs. Beast of Recreation isn't theirs. A lot of these games aren't even their games.
There's at least one more Xbox console in the future, probably.
Yeah, Persona's not their game.
At least that's what we're hearing. Game Pass isn't going to go away. 35 million subscribers is a lot. It's maybe not the license to print money Xbox and Microsoft hoped it was, but 35 million subscribers is a success.
The problem is that you have to be able to justify Game Pass. You have to continue to put games into it that justify people holding on to the subscription. And that's expensive, man. That's very expensive for these guys to pull off. And the cheapest way for them to do it is to use their own games to do it, not to buy somebody else's to put on there. And the thing is that there's a lot of companies that are out there that are like, no, our game is not going on Game Pass. No, our game is not going to be on a subscription service. Because a lot of the game developers, especially like indie, AA, single A, they don't want to have shit to do with subscription services because they don't like the ultimate future that brings. Where all of a sudden you go from like selling your game to the customer to selling your game to a platform. Because that's what that's ultimately what that relationship comes down to, right? It's not about just trying to sell it directly to me as a customer. Now you need to sell Xbox on whether or not your game is good enough to be on their service, right? Like people don't want that shit. They don't want to deal with that. They don't want to have to make their games for committee by committee, right?
Hold on to that, because that's, if I'm not mistaken, the current game subscription service that is successful. Like, if there's a Netflix equivalent, it's Game Pass.
Yeah.
So the news isn't all bad. It's important to keep in mind that even with all these internal issues at Microsoft, they're de facto still the #1 games publisher in the world. That is because they own both Bethesda and Activision, but still Xbox isn't going anywhere. And yeah, it's easy to lay the blame on Phil Spencer, and certainly he does deserve plenty. Sarah Bond, the president of Xbox, and Max Booty, the president of Game Content Studios, they deserve some blame here as well.
Oh, yeah.
But I do want to say this. At the end of the day, they are also just cogs in the Microsoft machine. Phil still has to answer to Satya Nadella, the CEO and chairman of Microsoft, and you better believe that it was probably him and not Phil that was pushing for the reduction in staff. Phil's just caping for it. Unfortunately, though, at the end of the day, Xbox is a small portion of Microsoft's frankly massive empire. The successes and failures of that division are just a drop in the bucket compared to the revenue that the other divisions bring in, which is an important and humbling reminder of just how seriously the company takes the division, which appears to be not that much.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make, is like people don't really understand that like Microsoft could dump Xbox and they could give a shit less. It's literally just what they're going to be using. Now, I think that what they're really looking at Xbox as, I would imagine that Xbox's higher-ups are probably just looking at like video games and Xbox as a way for them to be able to test subscriptions, services, and most likely AI. It's literally just going to become their AI testing ground. That's what it's going to be.
In the past few years under Nadella, it's felt like the sword of Damocles was just hanging over Xbox, waiting to fall. We have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. It's all pure speculation, but it literally just could be that rather than a string of bad decisions. I don't know that I would say it's that, but Phil could have been trying to stave the inevitable off for the past few years, just trying to keep the gaming division alive when the vultures at Microsoft's other divisions are circling. I want to note that this is possible and probably some of the explanation.
They're likely bullied by the rest of the divisions at Microsoft that are making more money or make up a larger portion of the company. And I mean, because like that's how it was at the very beginning for these guys. You know, you go back and if you actually watch like some of the Xbox documentary that's on YouTube, I have like a video that I actually made on this last year, I think, that was called like "What the Hell is I think actually mine was called "What the Hell is Going On with Xbox" or something like that. It's probably the same title as this video almost. But I think when mine was "What the Hell Happened to Xbox." That was the name of my video, and it's long. But in it, I go over the entire history of the company. I use their documentary as a way to be able to, you know, kind of convey some of the information of what happened with the company. But even at the very beginning, like they were not at all respected, even in their just gaming division. Even with how successful their gaming division and DirectX team had been, it still wasn't enough to be able to get really anything. And it took them a while to even be able to get like Bill Gates even on board with a lot of stuff. But yeah.
minimum. But it's also not to say that the Xbox team hasn't made serious blunders. The way they've handled their internal studios, like 343
Is that the video
Coalition
there?
and the now closed The Initiative, has been a disgrace.
Yeah.
Xbox was handed some
Yeah.
of the greatest IPs
So what happened to Xbox?
ever, like Halo, Gears of War, and yes, Perfect Dark.
People
There was
have been
major
watching that
potential
now.
there, and they squandered it with poor management. We've been quick to
Yeah,
praise
people have been
Microsoft's
watching it.
hands-off approach to game development
Yeah.
in the past, and it's led to some amazing stuff, especially from Obsidian, who are proving to be the MVPs of the entire division lately. Seriously, you know who I haven't had to mention up till this point in this video? Obsidian. That is of note, to say the least. But in the case of other studios management, like of Halo and Gears specifically, maybe a little more hands-on would have been helpful.
Avowed did not do well. Yeah, I hard disagree with the Obsidian opinion. Avowed did not do well. If I go past then, I mean, there's some bias because I don't like their art director, right? I don't like how he acts. I don't like the things he says. Avowed was not a very good game, and I didn't like it. It was bad. It was just a bad game. I just didn't really like it at all. But past Avowed, I like Grounded. They don't make Pillars anymore, right? The next game's going to be Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds, the first one, was just kind of mediocre for me. It was just mediocre. I just didn't really like it. It was okay, I guess. I don't know. So I'm looking at I would say like Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 2 is Outer Worlds, sorry, not Outer Wilds. I said Outer Wilds, my bad. Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds was kind of mid. Outer Worlds 2, we'll see, I guess.
If they had, maybe the Initiative wouldn't have floundered for nearly 10 years
Wilds is a
with
puzzle
basically
game.
nothing to show for it with Perfect Dark. Like,
Outer Wilds
I'm
is a puzzle
sorry,
game.
but it's not that
Like
hard to make a Perfect Dark game. You could literally just reboot it and do the first game's plot with some changes, and I think everybody would be pretty psyched as long as it turned out well. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't even really have to be original as long as it does what it's supposed to do and adds enough that it's not just the same game.
Yeah, it's a first person shooter linear game. You don't need to make it fucking crazy. Like, just make it fun and interesting and make it for a solid budget.
Again, like the Initiative was formed in 2016. They've had basically nothing but some vertical slices, according to reports. Compare Microsoft's handling of their studios to someone like Nintendo, who's very hands-on. Some developers buckle under the pressure. Yeah, I've seen reports Retro Studios really struggled with Nintendo working on Metroid Prime, but at the end of the day, it's an all-time great game. With Xbox, it's 10 years of nothing followed by cancellation. And that's
and that's their whole thing too. I don't know if you guys remember this, but like they had said that they had changed their direction when it came to how they would manage their studios, and specifically they said that they were going to go with like a hands-off approach and they just weren't going to like fuck around anymore. They basically had said that like we're not going to interfere with the studios. We're going to let them cook and let them do their thing. But the problem is, like, in some cases, like, you can't make that a blanket thing. Like, in some cases, some of these studios do need a whip cracked on them. Maybe they do need a little bit of like, maybe they do need some hands-on treatment. Not all of them are going to operate the same. And if you just sit back and watch as they're like quite literally building the fire to burn themselves on, you probably might want to step in the middle of that, right? You probably might want to be like, hey, how about we don't put another log on the fire? Some studios burn money for a decade. Abso-fucking-lutely. Sometimes you do need to step in and you need to do something about it. Avowed was no better than Veilguard. Yeah, same for my opinion. But see, that's another thing. Like, how do you not walk into Avowed and go, there's something wrong here? That's when we're talking about like that hands-on, hands-off shit. Like, same thing with Veilguard. How do you not walk into Veilguard and go, maybe we should just cut our losses here? You probably would have been better off.
always been a problem with Xbox to a certain degree, but this slow, gradual transition from major hardware competitor to third-party software developer, publisher, whatever. It's
Yeah.
sad to see. Maybe in Microsoft's eyes, this is a more profitable direction to take things, but as a gamer, it feels like the mighty have fallen. It feels like the industry itself, the hobby, not necessarily Xbox, but this is a huge pillar of the gaming industry that is crumbling. I told you, I am not a console wars person. Seeing this happen to a big company that was this successful, which technically has a much bigger company behind it, that up until this point has just been willing to fund it to no end. I mean, if you don't see something in those tea leaves, I don't know if you're looking. That
you know, the thing is that I'll say with this as well is like what's really concerning about this is that, you know, if we end up watching like the collapse or the liquidation of Xbox into like just purely like publishing and like that's pretty much it, it really cuts loose Nintendo and PlayStation and it gives way more power. The issue with like industry consolidation is that like when one of those pillars flop, it gives all the other ones more power, which just makes a much more oppressive industry for the customer, right?
doesn't look good. Like, I will say it could be an economic response, the post-COVID dip, and it may eventually even out. Maybe all this doom and gloom around Xbox is unwarranted. Maybe they had to make these moves, and this is stuff that will end up working out in the future. I don't know.
I used to hunt
But
achievements. I used to do the
old-time
same thing, dude. I was all over it. I worked at a Hollywood Video. I worked at a movie store, and I would rent games for my Xbox 360 specifically just to go and like fucking unlock achievements all the time.
Someone who's watched this happen to Sega and now is watching it again with Xbox, but now in a completely different economic climate. Seeing how things have been going the last few years just really sucks. I don't really care about Microsoft's bottom line. I care about video games. In the case of this situation, I care about Xbox games and positive feelings I've had about the original console and all the amazing games back on the 360. But more and more, the division feels less like that Xbox and more just
maybe we need to lose a third pillar just to see balance between two pillars. I mean, do you really want Nintendo and Sony to have all the fucking control in the industry? Not really. I mean, if we're talking about publishers, then it really just becomes like Embracer, EA, Sony. Yeah.
Bethesda and
picture gets a lot
because
Tencent,
they're really doing the lion's share of the game publishing now. Almost all
really
the old
bleak.
stalwarts at Xbox, the games that put the console on the map, they're seemingly dying. I hope that's not the case. I hope Halo comes back bigger and better than ever. But right now, that possibility feels very distant. So to answer the question, what the hell's going on in Xbox? What the hell is up with Xbox? What the hell is this? Well, a lot of people are getting fired and some highly anticipated games are getting canceled. Unfortunately, the vaporware nature of both Perfect Dark and Everwild means that the cancellations are probably justified. These were probably money holes. That doesn't make it not sting, though. What really sucks is the loss of all these other
I would guarantee with Perfect Dark and like especially because like Perfect Dark was supposed to be something that was coming out like relatively soon. Same goes for Everwild. Both of those games were likely just like they were money pits. Like these guys were just unable to actually make something worthwhile.
Games from Bethesda, including a new IP from ZeniMax. It all just looks really bad for Xbox on the whole, but this was the inevitable result of their purchase of Bethesda and Activision. Like, that's how industry stuff works.
Yep.
Jobs are gonna get lost. But I don't know if anybody really predicted how bad this was going to get. The cutting around 50%.
I mean, you gotta, like, what? How much did they spend on that? Like $80 billion? Wasn't that what it was? $80 billion to buy Activision Blizzard King? Like, there's going to be some long-standing repercussions for something like that, no matter what.
Staff at Turn 10, the guys behind Forza, is especially brutal, as are the cuts at Call of Duty developers like Raven and Sledgehammer. I mean, Call of Duty is basically a license to print money now. Like, that's not changing either. It doesn't have any evidence of changing. So
I don't know about that. I have a feeling... I have a very strong feeling that that Call of Duty is going to, while slowly but surely, is going to lose its relevance pretty much across the board. Like, I mean, keep in mind, bringing up the numbers, baby. Call of Duty. Okay, they brought some people back with their latest patch. But, I mean, if we're looking at fucking... This is 2022 when it came onto Steam. That graph is not going in the right direction. Fortnite prints way more money than COD all fucking day, baby. All day. And the thing is that I feel like Call of Duty is also like somewhat generational. Like I feel like there's a lot of people that are more... I feel like people are a little bit more nostalgic about Call of Duty that are a little bit older. Like, I don't think they're like, don't get me wrong. I think they're like, there's younger generations that did Call of Duty as well, but I don't think it's on the same, on the same trajectory. This right here, this is a declining franchise. I mean, for them to have released Black Ops 6, which was way better than Black Ops 3, right? Way better than Modern Warfare 3. Like, this game was just ass. Black Ops 6 lost 90% of its player base in the matter of March, so October, November, December, January, February, March, 5 months. 5 months, they lost 90% of their player base and hit an all-time low for the entire franchise. And the thing is that even though this last oh no, they hit another all-time low right here. 67,000 players. They just hit an all-time low on Tuesday. Never mind. Game's not doing better. Still getting worse. And mind you, is a new game going to revitalize that? Of course it will. Of course it's going to bring some players back. But the issue is that Call of Duty is chasing the fucking coattails of Fortnite so bad, and it just doesn't work, man.
If you think anyone would be protected, it would be them. It's a bloodbath across the board, and things might sound really bad. Xbox, unfortunately, whether they deserve to or not, is going...
Multiple years... This is the other thing to keep in mind, too. Multiple years in a row now, Call of Duty has actually been beaten in first-year sales. It was beaten last year by Black Myth Wukong. It was beaten the year before that by Hogwarts Legacy. So we'll see if they get beat out next year too.
To weather the storm. What Xbox is going to be after the storm, I have no idea, but Microsoft is a monolith. They're basically untouchable in the tech space, and at least for now, it seems like there's interest in keeping the gaming division alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be, a percentage of layoff. They could just shut the whole damn thing down. I don't know. Maybe
they wouldn't shut it down. Microsoft would just sell off the Xbox gaming division. They would just sell it off to somebody else if they wanted to. I don't think that they would just completely eat it. I don't think they would just completely delete it. I think that they would just sell it off to somebody. And chances are they probably will.
In the future, we'll look back and see this as another step in the decline of Xbox that started all the way back in 2013 with that embarrassing...
They'll probably just sell it to Tencent.
One reveal, or maybe not. I hope things stabilize, not just for the future of Xbox, but for the future of gaming and the developers and workers that are still with the company. And hell, the developers and workers that aren't with the company anymore. There is a serious problem if Xbox is facing the need to cut at this rate. That has implications beyond if they keep their job at Xbox. Are there going to be jobs elsewhere to get? There's a lot up in the air right now. Morale has got to be...
In a lot of cases, some of these folks are going to have to create opportunities for themselves. I hate to say it like that, but what it comes down to, especially with the experience that some of these people have, there are other roles that you can take, but it just might not be in video games. And there's a lot of instances of people that leave this and go to some software gig instead, and they just don't work on video games anymore.
Rock bottom at the company too. Hopefully things improve for these guys and they're able to make great games, because that's what matters, right? That's what we all hope happens. What do you think? Leave us a comment, let us know. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon.
Always
you can
good.
follow me on Twitter.
Always happy to hear.
We'll see you next time,
Always happy
right
to hear
here
a
on
Falcon
Game
video. You don't get a lot of them, you get a few of them, but when you do, they're always worth a listen. That's Gamer Ranks. Every single industry, in every single corner of the world, there are people who have control and power and no clue what the hell they're doing. It's essentially what's going on right now. I legit think corporations don't know how to make money anymore. Part of me actually part of it comes down to that. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, we went over that list of games, like all the games that they've released over the past couple of years, or like 10 years, I think is what it was, the last 15 years. I forgot how many years I put in there. But like the vast majority of the games that they've released are just not worth your money. Like, none of them have been. There's been like a couple of them that are in there that are like, oh shit, that was actually really good. Oh, I enjoyed that game. But like outside of that, for the most part, most of their games aren't very good, man. Most of them are not very good. I'll be back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Oh, we back. I don't agree with people saying that they don't know what they're doing. They're a $3 trillion company. They know what they're doing on a regular basis. Firing and rehiring contractors. Well, these aren't contractors. They're firing and rehiring. I'm saying that like Xbox's leadership doesn't know how to make good games. They don't know how good games are made. There's a difference between knowing what you're doing with money and knowing what you're doing within a creative industry. If you're trying to tell me that Xbox knows what, like, here's the thing. I had seen somebody, there's some dude that like, it is right here. Yeah. This dude said, solid channel you have there, but many of you content creators don't understand what Microsoft is doing. Too many of you guys are thinking like gamers, and that's cool, but don't forget that gaming is a business, and Microsoft's hand to change was forced back at the end of the 7th generation. And I said my entire channel is discussing the business side of the industry. There is nothing galaxy-brained about releasing garbage games and letting your mascot franchises fall to ruin. Curly, thank you for the 2 gifted subs, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, tell me what is like, what is the fucking 5-head 4D chess move that Microsoft is making by putting out shit video games? Believe me, I'm waiting. I'm listening. If you've watched the official Xbox documentary, the people who originally started it within Microsoft specifically tried hard to keep Microsoft out of Xbox because they knew that it wouldn't work otherwise. That's exactly it as well. You have to keep in, like, how many times they had to go around Microsoft to be able to get things done. a lot of people don't remember this, but originally with the when they wanted to get into the console business, it was mostly because it was actually out of pride, because PlayStation was trying to position themselves as like the home entertainment PC, and they didn't like that. So then it was more of an ego check from Bill Gates, where he wanted to like get a gaming hardware out there. Then after that, they had multiple Xbox teams work on prototypes, and most of the prototypes included Windows on the device, and that was like their whole thing. Well, Windows needs to be in there. Windows needs to be in there. Windows needs to be in there. The Xbox, the original DirectX team that made the Xbox, went behind their back, snuck into the offices at night, stole the kernel level code of Windows, got rid of everything, put it down to its bare bones, like bare fucking bones shit, and then they made the game. And the only reason why they put themselves in the position afterwards to be able to make the Xbox, and the only reason why Gates approved it, was because he showed that they loaded a PlayStation game like damn near instantly on the hardware that they had created. So like their mission ever since then was almost entirely around trying to do their best to keep Xbox out of the try to keep Microsoft out of the Xbox division, because they might be good at money, they might be good at technology, they might be good at software, but that does not translate to entertainment. What the fuck does Microsoft know about entertainment? On top of that, what does Microsoft even know about OSs anymore? They're fucking the fucking Windows operating system is so fucking garbage. Every time I see somebody post a video about Linux, I'm on the fucking fence. I would if I could, but it's hard because I'd have to build a whole other PC to be able to do that, and then build that PC to, you know, use Linux and then learn how to use it. And I work off of my computer, so I can't necessarily do that right now. But believe me, when I move, I'll probably just recommission the PC behind me to be on Linux. Xbox division is cooked, and that's probably because it's not Microsoft's top priority for revenue. No. And right now you have to think about where their priorities are, right? Like that's the one thing that I think a lot of people will probably lose sight of. Microsoft could give a fuck about video games. The only thing any tech bro, any company out there right now is thinking of is AI. That is it. They see that as the future. They see that as the doorway. They see that as the door to everything in the world from here on out. Like video games are going to be a byproduct of AI. Why do I need to worry about making entertainment when I'll just have people making entertainment for themselves? So like this division's going to go. Because it is. Maybe in the future, but the future isn't today. You still have to pay attention to what's going on today. And also at the exact same time, this insane like fatalistic take that some people will have, where like people are just gonna make their own video games, like you're just gonna pop a code into a computer, you're just gonna bring up Chat GPT and just drop a fucking, you know, a prompt into a AI and it's gonna build the video game of your dreams, is a fucking pipe dream in and of itself. A technology that's so far away, or even too hard to even fucking think about. Why do people like Linux? Freedom. Right now, as it stands, if you download, like obviously if you have like Windows comes with a shitload of stuff that you don't even use and you don't even want, and you can't even get rid of. On top of that, if I'm not mistaken, I think that like they're also going to want to include like chips on boards that are going to like force you to upgrade. They have shit like kernel level shit that's there to be able to like track what you're doing and sell your fucking data. Like people just don't like that stuff. Yeah, and by the way, like my take on AI is not anti-AI. I think the technology's sick. I think it's going to be able to do some incredible things. But the problem is that like I think people are a little bit too pie-eyed over it, and they think that everything's going to happen immediately. And I just don't think that it's. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I don't like the fact that you can't delete YouTube from your phone anymore. Exactly. It's shit like that, right? Like people don't like certain apps and shit like that they don't want, you don't want on your phone. Now all of a sudden you have to have them on your phone. They're there, they're preloaded. There's all this other shit. There's all this other software that's in the background. You know, like Android used to be so fucking clean. You'd buy a fucking Android phone and that thing would just be like, nothing is on it, right? Like it literally nothing would be on it. And now like you have like side panels and all this other shit and like all these other apps and shit that are running in the background, and over time they just continue to get slower and slower and slower, planned obsolescence and shit like that, which are all things that they then put into their fucking software as well, right? We see that same stuff in we see it reflected in everything we have now, right? Jailbreak the phone. That's the problem though, is that like to be able to get around that, you have to like void the warranty on the hardware you have that you paid for. Do you see how weird these like ownership laws are getting? Like if I want to like remove the bloat from my Android phone that I paid for in cash, I have to void its warranty by putting different software on it. Like, it's so fucking dumb. Did you see the full document of the Video Games Europe posted on their website? I read the this whole thing. It's only like 2 more paragraphs after this one. Right to repair, yeah. And also do sketchy stuff that most people are not comfortable doing. Yeah, there's a lot of shit you don't even know what's even going on in the background. Oh, what the fuck? I fucking love Xbots. I love Xbox Andes and Console Warriors. These guys are so fucking hopped up on fucking copium. The reason why I keep seeing their comments and stuffs pop up is specifically because the fact that I read them, because I find them so fucking hilarious. This dude said, so this is that tweet that I read from this guy worked on Baldur's Gate 3, right? And then, so this guy's like, I think one of the fundamental misunderstandings that you have is that your game is good. Not only it wasn't, you had just one game that did good. You released a very unpolished game that had tons of bugs, bad performance, and struggles on all platforms. Like, I love how these guys have to immediately run to the defense of their multi-billion-dollar company. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have your back, Phil Spencer. I have your back, Bill Gates. It's still in the same broken shape after 2 years. You just got away with it because of the nature of boring game and did not emphasize that. Before you try to tell people what they want, fix your game, and I don't know, maybe have a career of actual good games. Baldur's Gate, this just in. Baldur's Gate 3. Garbage game. Truly. Are you 12 or something? No, I am not. But really, before you act like you know your stuff, at least have stuff to begin with. Nobody knew who you are before 2023. Game Pass has been there for since 2017. Nobody knew who you were. What is this? I successfully managed to expose the IGN employee who is responsible for comparisons to admit that the Xbox Series X is actually superior in the 60 FPS mode. The number of PlayStation fans on Twitter has declined in the past 2 days. What happened? This guy might just have autism. Fucking, I'm sorry, dude. If you're a console warrior in 2025, you probably belong in a mental institution. You probably belong locked up somewhere. I'm gonna be real. What do you mean you're not? Nintendo is going to explore making games with shorter development cycles to counter rising development costs. They're also investing in their development teams to preserve the way they've traditionally made games. Make shorter games. What a great headshot. What do you mean you aren't firing 9,000 people? 2025, the majority of successes and failures are not foreseen. From a business perspective, this is actually insane. No, it's not. It's just the nature of the industry. Things have changed. People are sick of the same recycled bullshit that we've seen time and time and time and time again. Madu, thank you for the 199, man. That's really what this all comes down to. Like, it has nothing to do with like people always want to talk about, you can't predict successes in entertainment. I mean, you can make things that most people are gonna like. Yo, Legendary drops their mods. Is it against the rules to say retarded? Because Twitch just popped up something really weird for me when I was trying to send a message that had the word retarded in. I mean, you just said it twice in one thing and it popped up, no problem. Might have been another word you used. What was the other word you used? Oh, Twitch probably thinks that you're insulting somebody. Oh, that's why it pops up. Oh, okay. Gotta love censorship. You technically can. It just depends on how you define success. There's totally ways for you to be able to have controlled success within the industry. I think that you can look at areas of need, right? And say that, like, okay, we don't really have a lot of these games. A really good example of this, how many linear action games do we have, right? Like God of War. God of War, Devil May Cry, Bayonetta. Like recently we got Stellar Blade. We don't really see a lot of those, right? Witcher 3, but that's old, obviously. That's what I'm saying. Like recently, over recent years, like that's a genre of game we don't see a lot of because a lot of these companies don't want to make linear action games, even though those games can perform relatively well, right? They can make them, but they just don't want to make them as much anymore. And the other thing is too, at the exact same time, Lost Soul aside in August, exactly, like who's stepping up to actually take that place? Do you guys think that it's just a weird coincidence that for whatever reason, all of these like Eastern studios just for whatever reason just start to make the games that we haven't been seeing? Isn't that odd? Isn't that weird how that works? Isn't that crazy? Make Kingdom Hearts great again. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like there's all these genres that we don't really see that much anymore, and it's not because they're not popular or people don't want to play them. It's because they're not as profitable as a live service game, and they're more difficult to monetize. That's really what it comes down to. It's because they would much rather spend their time making a multiplayer game because they think that's where the money is. Witcher 3 isn't linear. Yeah, no, it's an open world game. have all the money, buy all the developers, have all the talent, give them all the time, make 0 games, fucking dies. What is this business strategy called? Sucking dick. That's what it's called. It's called blowing balls, man. Fucking nuts on your forehead. That's what it's called. Stupid. Dumbass. That's what it is. This is the point that I was trying to make. Like, these guys have not put out shit. The games that they do put out are shit. Like, they have all the fucking money in the world, all the developers, they buy up all these companies. Like, people are like, what are we sitting around talking about how, like, Xbox has a W because they have Call of Duty and fucking World of Warcraft. 2 games that are quite honestly despised by almost everybody that plays video games, and even the people that play those games. I've never seen 2 franchises have the most self-hated, like, the most, like, self-loathing community ever. Maybe RuneScape. Testicle connoisseurs. True. Gargling balls. Counter-Strike. What does that have to do with anything? ReZero. Subaru and crew return for more adventures. Season 4 comes to Crunchyroll next year. Cool. What is this? YouTube, the YouTube subreddit reacts to Mr. Beast for allegedly using AI in his latest video. World's fastest car versus cheetah. I love how, like, the thing is that you bring in, like, the AI conversation into stuff like this, and it's all virtue signaling, especially on Reddit. And the funny thing is, like, it's a bunch of people on Reddit crying about how, like, AI is going to take away people's jobs, and these motherfuckers are unemployed to begin with. We're talking about, like, some of the most unemployable people in the world. And they're sitting there farming fucking thousands of updudes. Like, that's all I ever see. Is there any other bullshit on here? What is this? A Pokemon fan got Pope Leo to sign his Pope Leo. How, is he gonna get that graded? I wonder how much that's gonna be worth. Why is it a weak Pokemon? Why can't you bring, if you're a big Pokemon fan, then why would you pull a weak 3-star card? It's because its name is Pope Leo. He's Pope Leo. Motherfucker's like, why didn't you bring a first edition Charizard? Like, what the fuck? I love how so. Why Papa Leo? Holy fuck, guys, we have an education crisis. We have a world education crisis. Media literacy is truly dead. It's so sad. One of the things that I talked about, I told my friends this. So after, like, my very first YouTube video did, like, really well. Like this is, like, old lore now, but after one of my very first YouTube videos did, like, super well, right? I think I got a video that had, like, 700,000 views, and I was like, holy fucking shit. And I was reading the comments, because that's what I would use. Back then, I was still reading comments. I don't really read comments after the first, like, 15 minutes of a video being live anymore. Just because it gets fucking, because of this, honestly. But, like, you quickly realize, like, how stupid people are. Like, you'll see people just talk about shit that has nothing to do with the video at all. Like, some completely, like, off-the-cuff tangential point that they just go on a fucking tirade and quite literally will write, like, 450 to, like, 500 words about, and you're just like, what? What? Lonely people and dumb. Lonely and dumb. Like, the funny, like, my favorite ones are the ones that are actually more than 400 words. I'll come across, there was one that I came across and I copied and pasted it to see what the word count was. And it was quite literally, like, over 1,000 words. And I'm like, how can you even write that? Like, why are you allowed to even write a comment that long? And it's just like, what would you one, why did you dedicate so much time to doing that? Like, that's a lot of fucking time to write that out. And then you see edited in the corner. Like, they came back and changed it. And you're just sitting there and you're like, nobody's gonna fucking read this. And you know what I do? Anytime I see somebody do this, anytime I see somebody leave like a 400 plus word comment on a YouTube video, YouTube has a function that's called hide user from channel. And what that does is it lets them watch the video. It lets them comment, but nobody will ever see their comments. Nobody will ever see it. So I get this weird personal satisfaction from knowing that these like fucking schizos that drop like 5,000 word essays on my videos every single week quite literally are just screaming into the void. This shit fucking kills me. I'm not like a big band guy, right? I don't like go around looking for people, but every time I see one of those motherfuckers, I just go, blah. It brings me so much joy. It brings me so much joy. Like, I'll never see it. They'll never know, and nobody else will ever see it. Shadow banning trolls is the best thing. It's so fucking good. It's so good. We need that IRL. I know. It's so fucking funny, man. Oh, man. Idiocracy isn't just a movie. I know. That's not funny. That's depressing. Well, I mean, for one party. maybe for one party. Better do that to me. I'm setting a record at this point for the number of streamers that have done that to me. Well, I mean, I mean, like, I don't understand why people want to go out of their way to get banned. You'll see that shit all the time. I've been watching like Asmongold's chat, and you'll just see people in the chat that are just like, ban me. It's like, just have fun and act normal and bullshit with the other people in chat. Like, that's the whole point of doing this stuff. And then you got people that like, I can't understand hate watching. I really can't. Hate watching clips is a different story though, right? Like, I'm not going to pretend like there's not a couple of people that I've been watching crashing out online recently that has been fucking gold star entertainment. I mean, absolute cinema. It's absolute cinema. It's just like, you sit back and you're watching these people and you're like, how do you lack so much self-awareness? Pirate is one of them. Pirate's pretty funny. Like, his stuff it's not as bad, but like the whole political tubers that are on like, or political like streamers on like, which is also so stupid, by the way. That's more of an entertainment thing. I'm not really entertained by politics, so I don't really watch that kind of content. It's not really all that interesting to me. You know what I mean? Hassan versus Asmongold. The funny thing with like the Hassan versus Asmongold is that it's not even Hassan versus Asmongold. It's literally Hassan versus a wall. It's just like he's shadow boxing. It's like, and it just gets worse. And I'm like, the funny thing is, as a viewer of Asmongold, like, you realize like watching that where it's just like, dude, you don't realize like it's not even worth trying. Like, anytime I see anybody that's like trying to take that guy down, I'm like, you're not going to take down Baldur. It's just not going to fucking happen. Like, everything you say is going to bounce off of this guy and likely just make him more popular. Like, you're only adding fuel to the fire. The best thing that you can do is just ignore it. It's so funny, dude. It's so funny to me. That shit fucking cracks me up, bro. I'm like, he'll say something crazy and I'm like, like, you already know that he's just going to laugh it off. He's just going to laugh it off. I saw Hassan brandish a gun replica live on Twitch. Blew my mind. What the fuck is brain damage? The one thing that made me really that I thought was really funny about that was the fact that like you see so many people like trying to run like Olympic circles around the idea of like how it's a good thing to do that, and it's fake. It was fake though, and it's just like it doesn't fucking matter. Like everybody knows what the point is. It's so crazy to see so many people try to tell you that blue is orange. And you're like, dude, you're talking shit and waving it around at somebody. Not at somebody, sorry. You're talking shit and you're waving it in your hand like this. It is obviously it's obviously meant to make you look threatening. Right? Like regardless of context. And it's like, okay, that's cool that your viewers understand. But also, like, how weird is it that you're, like, having people search up people that comment on your fucking Twitch chat? Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? I've come to realize that in a lot of cases with some of these streamers, and you'll kind of see this shit pop up, that, like, I think a lot of it comes down to just, like, arrested development, and also, like, a lot of, like, egotistical, like, narcissism, where like they just can't fucking let it go. Because it's not entertaining. It's not entertainment. It just devalues you as a person when you do shit like this. Like somebody pops into my chat and starts talking shit, which happens all the time. I just ban them. Just fucking get rid of them. Well, I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what else you've said. I don't need to pull up your fucking life history to find things. You know what like, and that's like the craziest shit that the internet has brought in over the like last like 10 years. It's probably been longer than that, but I'm just not as like internet savvy as that. I mean, most of my life has been spent off of the internet. I've been playing games more than I've been like in like social media and shit, right? Like I talked about this I think last stream. I didn't get on Reddit until like 2021, right? I didn't get on Twitter until last year. Like before that, I had a Facebook when I was in like high school and early college, and then I stopped using it. Like I just never really clicked with social media. It was just never like a thing for me because I didn't really care all that much, and I really wasn't like trying to chase for a bunch of attention or anything like that. So like you see it now, and it's just like these people like obsess over like who somebody is. We had people that were in chat earlier that were like, where do you live? What's your real name? What's this? What's this? You know, like on Google, the most searched terms for legendary drops are real name and location. And then it's whether or not I'm right wing or not. Like that shit's so fucking weird. That is so weird, dude. That is so fucking weird to me, man. It's so weird. What do you mean you're not a communist? No, it's not even that. It's just like I don't really care about that shit, man. Like it's so weird. LD, get a security camera? Bro, I'm moving out to the middle of nowhere very, very soon here. Very, very soon. By my fucking studio, I'm building a studio for myself. Not a high budget thing. I'm not spending a bunch of fucking money. I'm just building a black room that I'm going to play video games in and nobody can bother me. And it's also sound controlled. I lose my shit sometimes, and I live in a, like, my apartment has relatively thin walls, so when people walk past, they can, like, hear me when I'm recording and shit. That makes me feel weird. But it's also like sometimes I get a little bit fucking Tourette's or fucking schizo when I'm recording, and I'll just like start making wild noises and yelling for no reason, right? I do be hearing you. Are you the possum that lives under my porch? With RGB? No, the thing is, when you first get into PC gaming, I don't know what it is. I think it's you just like, yeah, you want to deck your shit out in RGB, and then after you do it once, you're like, you know what? Whatever the fuck was I doing? This shit looks so stupid. It looks like I fucking shit a rainbow on my desk. RGB propaganda, for real. For real. My PC case now, the only thing that's lit up, and I actually think it looks really fucking clean. All the lights in my PC are turned off, except for the 2 sticks of RAM. and those just have a like dim regular like light, like regular like whitish, off-white, yellowish light, and I think it looks really clean. 10 years and I still love my RGB. There's certain things that I do like. I have a backlight that I put onto my desk, and I think that looks really clean. It also acts as like a little bit of a night light, and I think that's kind of fucking sick. But yeah. I can't turn off my GPU power light. If you get like Mystic Light, which is through MSI, that'll control all lighting regardless. And it controls it at a motherboard level. So you can just literally turn off everything or turn on everything. The lighting in your living room is really nice. Yeah, but the funny thing is it's literally just one light. It's literally like I have my key light that I got, which by the way, like if you're talking about like streamer shit, like the best thing I've ever purchased is that motherfucker, that key light. And then I also have a an Amarin like backlight if I ever want to use it. I use it sometimes depending on like the lighting of the room. That gives me kind of like a halo in the back. And then like the fucking this thing. I really like this, by the way. I wish I got a fucking sponsor for these guys, because if I got this, if I got a sponsor for them, I'd probably get more of them. They're really, really nice. Nice guitars, too. You guys want to know something really funny? So, I didn't realize it. I've been talking shit this whole time, and I was talking about how I don't own anything other than an Ibanez, and I forgot that my stepdad gave me another guitar last summer, and it was with my luggage. And I thought it was my other guitar case, and I just completely fucking forgot about it. Like, I was probably just like, I think the reason why is because it was when I went to like TennoCon and stuff, so I was kind of like dialed in with like all kinds of shit that was going on at the time, and life was like relatively hectic, but I didn't realize that I do have another guitar. I have a Stratocaster. I have like a straight up, like a really nice like black Stratocaster, but I didn't even realize it until I pulled it out and was like, oh, what the fuck? Play some guitar on stream. One of the only reasons why I don't ever like pull out a guitar on stream is mostly because like my microphone is set up for like voice, right? My microphone is set up for like voice compression, so it's gonna sound like shit if I try to play guitar on it. If I had like a second microphone set up that was actually set to pick up like guitar, then that would probably work. But I also don't have any like DAWs or anything like that on my computer for anything. Brother is so rich, he has guitars that he's forgetting about. I don't have a single guitar that costs over $500. Every guitar that I have is under $500. I'm not one of those people that feels like they need to go and buy like a fucking $4,000 guitar. I have friends that are like that. I have my stepdad's like that. I just don't. I just don't see the point. You can get really good guitars for like fucking $200. Cat on the computer. Yeah, luckily that one's turned off. If the fans were turned on, it'd be a different story. He's just vibing. He just wants to be a part of the backdrop. What are we gonna do? That's kind of the question now. Right now we're just kind of vibing. I don't really have anything else to like talk about so far as like content shit. Like, and I'm also positive that if I fucking scroll down anymore on my Twitter page, we'll start seeing some Hold on, this is funny. Some Pirate Nation. I think I found Pirate Software's alt account. All of his tweets are defending him. So it's literally somebody that's just been like defending Pirate Software in the comment section, and then Pirate Software responds with, "Everybody I don't like is Pirate Software. A child's guide to online discourse." What a salty. What is it? Did I mute somebody? Why did I mute this guy? Sometimes I come across somebody, I don't even know why I muted you. Somebody will say something I don't like, or not that I don't like. Somebody will say something stupid, and I'm just like, I don't want to see this. You know what it was? It's probably a console warrior. More times than not, it ends up being a console warrior or something like that, because I try to like clear a lot of that fucking shit off of my desktop. Satya, 1 month before gutting Xbox so he could invest another $1 billion in Copilot AI. New games, new hardware, new ways to play. Yeah. Jesus. I don't even want to say that's streamer drama. It's all streamer drama. Good man. These guys, I fucking can't. Bro, I liked Thor, but his attitude over this whole drama has been unbearable. Yeah, I mean, it kind of really showed like what this guy's like, where his head's at right now and what he's really interested in. Plus, also at the exact same time, who is Yeet? It's basically a Twitter account for like streamer TMZ, essentially, is what it is. It's just streamer TMZ. Doom scrolling stream? I'm not going to do a doom scrolling stream. We're going to play a video game. Part of me wants to continue my run that I have right now on fucking I'm just going to do that. I don't really give a shit. You guys can like it or you can't. And if you don't, you don't. I don't really give a shit. I don't care about you. Okay? I'm just going to do what I want to do tonight. Because I have a sunburn. I'm making it about me. I'm just making it all about me. My new console, Steam Deck. I love my Steam Deck. That thing is so awesome. I need to remember to charge it before I go on a fucking trip, though.
My new console is a Steam Deck XD.
I'm continuing my run on Dead Cells. That's what we're gonna do. I have a really good run so far, and we're gonna fucking go in on it. I just beat like one of the other bosses, and I like my weapons, and I like what I have so far. I haven't beat the game at all yet. I've only killed like 2 bosses, I think. I've killed like 2 bosses. Good, I missed the last run. Thank you for the $2, by the way. Appreciate it. Horse Girl Gamble Game? Is that on Twitch? I've seen so many people talking about that. What is it called? What's the Horse Girl Gamble Game? I thought Pirate Software was a girl. Have you played Slormancer? I don't know what that is. Una Musume. Oh, Uma. Musume Pretty Derby. Party Dash. Uma. Oh, it's a free-to-play game? What the fuck is this? Add to library. Okay. There's people in my Discord that have been there have been people on the Discord that have been talking about this. What the fuck did you guys just make me download? Why are there people on my friends list that are playing it? Why are there people on my friends list that are playing it? You've just been added to a list? Oh no. The game is fun. I'm playing it right now. Time to Unfriend, game of the year. It's a meme game. Very fun. All I saw was like this, like I saw an image of this, like, okay, we'll play it. We'll play it for a minute. Okay, we'll play it for a fucking minute, and then we'll go play. Leppy Dope, thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy shit, thank you so much. Super generous. Super generous. Absolute Chad. Thank you so much. That started a fucking probably a hype train or something like that. Make sure you guys thank them for the subs. Thank them for the subs. Goshi, you will love Goshi. Okay. We'll do the Dead Cells run after I do some after Daddy goes to the races. after Daddy goes, Daddy's gonna go to the races, okay? Oh no. Oh hey, I like those guys. Bro, these guys have been fucking hitting it lately, huh? Their last game was I guess I have to do it like this. Oh god, terms of use. Okay. Oh Jesus Christ. That's fine. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, you take my soul. I get it. My country, United States. You're. What is this? Am I gonna dox myself? Wait, how do you put it in? What? Oh, I see. What a weird way to do that. There we go. What the fuck? I don't know. I'm literally doing what my chat is telling me to do, okay? You guys literally said that this is the best video game ever made and that I have to play. What the fuck is going on? What is this UI? What is this UI? I inherited otherworldly names and were inspirited with the dreams, the most dramatic and wonderful. Now they run ever forward. That is their destiny. No one knows how these races that lie in their future will end. Even so, they continue to run, aiming only towards the goal in front of them. Beautiful. It's literally horse races. Do you make bets? Is this a Gamba stream? I feel like I should be getting paid to play this. Are you guys making me something I would get paid to play? Why are they running in dresses? What else would they run in? The horse girls are named after real life racehorses. Okay. I feel like I should get paid to watch you play this. You train horse girls? This is becoming a very inappropriate stream. This went from this, like, we 0 to 60 this really fucking fast, man. I think you know why. Allegedly. Oh no. The dresses make you faster? That is true. I mean, it's probably better for, like, I would imagine it has to be, like, a little bit better for breathing, right? You know, a little extra ventilation. I don't think there's anything wrong with a little ventilation, right? Give me a second. I'm gonna grab a snack. Okay, I'm here. Urarara is a little horse with a dream. Oh god. Okay. One day at the Tokyo races. A new trainer, come here. Yeah, it's me. I'm here. Hi, I'm in the new trainer. Nice hat. Well, this seems like a really nice game. I mean, like she's dressed skip a bunch of the lore, dude. Skip it. Why? She's dressed so respectfully. Can I let me introduce myself? I am Juna. Okay, you're a secretary. Thanks for having me on board. It's so much, believe me. Okay, we'll take a look for a second. Anyway, we should get on with the academy tour, okay? You hear the thunderous cheers? Wow, they love me. They love me. People from around the world adore the Unamasume racing. I wonder why that is. With all the fanfare and the curtains raised on the stage where you and your trainee aim to achieve your dreams. Okay, all right. Race. Uda finale. Oh, okay, this is the final race. Here we go, guys. Lock in. Lock your bets in. Oh, she looks determined. She's not gonna win. She's not even close. 10 is out. So, what is this? Silence Suzuka? Pink is locked in, man. I'm gonna say it's Pink. Pink is locked in. Pink is ready to roll. Oh, there they go. They're off to the races. Coming around the bend. Coming around the bend. Here we go. Wow. She looks determined. Is she gonna cheat? She get a little side glance there. I don't know about that. Oh, watch out. I don't want to see me cheating. 5 is taking the head. Coming around the bend. They've already taken the lead. Nobody's gonna catch them. They're fucking ripping. They're ripping and dipping. Nobody's got a shot. Number 8 looks to be having some problems. Potentially, that might be a lame horse taken out to the back, turn it into glue afterwards. I don't know. What do you do? What do you do when one of these horse girls are lame? Can somebody answer that question? What happens to a horse girl when she's lame? Because I know what happens to horses when they're lame. Glue factory? You sent him to the glue factory? Is that what's going on? Sticking to the outside is vodka. Sticking to the inside is not your brain. Then Mayano Top Gun. Only 1,000 meters left. Positioned inside the gold ship, all alone, is Haru Aurora. Silent Suzuka pulls ahead here. Oh my god! Take it back, old yellow. Aurora, go! Special Week is looking good. Special Week is in the lead by 1 length. Can Special Week keep pushing forward? Silent Suzuka is close behind. 200 meters left. Look at the strength. Look at the speed. Look at the heels. She's going. She's going. She's gone. I told you guys Pink was locked in. I saw that shit a mile away. I saw that shit a mile away. I called it. I called it before we even started. Is this what gamers want? Is this what gamers want? Yes, idols. Here it is. Real peak. This is what we've been wanting. You know, if Dragon Age the Veilguard had anime horse girls, I'm pretty sure it'd probably do well. I think that game would have done way better. Not to bother me, not to bother you, we missed some of my super chats. Oh, did I? Oh, hey man, Visitor Dope, do you still have a Discord? Yeah, Discord's always open, man. It's in the description of the videos. Oh, I missed a couple other ones too. I'm so sorry. If Helldivers 2 doesn't do an ODST collab now, I'm gonna be pissed. I will also be pissed, Bender, for sure. And then Jack Marby Jr. with the $20. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't even see this. Games were more player friendly before they became popular and a part of pop culture media. Now old isn't bad. Gen X rules. D2 was a good remaster. Oh yeah, the D2 remaster was really good. I think that like there's something to say with that, where like video games like jumped into popular culture, and then as a result of that, they kind of got watered down. Before, it used to just be like nerdy dudes in a basement. Before, it just be like nerdy dudes in a basement trying to make a cool video game because they thought it was fun and interesting, right? And then it kind of grew outside of that to like now all of a sudden you need games to be like essentially like chasing the same thing Hollywood does, and shit's moved in the direction of being like, you know, Fast and the Furious. What the fuck did I join to? I don't know. What'd you join to? This is the finest Usume training establishment in Japan, home to countless students who dream of a world of racing. Okay, well met. Who's that? Is that a horse girl? Why does the horse girl have a hat? Or a cat? Apologize, okay. See me like this, yeah? Aikawa, I'm the director of this academy. I look forward to endeavors, newcomer, okay? First, please tell me about yourself. I guess. What about? How about instead it'll be horse legs instead of leg drops? Game of the year contender, is it? Okay. The goal of our academy is to participate in the Twinkle series. Oh, okay. What you teach, guide, and support your trainees through and through. Hope we'll work together to bring honor to the trainer. Okay. So I'm like a Pokemon trainer for horse girls. First, let's go beat the Unumatsume you'll be working with. Okay. You'll be able to train in a career playthrough known as Trainee Unumatsume. Okay. Please be aware, if you haven't added an Unumatsume trainee to your roster, you won't be able to train her through her career. Oh my god. This like wording makes me feel very uncomfortable. Okay, get my free scout. Okay, so I'm gonna go scout a horse. Who is it? Oh, it's gotcha. This is the gotcha. We got 1 gold, 2 gold, 3 gold. Daiwa Scarlet. Peak blue. Peak. Sakura Boshino. vodka. Wild Top Gear. Haru Urara. Bestest prize. Gold ship. Red stripe. Okay. Wow, you met some amazing Unamusume. Now you need to go off to start training. Allow me to explain the support card scouting, okay? Let's switch over to development and scout. What is this? You can obtain a support card from the support card scout. Support card aims to assist your career, okay? By selecting a deck of support cards, you'll receive an aid of other students from the Racing Academy? Racing Academy? Is that what you're training? Okay. Alright, let's pick your support cards. Okay, now I need to get support cards for my horses. Are you winning, son? I have no idea. Special week. Silent Suzuka. Tokai Teo. Ugarai Cop. Grass Wonder. Bajiro Queen. Hamiko Cross. What the fuck is this, dude? What did you guys have me download? Io Kiryuin? What is this? Bourbon? Okay, we got our support cards. Okay. This is the entrance to the academy. Okay, it's your home screen. Begin a career playthrough. Okay. First, select a scenario to play. Okay. Ura finale. Okay, play. Next, choose an Usamasube to train. Okay. Take on the Twinkle series. Set your Unamasume's career. Okay. So why I hate that these games won't let me pick whatever one I want. Now we're gonna move on with our career professionals, the three goddesses. Oh god. Are you familiar with the three goddess statues? The progenitors of the Usamasume. The progenitors of all Unamasume. According to legend, they are described as deities who watch over and guide the Unamasume. Traditionally, the students of the Tristan Academy come before the statue to pass their ambition. Okay. Future generations of runners will come here to inherit that ambition. And also the legacy of one runner is passed on to the next. And on to the next, okay. A decorated runner who has passed her ambition onto your trainees is called a veteran Unamasume. Once a runner has completed her career, she can be registered as a veteran Unamasume and chosen as a legacy. Oh, is that when you put them out to pasture? Did I miss the Xbox drama? Well, the fact that I'm playing a game about how to... This is the Xbox drama. You're watching it right now. Okay. Training has to have an affinity. Becomes more likely for something nice. Okay. Make inspiring connections. Okay. Next. Support cards. This is the one thing that it comes down to, like these gacha games. These things have like so many fucking systems and so much convoluted shit that it is so... See, that's what I like. Auto select. Like, I know what you're doing. I know what you want. You just want me to fucking swipe a credit card. There's no actual gameplay. Screw the drama. It's horse racing time. Exactly. We're here to fucking race horses. Okay. A promising young Unamasume got their trainers to race the Hartfield's Twinkle series. Oh, so they practice in tracksuits Must be Vosh's favorite game. Isn't that the dude that had like a terabyte of like horse paraphernalia? And yet, not all of them were content with the current state of the academy. Emergency! This cannot go on. What is it? President Academy is the director. I love my students more than anything. Therefore, I cannot stand to see a single racer's potential squandered. And yet, exactly that's what I see happening. Which is why I prepared a great, completely new racing event. Affirmative. Our students will now take it beyond the Twinkle series. Tinkle series? Okay. Palace and Musume have come to the three goddesses to carry on their dreams of legends or to entrust their own... Okay. What is this? Are they gonna fuse? Are they gonna kiss? I have no idea what's happening. I have no idea what's happening. Legacies live on. Speed went up by 5. Stamina went up by 5. Power went up by 10. Guts went up by 5. Wit went up by 5. Dirt aptitude went up. Sprint aptitude went up. Long aptitude went up. Everything went up. Okay. Our journey to make her the #1 Unamusume begins here, okay? Each Unamusume has been given different goals. This is your goal for the time being. These commands let you progress through the career. Executing a command consumes a turn. Training. Trainer speed. Energy went down by 18. Splendid, your training regimen was going swimmingly. Yes, okay. Okay, keep going with your training. Okay. Now I'm rounding the corner. Oh, look out. Oh, I crashed into somebody. Oh, okay. Are we dating now? Is that what's happening? Promise. Completely forgot my promise to race my friend. Okay. Better hurry then. And she ran into something else. Good job. This seems like one of the most boring games. I don't like I get it for like the meme value, but like you don't actually play these games, right? Like you're here for like the visual novel side of it, right? Oh my god, when does the game start? Yeah, I'm still in the tutorial. Okay, training. Okay, a 20% failure rate. So you go back, you rest. You want to take a break? Yeah, okay. My energy recovered when I hit the break. Okay. Okay, now you got to go back to training. Oh, skill points. Okay. Next, you need to learn a skill. Use a skill that you used earlier. Okay. Pain. Learn. Skills are of great importance to win races. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Back. Race. Okay, we're gonna race here. Okay, race. Wait. There's predictions? We can take bets. Debut race. At last, I'm gonna enter the Twinkle series. My legs are itching to run. Go get that #1 spot. Because if you don't get #1 spot, you know what happens? It's kind of like a motorsports football manager, but with horse girls. That makes sense. Okay, shut up. In the paddock, you can check the stats and popularity of the runners. Prediction symbols and performance are denoted by triangle, triangle, circle, circle. From lowest to highest. Okay, so circle's like real high. Okay, yeah, that's fine. The best strategy that plays to a runner's strengths. Okay. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna be so. I feel like I'm gonna be so disappointed. I feel like I'm gonna be so disappointed to find out how many people are actually like, how much money a game like this makes. It is cute. I'll give it that. It's cute. Place your bets, chat. Yeah, am I gonna win? I'm the favorite. I'm #1 favorite. I've never raced in my entire life, and I'm the #1 favorite. Let's see who wins the first. Apple cider. Oh no. The favorite. I'm getting passed. Oh no. We trained for a whole 5 seconds for this race. Bitch, you need to get your legs moving. You're the only one that's not, you're the only one that's actually like dressed up. Everybody else is wearing like ghetto clothes. They couldn't even afford to buy a dress. This girl, I think she must be like used to running from somebody. She looks like she's seen some shit. That must be what it is. She knows what'll happen to her if she doesn't win this race. That's why it is. Don't worry about it though, because here I come. Here I come. Damn, I'm gonna pass her on the bend. Don't even worry about it. It's gonna happen right here. There it is. Yep. Preferred position. What the fuck is the name of that skill? Fucking skills name is preferred position. Do any of them like break their leg on the way? Yeah, enters into Front of the corner is Apple Cider. Pulling ahead is #5, but the others are close behind. 200 meters left. Apple Cider is strong. Wait. Oh, I hit my skilled red ace. But I pulled ahead. Wait, did I cheat? Was that a cheat? I feel like I cheated. There it is. No. Oh no, you used your ult. Oh. What did her ultimate even do? They didn't even explain that. You look. Hey, great work out there. This is hardly enough to satisfy me. I need more before I become #1. Run in junior make debut. Goals achieved. Splendid. You've reached your goal. Well done, bravo. Goals are depending on differ the Musume. Please help your trainees reach their goals during their careers. Okay. Complete career. Oh, so I'm retiring her now already, huh? Career complete. You never got out of F, but that's okay. That was the only goal that you set for yourself. Wait, am I graduating her at F rank? Total fans? Oh, your XP is fans. That's cute. Okay, yep. Good work today. That'll be all for the introductory course. Head on to your trainer from here. We'll be working hand in hand with you and Musume. Okay, take the Twinkle series and make your dreams come true, chat. Give it a month and LD will be a #1 horse girl racer. You know, I'm one of those people that if I set my mind to something, I make it happen, okay? I'll work my ass off. I'll do it. I'll do it. These guys have been killing it. Psy Games, their last game that they put out was the last game that Psy Games put out was Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and now they got this. These guys are fucking crushing it, man. Grand Blue was really good, by the way. It was really, really good. Working ass off, spending money. Shut the fuck up. You're fucked. Okay, that's enough of that. You guys are fucking going off. You guys need to fucking chill. I'm sitting here wondering. I'm like, I wonder. I get worried anytime I hear music that I'm afraid that my fucking stream is gonna get copyright. Every single time. Every single time. That's like the worst part about YouTube. Is like the minute you stream on YouTube, like YouTube will be like, hey, what is that song? Who does it belong to? Put your hands up if you want your channel. Like, even video games. Sometimes, like, with the video games, I'll get hit by it. That shit was a banger. It was a good song. I'm sorry. I can't show that I was secretly dancing. Yeah, I was going to lose control. That's the reason why I turned it off. Support card. Okay, race. Be sure, okay, veteran race. Your daily races. Okay, you can take part in them. Okay, team trials. Cool, team trials. So I can race 2 horses at once. Okay. Yeah. Next. Jesus Christ, it's a lot of menus, huh? Oh, you don't even see the race. It's just an auto-completed race. Good lord. If you win the next one, I'll give 2 subs. Better train these waifus better. What is this? Spotlight Scout now available. Bourbon. New support cards. Oh, is this all advertising? I got some carrots. Got more carrots. I get more carrots tomorrow. This literally is the carrot in the stick. I'm sure getting a lot of stuff. Login bonus. Here's your login bonus. More carrots. Close. Story unlocked. Okay. Scout. It's time to gotcha. How many carrots do we have? Wait, what? Didn't it give me a bunch of carrots? Oh, it's in here. Should I go for the spotlight Those are cards. 3-star guaranteed. I mean, I gotta do this one, right? This is like the main one. SSR guaranteed. Well, I mean, it looks like we have like we can do them all, right? Okay. We'll do the spotlight one. This is Head Start. I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Hold on. Oh, I see. I see. You have to pay. You can't use like free stuff. That's so stupid. I hate when games do that. Okay, here's one. I hate when games do that. When they're like, oh, well, you have to, like, you can only use the free currency to do this. I did not pull out the credit card, no. I just picked one of the other ones. There we go. There we go. Big money. King Halo. Big money. Right there. First try. First try. But you're rich, just spend money. I am not fucking rich. Not yet. But you could help me. Silent Suzuka. That's the one we got. It's just that easy, honestly. Super Creek. Sakura Bashin. Nice. Nature. Nuzufune, nice nature. Ari Grove. El Condor Pasa. So I got a 5. I got an SSR. The view of the lead is mine. Increases velocity by drawing on all remaining strength within the lead. Within the lead with a fair margin for the final straight. Okay. Damn, I can't believe I ripped that on the main one. Damn, my first pull, I actually pulled a 5-star. I pulled a fucking banger, like fucking SSR right out of the gate, huh? Again. That's not what we wanted to see. That's not what we wanted to see. Wait. Grass Wonder. She's nice though. Nature Ribbon. Okay. Vodka. El Condor. You pulled on the guaranteed banner earlier, did I? Oh, that's paid. I see. Paid guarantee. Paid guarantee. Scout ticket. What is this? No, this is the guaranteed banner. Oh, is this for a guaranteed banner for Jesus Christ. Holy fucking shit, Super Creek. Super Creek is super shit. Super God. Damn, man, got more super than... You got something more than a creek. Which is... God, best card? Is it the best card? It looks like it is. It looks OP. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. Respectfully, it looks very OP. Yeah, what does it do? Increases the effectiveness of friendship training, increases the effectiveness of training performed together, increases the... She just loves being around people. What a wholesome card. What a wholesome card. People are spending 5 hours re-rolling for it. What? People are spending 5 hours re-rolling for that? So did somebody... So there's a chance that somebody saw me pull that right now. And we're like... This motherfucker. This is the one that says guaranteed. This is guaranteed too. Those are paid. Well, I guess I just keep running this one until I'm broke, right? The power of God and anime are on your side. Fuck, dude, I'm killing it. Right now, get another 3-star. Another SSR right here. I don't know, maybe. Oh! Is that Mango Top Gun? That's a... I can't even try to say that name. The old ship. I can't even try to say that name. Scout again. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Big money. Big money. I want to see one more. I want to see one more solid hit. I think this is it. The crowd's cheering. Agnes Tachyon. Meiji Orion. Nataru. Winning ticket. Major Orion. Winning ticket. Nice nature. King Halo. Mayano Top Gun. And Glass Wonder. We kind of got fucking ripped off. Scout again. No, I don't want to. I'm gonna get my money. What else we got going on? Special missions. Give me the free shit. Free carrots. More carrots. Is there no more carrots? How many carrots do I got now? Oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough. I have to actually play the game. Shop. Exchange voucher. Head Start 3-star voucher. Oh, I have one. I just get a free 3-star. What one do I want? What do I do? You have selector too? What is selector? No, cat. You can't have my chips. You can hold the mouse over to girl to learn more. Okay. Oh, your butt. What? It's not showing me shit. Oh, there you go. I don't know what any of this shit means. This is the one that I just got, so wouldn't I want to get one that I don't have? I probably wouldn't want to get a dupe, right? And I can only pick from a couple of these, it looks like. No, I can pick any of them. Majoro McQueen. Rice Shower. He still isn't in career yet? I don't know. I'm not even gonna mess with it.
馬娘メーカーのレベルが上がったみたいよ。
Where do I go? Story? Am I supposed to do main story?
一番早くて
Career?
今朝のテレビ占い2位ってなんか微妙な順位。悪くないけども
Hold on a second.
イベントが始まってるわよ。一番目指して駆け抜けなきゃ。タキオンさんって優しいわよね。美味しい茶葉も分けてくれるし、お役立ちグッズもくれるし。このティアラ似合ってるでしょ。トレセン学園に合格したお祝いでママにもらったのよ。馬娘メーカーのレベルが上がったみたいよ。ほら、ぼーっとしないの。時間がもったいないでしょ。
So I had to turn on the I had to turn on the thing. Or turn on the oven. I never thought I'd see LD playing this game. Just the fucking the chat, dude. They fucking bullied me into it. No, I don't want the shop. I keep hitting red buttons because I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I guess I'm supposed to do this, right? Legacy? I have no fucking idea what's going on. I bet he's secretly playing it off stream too. Who, me? No. I'm lost already. That's the one thing I don't like about these. That's one of the things I don't like about these games is that they have like so much shit. I don't know what this even means. Okay. Okay. 11 turns to reach your goal. So it's like a turn-based game? I've collected everyone's assignments. They're on your desk. Okay. Grr. So like they're in like school? Bro, this is making me feel like a fucking boomer. The UI is insane, not gonna lie. There is so much shit going on that I have no idea. So this is like their chat log they have here, and then there's like jukebox and sparks. What the fuck this is? Logs is the conversation. Career profile. So you just kind of push them through their conversation that they're having with each other. I think the UI is designed for phones. The whole thing, that part can be skipped. I'm sure everything can be skipped. Skip off. Skip. Next. Next. Go to the infirmary. New condition, practice 4. Okay. So sometimes she cannot feel well and I gotta take her to the infirmary. Okay, so training. Okay. Use your support card. Okay. You need to have some stamina. Oh, okay. Powerlifting. Guts. Wit. What do these all do? He goes for a swim. I'm just saying stamina is very important. Okay. Oh, it's like an entire like story that plays out. What is this? Let's wolf it down before our stomachs have a chance to catch up. Let's start with the vegetables and take things nice and slow. Training. Guts. So I got a bonus for guts now. So it's like a resource management game, essentially. Did you get attacked by a fucking steamroller? Maybe it skips on a little too fast. Speed, power, stamina, or something like that? Oh, okay. Why is the difference between skip 1 and skip 2? Like, one is fucking back, one is like going nowhere, and then the other one is like back to the fucking future. Did you guys notice that? Kentucky lore? It is Kentucky lore. I've always wanted to go to the Kentucky Derby, but I've never been. My brother and them have gone like a bunch of times. I need to go down there one of these times and actually go to it. You don't have to do the whole like dress up thing. I live near Louisville. I hate it. My brother lives out there. New training partner. Train your stamina and guts. Focus on your start. Early lead, okay. Oh no, she failed. That's the spirit. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, what happened? It all happened so fast. Eat like a champion and become #1. Train, speed, we can do this. I believe in you. Success. Go with the flow. Do they have like entire? Oh my god! I could totally. This actually feels like way more like a girl's game. Like the interpersonal relationships and training partners and stuff is like really like that's like really cutesy shit. Yeah. Rest her up. Oh, she feels awful. Call it a day before it gets worse. She still feels awful though. Are you giving up on the #1 view? But she feels awful. Lowers the results of training. What the fuck is this, dude? She's ill? Infirmary. Practice poor. Oh no, that's not good. It's race day. She feels awful. I've already killed my first horse. I've already killed my first horse. She looks very sad. Mood awful. Landscape view. Let's watch me lose this race. Put her in recreation. It's too late. We just have to believe that her mood will change, okay? It's treated like a Tamagotchi. It is. Glue trainer. I am the glue trainer. Well, like they made like the speed difference between like skip 1 and skip 2 like so vastly different. Like one's barely even usable. Horses actually have worse attitudes, total dickheads. They can. I'm still #1 favorite. She's gonna fucking rip this shit ahead. She's gonna rip the heads off these fucking horses. These girls don't stand a chance. They don't have a horse in the race. It's an idle management simulator, essentially, yeah. Okay, all right. Somebody juice this horse. Somebody juice this horse. I don't know what they gave her. I think they gave her a little sniff right before the race, you know what I mean? Little sugar. Gave her a little sugar before the race. You know what I mean? Somebody cheated for sure. I think somebody might have put like lead shoes on my horse girl. What's this? What's going on back here? What are you doing? #5. She might be feeling rust. I hope she can get a chance to catch a breath. Wait, no, hold on. I'm coming up. Why don't you just grab on that bitch's hair? Just grab that bitch's hair and just pull her back. Throw her back. Just say fuck it. Catch up, step up. Oh, I like that. It's a fun name. Waifus checked, over-designed systems checked, Gamba checked, yeah, essentially. They're coming down to Yodo Hill, okay. Where am I at? I'm still in 3rd? Is it because you're in a bad mood? You got this. You hit the fucking stride in the last run. You got this right here. You're gonna ult and you're gonna pass the bitch in first. I already know it. I can see it happening. We're tightly grouping. I took first. Am I taking first? No. Who's this? How could she run with glasses like that? She knows what's coming. That's a horse that knows that it's going to greener pastures. Watch concert. Oh, and it just keeps going. Okay. I don't have the... Chad, I don't have the patience for something like this. It's cute. It's just not my kind of thing. I'm an active gamer, not a passive gamer. Like, I need to play a game. It's your fault, though. Don't fucking blame shit on me. Don't try to put this on me. I'm not quitting because I lost. Okay? This is a personal choice. Now let's decide. Now let us decide to see if you glue her. I'm not going to. Okay. I can't do that on camera. All right. LD wants to be the horse off to the slaughterhouse. Essentially so. What was I gonna do before? Carly, thank you for the tier 1 gifted, man. Sore loser. Shut the fuck up, Norsky. I'm gonna play Dead Cells for a little bit, and then that's it. Shut up. Depression stage? No. Did you want her dreams to come true? Don't fucking guilt trip me. Don't guilt trip me. What are you guilt tripping me for? Why are you trying to put all of her dreams on me? What are you trying to put all of her dreams on me for? Dead Cells? I've been fucking addicted to this game, like unhealthily. And it's only getting worse as time goes on. I hope you know that. It was like one of those games that I just like put off and I just didn't play. And then now that I have, I'm like, holy shit, this game is so fire. What the fuck? Like, I cannot believe it took me like this long to play this game. She's depressed forever now. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll try to figure something out for her. You know, send her somewhere. I probably need to turn up the audio, maybe. Oh, I think this is because I turned this down. That's why. Video, audio, sound. Okay. Okay, we should be good. Oh, I'll show you guys what I got. So I picked up a fucking legendary baseball bat. I have the leg hugger, but I don't even know if that thing's good. I have it because it's I have the the hunter perk or whatever. What's your preferred build? I don't have one yet. I literally just started playing Dead Cells. I've just been hooked on it. I've just been like blindly figuring it out. Like, I haven't beat this level here before yet. Also, I don't know what this is. Like, I'll see these doors with like 2, but then I'll see these like stones with like three knots on them, and I don't know what that even means. Like, it means that probably 3 knot is what I'm looking for a door to open. I have no idea. We'll go tactics, I guess. I do actually have a solid build between the 2 weapons though, because my right now my bow, obviously I have the ice bow, which I haven't leveled up yet, but my baseball bat does 175 plus damage to frozen targets. Do you want to know what they mean? I kind of do. But yeah, my build right now is actually like kind of fucking good. Like, I just like one tap a lot of shit. Just freeze them, hit them, break them. I did have the Panchaku, which are really good. Like, this is really good for like a combo build, but like obviously this is way stronger. So like I had to take it the minute that I saw it. Speaker of Goblin, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. Ow. Ow. Okay, I gotta focus. I gotta dial in. I gotta lock the fuck in real quick. I hate these fucking dudes. I don't know how these doors open. I think it has. I must have to unlock something first. Sales guy, nothing I want. They probably open up after I trigger something, maybe. 'Cause there's no switch around here. Nice. Each door with a notch is a cell that you need in your possession. Figure out what that cell is. Is a cell that you need to have in your possession? Love your content. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. That's the bat from Hotline Miami. Yeah. I got it from like one of the zones where you can unlock that kind of stuff. A cell in your possession. I don't have any, like, what is a cell? Oh, that's not good. Oh, he evolved. My Pokemon is evolving. Second shop, huh? I should check back at the place I was at before because there's like loot that I'm gonna leave behind. I actually know that there's loot I'm leaving behind because there's I'll do it when I get another portal. I'm not gonna hit the timer if there's even a timer for this. There probably isn't. Let's see here. Yeah, there's power-ups here. I'll go grab. Do you want a backseat or spoil? That's all you need to know. Okay. I figure when I see shit like that, it's probably something that I just haven't unlocked yet or seen yet. And I'll see it eventually, right? Otherwise there's no reason to trip about it. Okay, we're doing good, we're doing good, we're doing good. Ow, I didn't see that. Wasn't looking. Oh. I don't think it's really worth it. I can already freeze enemies on command anyway. It's not that big of a deal. I have the bow. Yeah, I'm super inexperienced at playing this game. All I know is that I just really like playing it. I'm still very much figuring everything out. I barely have a handle on like its rogue elements. Every game is really different when it comes to that stuff, right? Right now, it's me more or less just trying to get used to the combat and the enemies and their attack patterns, and that's pretty much it right now. I've unlocked all of the, I think I've unlocked all of the like movement abilities to get around the map so far, like this wall climbing thing and like the other stuff, but outside of that, I do not know shit. I found like there's a puzzle that was on one of the maps with like a gardener's key. I got that. I took care of that, so I got like a blueprint that was there. Beyond that, I'm just fucking guessing and just jamming and playing the game. Soundtrack for the game is fucking peak though. Holy shit, man. But I will get locked in and lost for hours playing this motherfucker. If you have not played this game, if you like roguelikes, if you like like Castlevanias or Metroidvanias, like this shit is like fucking this game is insane. I'm so mad at myself for like sleeping on it for so long. Forgotten Sepulchre. Have you gotten your first boss cell yet? I don't want to spoil anything for you, but like 5 boss cells needed to beat the main loop or whatever. Oh, I think I've only beat like 1 boss. I don't know how many bosses there are or whatever. I guess there's 2. I killed Conjunctivitis, the big eyeball, and then I killed the concierge. Game's hard. It is hard. I don't really want any of that. Would fuck up my combo. Which one of these like general upgrades should I work on next from the people that are actually like Dead Cells enjoyers? I'm curious. Tell me. You can spoil that shit. We can't see. Should I put myself over here? What GPU do you have? It's struggling right now with Dead Cells because it's really tough. I have a 4090. What's your favorite guitar that you own? My RG Series Black, like $150 starter Ibanez. It's not even close. It's my favorite. It's the most comfortable to play on. I'd say gold reserves. I have guitars that are more expensive than it, and I still play it more. Just have cash on hand and then backpack. Yeah, I guess having a backup weapon isn't a bad idea. Transforms objects in the ground into chests or gold. I mean, that kind of sounds really nice, though. Gold, then backpack. All right. Oh, I see 3 people say the same thing. Oh, I should have unlocked the magic bow. I don't want to fuck with the modifiers on it. I haven't unlocked a lot of these other mutations yet either. Are you a core enjoyer? I don't know what a core enjoyer is. I literally just started playing this game. How many hours do I have in Dead Cells? 40. I have 46 hours, which for a roguelike means nothing. That means nothing. Like, I still know nothing about this game. I probably put 30 hours into it, couldn't figure it out, walked away from it, went to play something else, and then never came back to it, and then finally did come back to it, and now I put like 20 hours in while I've been figuring it out. Should I take this? I'm gonna take it. It lights these torches. Oh, for a while it lights. I'm gonna get myself killed if I do that. Yeah, see, I would have died right there. Torches keep you alive? Is there like a counter on the torches? Is there a counter on the screen that I'm not paying attention to when I'm in the darkness? Is that what's going on? I don't see shit. Darknesses will sap your health though. Okay. Oh, but because I took the torch, I'm not dying. That's what you're saying. I got you. I see. I see now. The longer I'm in the darkness, the more it starts getting darker, and then that'll start sapping my health. I got you. Fuck off. Where'd that torch go? Okay. Okay. All right. Where do I need to go here? Probably should go back up. Oh, I should have just used the portal. Endless Dungeon is fun. Your fault for depending on reviews for everything. I don't know who you're talking to. Oh, you must be talking to somebody else in chat, maybe. Yeah, I'm not somebody that, like, I don't really, like, sit looking at, like, guides and shit very often. Like, I try to do everything myself if I can. I mean, sometimes I'll find myself, like, getting, like, locked into, like, a wall or something like that in a game and, like, not know what to do next. And sometimes I will look for help outside of that if it's, like, really frustrating me and I can't figure it out. Sometimes it's, like, the most dumbest shit and it's, like, right in front of my face and I'm like, holy shit. But I think that happens to everybody. Crypt key. Okay. There you go. I need another crypt key. Okay. I fucking hate these guys. Fuck off. What we got here? 10% damage received. Having the extra mid-air jump is really nice, though. 5%, is that really worth it? Oh, and then I get +1. No, I don't want to get rid of the +1 that I'm getting to my brutality. I wonder if I should go above or not. Managed to get their hands on some weapons. Another shop, huh? Oh. Man. What do you guys think? Would you think that would be better? I don't know if is the speed on the freeze slower than the bow? I think it is, isn't it? Or is it as fast? I feel like I should take this. Upon thawing, an enemy will suffer from bleeding. Slow down after thaw is 2 times longer. And then biters crawl from the dead. I feel like I should take this. My bow is only level 1. It combos like super well with, I mean, I can't. Okay. Will I just eventually figure out what these are for? Because I keep picking them up when I see them, but I've never actually found a use for it. Because maybe I just haven't gotten far enough in to be able to find a reason to use them. Will I find out just by playing the game what the ruby and emerald and sapphire keys are for? I'd imagine I probably will, right? Yeah. No. Lock room? What's the other one? Uh-oh. What is this? A permanent rune that reveals the whole map and its points of interest. Scrolls, merchants, etc. once you've explored most of the level. Well, that's really fucking OP. What the fuck? Holy shit. Did you know that Warframe has its own brand of hot sauces? That's funny. That's cool. That was scary. That was scary. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I fuck around and found out. Okay, I need to know this. This is bothering the fuck out of me. What is that number supposed to be? I know the other one's a timer, but sometimes this door opens and then other times it doesn't. Is it the cell count? Like how many cells I was supposed to find in that like map before I just went into? 60 kills, no hits. Oh, that's no hit. Okay. Okay. Are any of these weapons like really good? And I'm just like passing on them. Like magic bow, explosive heavy, like tentacle, Valmont's whip. I like playing melee, but I also don't mind range. But like range feels like really fucking slow for damage. I'm just gonna dump him in gold reserves for now. You like heavy bow? Oh boy. Boss fight. All right, here we go. Timekeeper. Please don't fucking destroy me. Oh, God, Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. What the fuck? Okay. You know how to pop off. All right. Okay. You brought me to you, bitch! This won't end well? Oh, God. Okay, I beat him. Fucking sick. All right, the build is working. Blueprint light speed. Okay. Frostblast is goated. It is so good right there. That is crazy. Especially with this bat right now. This bat is fucking nutty. The fact that it deals like so much damage based on... So why doesn't this door open? What is this? Oh, no, it's another no damage door, but it's only on boss fights. So if you take no damage on a boss fight. So anytime I see this dude, I've just been dumping all my points into this. I feel like that's probably the best thing for me to do, yeah. Recycle the loot you don't use. I keep forgetting to do that. Holy shit, Timekeeper first try. This bat is busted. The fact that I have it and a freezing item where I can deal like that much damage is just crazy. Explosive, how did he get to Keeper so fast? Well, I mean, we're like halfway through a run that I like stopped before stream. Okay, we have multiple. We have High Peak Castle. I've never been this far. Oh, that was the key it kept giving me at the beginning. What is this? What the fuck? New area DLC? Okay. I don't know if you've already responded to this, but are you going to give Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon? Yeah, I played a little bit of it. I like it. I think it's cool. I need to go back and play it. What the fuck? Spooky. So should I have like stayed at, was the other part core? This is DLC. Fucking goddamn it. That's the one part that I struggle with this game. So the one thing that I have a problem is this is pure DLC. Oh, fuck. Oh, well. Just play the game. Song is fucking ripping, though. Ow. Can't see. By unlocking things, other things you can play. How do you get strong? Oh. Map. Okay. Man, this place is huge. I hate these dudes. I really don't like things that like throw explosion shit. Sometimes it's really hard to track on the screen for me. I don't know why, but hell yeah. What do you say now? Frost blast at the beginning of an encounter, then attacks get used to it. It takes getting used to, but it helps. Yeah, that's really nice. Bombats wouldn't be so annoying if they weren't in every single map. Yeah, they're a pain in the fucking ass. Uh-oh. What? Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my god. Come up here, bitch. What the fuck? This is crazy. Oh, I'm gonna die. Fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, no. What a jam, though. What? What is this? The fuck is going on? She knocked out the bridge? I'm dead. I have no idea what the fuck is happening. I'm just trying to survive right now. Oh my fucking god. You guys are so annoying. I can't see anything. I also can't jump anymore. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. Now that I know that's a thing, I'm not like with a platforming boss. What? What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? I was not prepared for that. That caught me off guard. Holy shit. Oh, it's not giving me a free key anymore to the boss, huh? Okay. Okay. Oh. I don't really like the Spartan sandals. I'm in a weird in-between phase where I'm searching for my next game and hyper-fixated on nothing is hitting. But nothing is hitting. I think like everybody goes through that. I always like to have that one game where it's like my constant that I always go back to and I always continue to play. I think the first one for that, or like the most recent one for that was like Balatro for a while. Like that was like my game until like I fucking mastered that shit. And then now I feel like it's probably this one. I might go with Nail, but I feel like bleed builds suck. Like, especially when you have so many small monsters that you have to kill, like bleed builds feel like they're kind of weak. Give me a second. I'm gonna throw pizza in the oven. I have never watched a stream where LD didn't eat pizza. It's mostly just because of the fact that, like, I love pizza. It's like the easiest thing for me to be able to cook while I'm still playing games and streaming. I've been heavily into Warcraft Rumble this year, but now Blizzard is killing that game with Microsoft layoffs this week. Need a replacement game now. There's like, like if you're playing like mobile, are you playing mobile games? And you're looking for like a mobile game replacement? Like just play Balatro. I feel like Balatro's like the best way to get off of like mobile game kicks. Holy shit, that thing is strong as fuck. Do I get a refund every time it kills something? Because if that's the case, I'm gonna fucking, I might actually go blue, or I might actually go fucking green or purple. I mean, do that. Or you can only throw one at a time. Oh, no, you can, yeah. Wuthering Waves, but that's just a mobile game. What's the game that you're playing? I'm playing, I shouldn't have left the level. That was so dumb of me to do. This is Dead Cells. I just love all the crossovers with like all my favorite games. Shit. Actually, going into purple doesn't even make any fucking sense now that I think about it. Because it needs refunds based on kill, and that's not strong for bosses. So you'd still need to have melee if you're running a ranged build in this game, wouldn't you? Ayo, catching you live, the EU struggle. The problem is, like, you guys are on, like, weird time zones to begin with. Like, even, like, I can't, like, I'd have to either stream, like, super fucking early. Like, I don't even know what would be a tenable time for me to even be able to stream and still hit, like, everybody. Why did I jump down there? Fucking brain turned off. I'm like, I just want to smite. I guess we're already putting points into. Might as well. I hope I find like a good bow. That'd be kind of nice, especially with how many purples I've had to take. This is going to the bonus area, or to a DLC, isn't it? Or prison depths. I'd rather just go like the standard path, I think. You like Persona games? Yeah, I like Persona 5. I liked Metaphor, even though that's not a Persona game, but it is at the same time. I still need to play Persona 3. I need to try out. Oh my god. I need to try out the Shin Megami games. I've only ever played Nocturne. I'm clumsy as shit right now. Right now, I've been playing Dune Awakening. I'm going to be playing more of it, hopefully, because my buddy Mark has been playing it, so I kind of want to give it a shot and play it with him. I've been playing Dune Awakening. I've been playing this. And that's really it lately. I don't know if there's anything else I should be playing that I haven't been. What's the point of the gardener's, like, keys being here if the fucking power's already open? Most anticipated game in the future? I'm really hoping that Wu Chang Fallen Feathers is really good. I'm looking forward to that. What's this? Is there anything here? Oh, there's a bag. It is actually crazy how fucking good the combat is in this game. Got his ass. GG Man was fun, yeah. Dead Cells reminds me of Neon Abyss, same concept but different art style. I think what people really like about this game, it's something I definitely like about it, is that it has like an insane amount of it's basically crossed over with like every single like It's basically been like it's crossed over with almost every single popular indie game. Like there's all kind like you find fucking there's a thing for like what is it like Risk of Rain has a drop in the game. Hard Light Breaker, is that what it's called? That has a drop in it. There's a bunch of different ones. You come across them. Hotline Miami is another one. Have a good night. Yeah, see you later, man. I couldn't do it. I made it through 90% of Balatro, and I couldn't beat the black deck. I've been playing it on mobile. Like I play like a hand or I play like a run or two before I go to sleep. And I usually play like before the gym, just before my pre-workout kicks in. And right now, I have gold chipped red, blue, yellow, green, black, magic, nebula, ghost, abandoned, checkered, zodiac. All I have left is painted, anaglyph, plasma, erratic. So I only have 4 I've literally I've already golded all of them except for 4. Been on a fucking ripper. Hard Light Drifter, that's what it is. Why is this always locked? Cannot be picked after the first mutation. Oh, you have to pick it first. It's kind of a dumb one to take though, right? Like you're gonna take out an entire other slot. I want to unlock more of these because these are really good. Thanks support. It's a really good damage boost once you actually use it. That's why like the leg hugger is like really good, like cause it's a pet and it just follows you around and you basically always have just a straight up flat increase to your damage. Well, percentage increase, not flat. Got your ass. Was low-key addicted to this game for a while when I was back on Xbox. It's good, man. It's really good. I really like it. Okay, how the fuck do I get to that flower key? I've not been able to figure it out. What are you doing, kitty cat? What did you think about Elden Ring? I like Elden Ring. What is this? What did you think about Elden Ring? I held out playing Elden Ring because people were saying that it was hard. I'm having a great time with it. Elden Ring is not hard. Elden Ring is challenge. Like, there's a difference between hard and challenging, and Elden Ring is a challenging game, but it's a game that you can overcome by just like taking your time and just going and like leveling up and then going back to fight something. God, I wish I was good at Dead Cells. What do you mean? Just play the game. Right now, the one thing that I'm like trying to learn is more about like combos and like figuring out how to like combo abilities together and like what abilities would work well combo together. Nice. One problem I have with Gold Stake Balatro. One problem I have with Gold Stake Balatro is getting on a losing streak because of bad RNG. That's just life. That's just Gold Stake Balatro. It's just cancer. It just sucks. You know what? You know what I love about Gold Stake Balatro? Being on a run and thinking, that you are just like a fucking god. And then, and like you got like a face deck put together where like, you got photograph, you got hanging Chad, you got all these like malts built up, and all of a sudden it's just like, hey, how about the plant? And it's just like, fuck you, you stupid fucking game. It's like every single time I get like a god tier like king face game going, all of a sudden the game is just like, what about this? Does Balatro have PvP? There's a mod. There's a really, really popular PvP mod that people play, yeah. Oh man, cat stealing the show while you're AFK. I know. How many full runs have you done? None, I don't think. What does a full run even look like? Feels like that's gonna take way too long to actually. Yeah, I don't like that. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Wasting time. Oh, and this is just tell me like where everything is right now. Well, shit. That is very nice. Right? Because I mean, that just literally told me, and then there's a cash shop in there, which I don't really give a fuck about. And then outside of that, it's just get out of the map. All right. Yep. I have to like check on the pizza to make sure the cat doesn't try to steal it. What's this? Looks cool. It's Dead Cells. Is there any chance you would do a video of Galloping Ghost Arcade? I don't even know what that is. I keep dodging like that because I think he's gonna do the. I mix those two up. Fuck off. Playing and loving Blasphemous. I still need to play and beat those. I have the first and second one. I have them both downloaded because they both look like really fucking cool, but I just never gave him a shot. No. This is on the Netflix game offers? Oh, wow. They have Dead Cells on the Netflix games? Good. It's worth picking up. That's for fucking sure. Silt. What is the normal path that I'm supposed to go here? Do I go silt? Do I go, this is like for, I think this is fractured, right? Fractured Shrines is DLC, isn't it? You should try this shield. There's a parry mechanic that's very satisfying. Yeah, I've done it a couple runs, but it's kind of weird with the like fast timing of the game. It's better on bosses than it is like anything else. I should play this game. It looks crazy good. It's very good. It's a very, very good game. Very, very good game. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've been streaming for 7 hours. I'm a little bit burnt. And it's getting late. I'm gonna eat myself some dinner and chill out for the rest of my evening. I want to thank you guys for hanging out. Today's been a great stream. Had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you guys for the donos. Thank you guys for the super chats. If you guys get the opportunity to, I don't really ask for this very often, but if you can, try to make sure to share my most like recent video and then also the couple next ones to come. There's been some weird shit where like the last two uploads, or not the last two uploads, but yesterday's upload or Friday's upload, whatever it was. I think it was yesterday's. It didn't get to subscribers for whatever reason. I had a couple people that messaged me and they were like, dude, your video never showed up. So if you guys can, share it. It's some weird shit that's going on in the background. Yeah, that's it. So thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys are enjoying the videos and the content. Thank you guys for supporting it all. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you guys for hanging out. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. Hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And I will catch you guys next week.